to the Bengaluru Skill Summit 2025, an initiative led by Government of Karnataka under the patronage of the Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Livelihood and Medical Education by Dr. Sharan Prakash Rudrappa Patil. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for yourself and welcome yourself for this wonderful Bengaluru Skill Summit 2025, hosted by the Karnataka Skill Development Corporation in collaboration with the Karnataka Skill Development Authority, with Karnataka Digital Economy Mission as the knowledge partner and Germany as the country partner. This summit marks the beginning of a powerful movement, one that celebrates skill, innovation, and opportunity. Over the next 2 days, the Bengaluru Skill Summit will serve as Karnataka's premier platform for workforce transformations, bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, educators, innovators, and youth to reimagine how we learn and grow in the new economy. Through the keynote sessions, provoking panels, the Skillthon Grand Finals, and also with the Kaushalya Karnataka Awards, we will be exploring how Karnataka continues to lead the nation in shaping a future-ready, inclusive, and globally competitive workforce. As we begin the journey of collaboration and inspiration, let me remind you, to each one of you present here, that every skill nurtured here, every idea exchanged here, and every partnership formed here brings us one step closer for building a stronger, more empowered India. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for yourself and welcoming each one of you once again to the Bengaluru Skill Summit 2025, where we skill, innovate, and transform. With this, ladies and gentlemen, my name is MC Lakshmi. I'm going to be a host and entertainer for this amazing event. With this, to do the honors and open the remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome our guest of honor, Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, IAS Chairman and Karnataka Skill Development Authority, to kindly join me on stage to do the opening remarks, please. Clapping is absolutely free of cost, so please do put your hands together and welcome the gentleman taking over the stage, because he is going to be taking us through about the event. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Because this was the first summit, till yesterday evening I was a little doubtful, though many have registered, how many will turn up. I have held 7 events in IT department, including 4 Bangalore Tech Summits and 3 Bangalore IT.com and Bangalore Bio.com. But even with that experience, I was little doubtful. But now my problem is problem of plenty. Yesterday, 1,419 people have come to the inauguration. We couldn't, some of them had to stand. I felt very bad that we couldn't give them seats. So today also, even by 10 o'clock, I came 2 minutes late, but by 10 o'clock itself, so many people are there. I am really happy for the encouragement and for your participation. And to begin with, I would like to sincerely thank you for participating in such a big way. Wherever we go and talk about employment, skilling, normally it is said that India is most populous state. We have 1.4 billion demographic dividend. Mean age is 28.7. But unless we provide employment to the population, this demographic dividend may become problem for us. Karnataka, 2 minutes I will tell you. We are one of the progressive states. Our GSDP is around $340 billion. Last entire decade we grew at 8%. Now this year we are expected to grow almost 10%. Our per capita income is highest in the country. GSTP is third. Direct taxes, we are second. Collection of direct taxes. GST collection, we are second. FDI, we are either 1 number 1 or number 2. Exports also, we are almost 1 or 2. Ours and Gujarat. Gujarat 100%, if 100 billion is merchandise export, a billion exports and 25 billion is services. Ours is almost reverse. This is about 2 years back when I saw the statistics. We export services 100 billion, but merchandise 20. So what I am trying to say is we are almost number 1 and number 2 in exports. Unemployment rate is one of the lowest. We want to become $1 trillion economy by 2032, Honorable CM has said. So everything looks rosy, but the problem is we have a lot of challenges in skilling. First challenge is, in our country, formally trained workforce is 5%. Compared to South Korea, Japan, Germany, UK, US, 80, 90%, 50% to 90% is the formally trained workforce. 85% of our graduates are said to be unemployable. There is everybody says there is a mismatch between what we teach and what is required in the industry. We always concentrated on education, never on skills. We always wanted degrees, but never looked at what is the skill available. And vocational education was never aspirational. Anybody who couldn't get into formal degree or formal courses went into vocational education. So looking into all these, and these days I am hearing, because after taking over KSDA, everybody says that technology is changing very fast and job roles are changing, and it is said that after few days nobody will ask you what is your degree, but everybody will ask you what are your skills. Nobody will see what you know, but everybody will see what you can do. So that is, I am trying to say that education is no longer important. That is what everybody, all intellectuals are saying. I am only quoting from them. Skilling and what you can do is important tomorrow. That's what is being said. Another important thing everybody is saying is upskilling and lifelong skilling. What you know today may not be relevant in a year to come now. So that is how world is changing. With this background and with this background of becoming a 1 trillion, the way we are growing 9 to 10%, we may become 700 billion by 2032, but we want to become 1 billion. So that means we have to put in more efforts. We came out with a policy, skill policy. Yesterday it was launched. I will not say much about it. In that also, main theme is that industry, academia and government participation, we have to work together. And also, how do we make vocational education aspirational? This is the theme of our policy. With this background, this summit, Germany is our country partner. I thank Germany because Germany is known for vocational education. So I thank Germany especially because first time we are having this event, they are our country partner. So without wasting much time, as I said earlier, I am really happy for so much participation. And I want this summit to proceed. We have panels, we have round tables, we have skillathon, we have first time we are recognizing to make vocational education aspirational. We are recognizing the people working in the vocational education field. We are selecting best district, best ITI, best trainer, best trainee, best skilling initiative in a private company. So this is mainly to say that vocational education and skilling is important. So thank you for good participation. And between the sessions, actually, we didn't leave any gap. So I request everybody that speakers, especially moderators, though my session is also already late, I think 7 minutes late. So I hope we will make up and without any wastage of time, fully packed 2 days, let us have this summit, and thank you and welcome you all to this summit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful opening remark. Moving ahead, we're going to have a keynote session where we would have the speaker, Mr. Ravi Venkatesan, Chairman, Global Energy Alliance, and former Chairman, Microsoft India and Bank of Baroda, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome him on stage, where he will be covering a topic on flourishing with AI, shaping Karnataka's next era through innovation. Please do put your hands together and welcome each and every keynote speakers and dignitaries joining us on stage. Over to you, sir.
Namaskara. Good morning. Good morning. Namaskara. First of all, I want to say what an honor and what a pleasure it is for me to be here with all of you today. I'm going to talk about how Karnataka can seize this AI moment to propel her development and become even more prosperous. So I'll try and do that in about 25 minutes. I'm going to start by reminding you of the most obvious thing, which is that all revolutions are disruptive. They disrupt the existing order and they create new winners and lots of losers. And this is true not just for political revolutions, it is at least as true, if not truer, for technological revolutions. So in my talk, I'm going to use lots of examples from history. So 300 years ago, Britain seized the opportunity created by the first industrial revolution, which is based on steam engines, to become the leading economy and the leading imperial power. Unfortunately for us, we missed that. And then we were colonized, and 250 years later, we're still playing catch up. In the last century, America was able to take advantage first of the second industrial revolution, which was about electric power, and then the third industrial revolution, which is computers and the internet. And they became the preeminent country, and the 20th century was essentially the American century. Today, China is doing better than anyone else, capitalizing on the fourth industrial revolution, which includes biotechnologies, cyber-physical systems, new energy sources, and of course, most of all, AI. In India, we have the same opportunity to seize the moment and become a developed country. And this time, we absolutely cannot afford to miss the bus. There is no Viksit Bharat without AI. Now, how do we make this happen? The thing to realize is India is not just a country. We're a vast, complex subcontinent with huge variations. Each of our states is larger than most mid-sized countries. Our own state of Karnataka has a population about the same as the UK. And it is the states that drive our progress as a country. So when you look at India's success in IT, it was driven by 5 states. But more precisely or accurately, it has been largely driven by 5 cities. And so when it comes to AI, it is absolutely imperative, critical, that Karnataka, being a leading IT state, leads the way and becomes a lighthouse for the rest of the country. So in my talk, I want to focus on how we can become such an exemplar for the rest of India. Now, right now, it's a very peculiar moment to be talking about AI because we're in the midst of an AI bubble. Even Jeff Bezos says, look, there is a bubble and it might burst any time, but that's not a bad thing because it's not a financial bubble, it's an asset bubble. Right now, the truth is that the hype is huge and much greater than the reality. But it is still early days. As Bill Gates famously said 30 years ago, we human beings consistently make the mistake of overestimating the speed at which a new technology is adopted, and we underestimate its eventual impact. And that's what's going to happen with AI as well. I have no doubt that AI is going to be completely transformative and is going to reshape every job, every company, every institution, and every country. And even though it's early days, we're already seeing lots of evidence, growing evidence of the impact of AI. Every week brings new announcements, unfortunately, of job losses. So this morning I was reading the paper, it was IBM. Last week it was 14,000 at Amazon and 14,000 at UPS. Last month it was TCS and 12,000, and so on and so forth. And it's beginning to add up. So employment in IT services and banking, you can see, is already flat or declining. And AI is clearly beginning to impact entry-level jobs. The people who are being most affected right now in India, in the US, and everywhere are recent college graduates because the entry-level jobs are the easiest to automate. To my mind, there is very little doubt that in the short and medium term, AI will destroy many more jobs than it creates. But in the longer term, as people and society adapt, we may well imagine so many new uses of AI that there could be a new golden age. I'll come to that. So I want us to really go back in history. And I want to go back to the first industrial revolution, which transformed the world through the mechanization of manufacturing and agriculture. And as we now know, it created a huge surge in wealth and prosperity and living standards, particularly in Britain and Europe. The thing to remember, though, is very few of those who lived through that period of time actually benefited. The introduction of machines like water frames, textile carding machines, automatic spinning looms, they eliminated many jobs. They sucked child labor into factories, and they depressed wages. Handloom weavers, who were once known as Britain's labor aristocrats, became losers, and 3 generations of workers were made worse off as steam-powered automation took off. Early factories were horrible, dangerous places to work, as Charles Dickens described in many books. And life expectancy in Manchester in 1850 was 32 years, compared to the rest of England, which was 42 years. There was stunting. Men, on average, became shorter in 1850 than they were in 1750. So this resulted naturally in a backlash. So workers got together, they mutinied and smashed machines. This was called the Luddite movement. Britain then passed draconian laws and making it punishable by death to destroy machines. And in 1812 and 1813, many workers were publicly hanged to sell a chilling message discouraging those who were thinking about dissenting. It took a full 100 years for the benefits of the Industrial Revolution to be realized. But by 1900, real wages had doubled, lifespan increased from 41 years to 50, population and employment both doubled. So why I'm saying this is, history is a good reminder that technological change may bring benefit over the long run, but the benefits are unequal, and in the short-term adjustment costs can represent more than a lifetime for most workers. And there is a risk that this could happen with AI as well. So how do we avoid such a painful transition? How do we prepare ourselves and everybody for what is to come? And that's what I want to talk about, because it's all about skilling. So let me start by unpacking how AI is changing jobs and knowledge work. Specifically, I want to talk about 5 ways, which Secretary also alluded to, in which work is being redefined. The first is the era of stable jobs and stable careers is over. This is a 20th century artifact which will apply to fewer and fewer of us in this century. There will be fewer and fewer jobs, but the good news is there's going to be lots of opportunity. And I'm going to come back to how we convert that opportunity, but more and more of us are going to have to start thinking about self-employment, gig work, and entrepreneurship rather than jobs. Second, college degrees and pedigrees will matter less and less. Demonstrated capabilities, as Mr. Reddy mentioned, are going to matter more. Increasingly, you're seeing employers, whether it's Google or TCS, relying on testing more than degrees and resumes. The third point, finding a job out of college is going to become more difficult because, as I said, it's the entry-level jobs that are easiest to automate. We already have a crisis of unemployment amongst educated youth in India, in China, in Africa, in America, everywhere. and AI is likely to make this a bigger challenge. And of course, if you're a recent college graduate, you're wondering, how am I supposed to get started if there are no entry-level jobs? And for companies too, this is a crisis, because if you don't constantly take in new people, where are your middle managers going to come from? Where are your future leaders and experts going to come from? Point number 4 that is a big change is demographics. For 100 years, our grandparents, parents, and ourselves, we have lived a very neat, simple 3-stage life. It's 20 years of learning, followed by 40 years of earning, and then retirement, and it's done. Now, with all of us living longer, but many more changes along the way, we have to plan for what is called a multi-stage life, where learning is lifelong, and we have to integrate learning, earning, and enjoyment throughout our lives. Finally, taken together, these shifts mean that adaptability is the most important thing. Adaptability is the new employability. What I mean by that is, when I was growing up, employability was all about technical skills. So you studied to become an engineer or a software developer or a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant, because it is these technical skills that got you a job. Today, these technical skills are still important, but what matters more is the ability to adapt, to move to where new opportunities and jobs are, to deal with unfamiliar situations, and to cope with shocks. And so the question becomes, these are the big shifts, what are the mindset, what are the skills, and what safety nets do people need to adapt to this new reality? Now, you can see a picture out there. That's the title of my new book, which I've been working on for the last 2 years. What the heck do I do about AI? And I've been working on this with my colleague, Will Poole. And we've interviewed lots of people, and we've thought deeply about it. Our research has led me to believe that there are 3 bundles of skills that are absolutely critical if you're going to survive and flourish in this AI age. The first and obvious one is digital skills. We need every single person in Karnataka and every single person in India to have basic digital skills. Now, 20 years ago, when I was running Microsoft India, digital literacy, we paid a lot of attention to digital literacy, but it meant something very different. It was the ability to use a PC to access the internet and use Microsoft Office. Today, digital literacy means something very different. It's the ability to access information, to communicate, collaborate, transact on the net using a smartphone. But now what we need is to go beyond that. Everybody needs to be able to use basic AI tools. Everybody needs to be able to prompt effectively. Everybody needs to have the judgment and critical thinking to interpret the results, to filter out fake information and fraud. And we need to make this part of the required curriculum in all schools, all colleges, all ITIs. We need to particularly focus on digital skills for the most marginalized, who are farm laborers, gig workers, women in self-help groups, small women entrepreneurs, and so on. Because it turns out that they may be the biggest beneficiaries of AI. To do this, partnerships with private sector companies is critical because they have the incentive, they have the money, and they have the content, and they really need a lot of users. And so they're willing to train and certify people at scale. Again, when I was at Microsoft, we launched Project Shiksha as a digital literacy program in 2005. And over the next 10 years, we trained 800,000 teachers in government schools in 12 states who've trained 10 million children, again from government schools, in basic digital literacy. So today we need many more such scale partnerships with the likes of Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, Infosys, and so on. And the good news is they're also hungry. So digital skills is the first one. The second critical mindset and skill is entrepreneurship. To me, this might well be the super skill or the Brahmastra of this century. Entrepreneurship is important for 2 reasons. First, as I said, there will be fewer jobs. but there will be lots of opportunities. So if you have an entrepreneurial mindset, you can make a living. This is the crucial difference. So far, we have seen entrepreneurship as a career choice. Somebody goes looking for a job, somebody else decides to start a business. In the 21st century, entrepreneurship is not a career choice, but a basic life skill. Just like literacy and numeracy, every one of us will benefit from having an entrepreneurial mindset. The second reason why entrepreneurship is so critical is to create the jobs of the future. We need tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs who are imagining new possibilities with AI and starting the next generation of businesses and creating new jobs. This is how India will win with AI. I see a lot of excitement about building our own LLM, having our own chips, controlling our own tech stack. These things are important, but India will win only by using AI broadly in society to improve productivity and create new businesses. This is the only way I can think of to avoid a jobs apocalypse. Fortunately, we know entrepreneurship is something that can be learned. I run an organization called GAME, along with Madan Padaki and Mekin Maheshwari. Mekin, my co-founder, has been running the world's largest entrepreneurship curriculum in 10,000 government schools across 12 states through his own Udyam Learning Foundation. So this morning, as we are sitting here, 15 lakh students of standard 9 to 12 in the poorest of schools in these 12 states are learning entrepreneurship, and they're learning it experientially. Every one of them will be given the opportunity to get into teams and start and run a small business through the summer holidays. Over 10 years, the results are absolutely fantastic, and it should be our goal to ensure that every single young person in Karnataka is exposed to entrepreneurship by 2030. It is the single most effective and fun way to help people learn fundamental things like agency. Agency means what? The belief that I have the power to make some of my own decisions, like creativity and problem solving and storytelling and resourcefulness and resilience. These are the essential skills for success in the 21st century. So I've talked about digital skills being the first bundle, entrepreneurship being the second. The final third bundle of skills are specific human skills. See, the good news is, for all its power and despite the rate at which AI is improving, it'll continue to have limitations. And for a very, very long time, we will still need humans in the loop. Sometimes people ask me, hey, if we have ChatGPT and it's so good, why do I need a marketing department? Well, ChatGPT may be able to give you 10 ideas for your marketing campaign in 10 minutes, but you still need a human to decide which of these ideas is good and which of these are nonsense. You need context and you need that judgment. You still need somebody to work with the teams to implement the ideas and take ownership and accountability. And so you need all those skills. You need leadership, you need communication, you need working in teams, and so on. There is still no substitute for things like curiosity and leadership. And this is why I love the words of this Nobel Prize-winning physicist, Arno Penzias. He says, if you don't want to be replaced by a machine, well, stop acting like one. And unfortunately, our education system in India and every country is still preparing people to do the things that machines already do better, which is what? Find information, solve structured problems, and so on. So how do we help people learn to be more uniquely human? So already experts are saying, look, we made a mistake when we dumped humanities for science and engineering. We need to bring back humanities. People need to study literature. They need to study performing arts, learn performing arts, because this is important for the development of the human parts of our brain. I've already talked about how entrepreneurship teaches people how to do some of these things. But the single most effective way, I think, is either what we call change making or volunteering, getting people to volunteer with civil society organizations to solve civic problems around them. Let me give you an example. I was with UNICEF for 5 years, and I helped put together a program called Generation Unlimited. And in Generation Unlimited, one of the things we try to do is take young people from the poorest communities and schools in South Asia, Africa, and see if we could get them to be like leaders. The approach we took was very practical. We approached children, young people in schools and their communities through youth organizations and volunteers. So somebody would approach a young person and say, look, we don't talk about leadership. You approach this person and say, what's the biggest problem you have? And they may slowly open up and say, you know, the biggest problem I have is the school toilet has been broken for 1 year. And you say, what did you do about it? Well, I spoke to the teacher. She did nothing. So I spoke to the principal, no interest. So now we've given up and we just use the field. Then the youth volunteer will ask, why didn't you fix it? Have you tried? And mostly you'll get a look of incomprehension. How am I supposed to fix it? Then you say, look, come back next week with 3 or 4 friends. And they come back, and then you help them fix the toilet. And this is when the mind changes. Suddenly you realize, hey, I don't have to be a victim waiting to be rescued. Maybe I can begin to solve some of my own problems. And oh, by the way, when I take some steps towards solving it, other people are willing to join me. This is leadership. And then you help them solve bigger and bigger problems. So over these 7 years, UNICEF and Generation Unlimited have worked to convert hundreds of thousands of young people into leaders. And so this, for me, is the finest way of getting people to learn the most essential skills of the 21st century, which is self-confidence, empathy, communication, teamwork, learning to lead by influence. So the question is, how do we get millions of young people in Karnataka to learn these skills? So right here in Bangalore, I have a young friend, a mentee called Kuldeep Dantewada. Some of you may know him. He's started an organization called Reap Benefit. And Reap Benefit hosts a digital platform that enables young people, they call them Solve Ninjas, to develop solutions to civic and climate problems. Over 10 years, more than 150,000 young people in 14 states have implemented 100,000 improvements and developed 500 solutions. So in Karnataka, I would say we could take some of these platforms and teach every young person, give every young person the opportunity to lead. You know, as I was reflecting on this speech, 40 years ago, I was a student at IIT Bombay. In those days, every one of us had to opt for either NCC or NSS. It was compulsory to join the National Cadet Corps or else volunteer in National Social Service. Not being the physical kind, I went into NSS. And it was a great experience. So if I had any power today, I would bring back these programs as compulsory programs for all young people to build citizenship, to build cohesion, but for most of all, for building these practical 21st century leadership skills. So these are the 3 foundational skills that I think we need to work on to build in our population for the age of AI. I want to briefly talk about the second critical policy issue, which is helping workers through difficult transitions through their lifetime. AI is fundamentally an adaptive challenge, and we need to help people through the many shocks that AI will create. Today, companies unload employees at will with just an announcement and take zero responsibility for them. It is like carelessly throwing away a toothpaste tube. And it is not morally right to expect people to fend for themselves because they cannot. As the scale of job losses mount, this is going to become a societal catastrophe unless we do something about it. So I think businesses have both a moral responsibility to society as well as a practical responsibility to sit together with government and with education and civil society organizations to brainstorm What are the safety nets that we need to create? And what lifelines do we need to create to help workers through their transitions? What are some of these ideas? First of all, as I've said, we need to skill all our employees, all workers, in these 3 foundational skills. If entry-level jobs are going to be fewer, then we need to mandate high-quality apprenticeships and internships so that people get the first experience of good work. You need to have effective programs for reskilling workers as their jobs get automated. And if the role gets ultimately eliminated, the severance terms must be humane, allowing people to adapt, including reskilling and placement services. Another really important idea is micro-credentials. Again, at UNICEF, we worked with Microsoft in the last 5 years to create something called Passport to Earning. P2E enables people to continuously learn practical skills, including digital literacy, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, or employability skills, and get credentialed or little certificates for that. And the content is completely aligned with NEP. So I just checked, but there are already 1 million people who are using this platform, and more companies and employers are joining. Beyond Microsoft includes Capgemini, Accenture, SAP, Unilever, and so on and so on. My point is, the ideas and solutions already exist. They just need to be taken to scale through formal policies and programs. And the partnership with private sector companies and associations like NASSCOM and CII is critical. In some cases, the government may need to offer incentives and tax breaks, but in some cases, we may simply need to mandate things like the CSR policy. For instance, I think it's a very good idea to say companies must invest 2% of revenues on skilling their workforce. So let me wrap up by reminding us that, look, AI is not something that we need to be fearful of. It is like any powerful technology or tool. It can be used for good or bad. It depends on us and how we act as leaders. I see AI and the 4th industrial revolution being the greatest opportunity for the advancement of India. And as a leading IT state, Karnataka must show the way for the rest of the country. We have to become India's AI skilling lighthouse. And for this, we should probably think seriously about an AI skilling mission that brings together Samaj, Bazaar, and Sarkar. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. Thank you once again. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, please do put your hands together and welcome the speakers taking over the stage. Ms. Marisa Talamonti, Global Head of Human Resources. Please do put your hands together and welcome the lady joining us on stage from Soft Group. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Badran, Head of Indo-German Green Skills Program, GIZ, India. I would like to invite Mr. Murli Arakara, Chief Technology Officer, Rakna Energy, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome the people. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Aether Energy. Thank you so much to all the wonderful speakers for joining us. I would like to welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Nav Kishlai. founder and Chief Executive Officer from Purnakala, the Art Village, to kindly join us on stage. They will be covering the topic on Catalyst of Change, Green Skills for a Sustainable Future. Over to our moderator.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Ravi, for a wonderful keynote that you made. It's very insightful and very inspiring for all of us. Now, just to start with our panel discussion, we have wonderful, eminent speakers along with us, and I would like to introduce them. So we have Marisa Talamonte. So let's welcome Marisa, Global Head of Human Resource at Easier Soft Group. She brings deep international experience in people development and leads the way in building the future-ready, sustainability-focused teams across the globe. Easier Soft Group is a technology leader in smart grid solutions and providing integrating engineering, IT, analytics, and products to enable reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy through smart meters, EV charging infrastructure, and advanced software analytics. It drives modernization of power, water, and gas distribution networks globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Marisa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Joining us is Mohammed Bazren, Head of the Indo-German Green Skills Program at GIZ India. Mohammed is at the forefront of integrating green skills into vocational training, helping create a workforce ready for India's sustainable future. Indo-German Green Skills Initiative, the program under GIZ supports vocational education and training in green job across India with a focus on gender equality and sustainable, inclusive economic growth, especially in sectors like electric vehicles and solar energy, in partnership with Indian government agencies and industry. And international mobility and migration of skilled workforce is a new and main area of collaboration for them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mohammed. Next, we have Mr. Murli Adikara, Chief Technical Officer at Rakana Energy. Murli drives innovation in clean energy and digital solutions, playing a key role in advancing smarter, greener energy systems in India. Rakana Energy is focused on providing energy management solutions for commercial establishments to optimize energy consumption and achieve sustainability goals. And they offer real-time energy intelligence automation and digital transformation services headquartered in Bangalore and London. We have Murli. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also joined by Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Ather Energy. Sanjeev is a leading force in India's electric mobility revolution with a hands-on expertise in scaling up sustainability, manufacturing, and clean transport solution. Ather Energy is leading Indian electric two-wheeler manufacturer known for its high-performance smart scooters and electric vehicle ecosystem. Founded by IIT Madras alumni, it offers innovative products like the Ather 450 series and support urban mobility with fast charging infrastructure and intelligent software features headquartered in Bangalore. So that's our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanjeev. Coming to the topic, so catalyst of change, green skills for sustainable future, that is our topic for today. I would like to start with our panelists, and I'll start with Marisa. Can we have a brief introduction of your organization, your work, and we'll go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nev. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It's my honor and privilege to be here today. Thank you so much. And thank you to my esteemed colleagues on the panel. My privilege. So my name is Marisa Talamonte. I'm the Global Group HR Head for SESoft Holding International. It's actually a company that was started 10 years ago in Bangalore by our group CEO and founder, Dr. Bipin Chandra. He then went over to the UAE in around 2019 and expanded globally. So we're actually moving towards being a leader in the energy transition field. We are across 7 or more countries in 20 different operating companies, and we have 52 plus nationalities and staff of more than 2,000 spread globally. I personally have been in HR for 22 years, mostly in the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. I've worked in Emirates, Virgin, Xerox, Johnson Controls. I've also worked for the Central Bank of the UAE, and thankfully now in SES Soft for the past 2 years. We are currently expanding globally, but what we've done more recently, which I think is quite important, is we launched a Global Capability Center in Mangalore. We launched our graduate trainee engineering program last year, and we currently have 200 graduate trainees from the NITs and the IITs and the Tier 2 schools in India across our organization globally. It was very important for us to put our center in a Tier 2 city and attract talent back to Tier 2 cities and stop the brain drain to the Tier 1 cities. So that's a very important thing for us, especially since we've only launched it 2 years ago. We also have acquired this year in the UK in April a company called Good Energy. It is an electricity provider, but it is the UK's only green energy electricity provider. And the unique point about this company is that you as a consumer can do your part towards sustainability and environmental protection by selecting what option of electricity you want to use. So you have renewable sources, you have solar options at your disposal if you get your energy provided by Good Energy. So that's us in a nutshell. We're also into renewables, we're also into circular economy, hydrogen energy, and now we've actually expanding into the battery storage space as well. So in terms of green skills, what I would say for my industry in particular, which is the energy industry, is something that we're already doing. So our objective is to touch 1 billion lives and reduce carbon emission by 10 billion tons. We started doing that through smart grid optimization, so using software, data, analytics, and AI to make sure that we're using energy efficiently, there's no wastage of energy, and energy use is optimized. We're also obviously looking at renewable energy, solar energy, so that we're not damaging the ecological landscape of the world. But the third point, which I actually believe relates to the previous esteemed speaker's point, is with the advent of AI, we now have another green skill, which is called green IT. And basically what this is about is that with AI, we know that there is a huge drain on energy being used through data centers because of the usage of AI. So I believe the next frontier of energy is going to look at how we can use energy sustainably to drive AI into the future. And I don't think it's something that we've really looked into because obviously the advent of AI is quite recent. So I think this is going to change the green skills landscape quite tremendously. Thank you now.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Mohammed. I would like to know from you what is the initiative under GIZ and what is your point of view on defining green skills?
Thank you, first of all, for this great organization, and it's an honor really to be here in this event, seeing so many young people outside interested in skilling, but also so many interested stakeholders into that topic, so it's really a great honor to be here, and for the great organization also. GIZ is, let's say, in a nutshell, it's the implementing arm of the German government when it comes to development cooperation or international cooperation. It's one of the major arms or implementing arms of the German government. We are operating in around 100 countries all over the world. And you can imagine the topics of the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. Alongside these 17 SDGs, we are implementing projects according to priorities in different countries. You could imagine that, as was mentioned also in the morning, Germany as let's say, as a very passionate country in terms of when it comes to vocational education, out of experience. Also the topic of vocational education, employment, youth employment is very important also for GIZ, and we are working in most of our countries also in promoting cooperative vocational education. So which means that how to establish a healthy, or let's say how to establish a good relationship between the private sector, or let's say employers, and vocational training institutions. This is something what we are working across the world, and this is something what we learned from our home country, and we are trying to promote also across the world: dual system, cooperative vocational education. At the same time, we are also very much looking into inclusivity. So how to make sure that what we are doing is inclusive in terms of marginalized groups, in terms of women, of course, especially when we are looking here currently in India. We are having the Indo-German Green Skills Program, but we have also many other projects developed or implemented together with the private sector, like Siemens, Schneider Electric, etc. All of these projects have the focus on how to promote or how to support women to get more into these jobs, because we believe that this evolution, or let's say this economical evolution which is happening, should be open to all. And we are opening, and we are working very much with ITIs in Karnataka. We are working with industries in Karnataka, but also across India, in order to make the workplace inclusive, to make vocational education attractive for everyone. And at the same stage, let's say 1 year ago, we were also here in Karnataka. We worked together with KSDA and KSDC in developing the skills policy of Karnataka. So we had the honor to work together on that topic, and also to work on how to include, let's say, how to have this gender perspective. Maybe 2 more points. Green skills. We are working on different, so working very much in the field of solar energy, working very much in the field of electromobility. We are working on how to green industries in general, how to make industries more green and more CO2, to reduce the CO2 emission. Another topic, what you mentioned before, is it's coming again out of the labor market, or the labor market need in Germany. We are very much looking into international mobility, how we can win talented, skilled workforce for the German, or let's say international labor market. This is something what is very much keeping us busy in the last months and years. How to align qualifications, how to make sure that pre-integration is happening, how to make sure that the integration of skilled workforce in foreign labor markets are happening.
Right.
These are the major points, and maybe we can talk later.
Thank you. Moving on to Murli. Murli, I would like to know about your organization and what is your point of view with respect to green skills in context of India and globally, how we are seeing it.
Sure. So first, thank you for having me here and giving me an opportunity to present my perspective. Very quickly about Rakana Energy, we are an energy intelligence and energy management organization, and our belief is we need to do what we call intrusive energy monitoring. And when we say intrusive energy monitoring, it means deep, granular, and ensuring the accuracy of the data, through which we actually are able to give significant operational intelligence to anyone. So when people talk about energy, most often everyone talks about energy saving. That's usually a result of what happens. But to get there, we need to monitor, we need to understand what is happening. So that's what Rakana does. It provides that level of intelligence to people. We are today in India, but also now expanding significantly in the Middle East, between Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. So what we found is increasingly organizations understand what we are able to provide to them, and through that, they're able to look at what's happening in their facilities and make decisions. So what used to happen, and this is exactly a quote from one of our customers, is till now we were making decisions on assumptions. Finally, we have a tool that allows us to look at data and make decisions. So that's what Rakana does. When you come to the subject of green skills, my belief is there are two aspects in anything. And when I'm talking about it from an individual's perspective, so I'll start with that. From an individual's perspective, if they want to acquire these green skills, there are two things. One is what I call the mindset. Mindset comes down to, are you driven, are you passionate, what do you understand about it, and how do you want to go about it, right? That's one part. And the second is the process. When I say process, that's where you can have the ecosystem around you, create what I call standardization to help them figure out these are the steps, these are the courses, or these are the elements that you need to go through to acquire those skills. But the basic skills are the same, whether it is engineering from a technical standpoint, whether it is accounting, whether it is management, those skills are the same. It's just those processes where you're actually standardizing a few set of things that are very relevant to these particular areas, whether it be what we are doing, whether it's around deployment of solar or renewable energy, whether it's looking at energy storage, or any other aspect where we talk about smart grids, mini grids, so on and so forth. All these things come into play. Our belief is that in the next few years, the energy space, I know AI is something people talk a lot about, but personally I feel the energy space is going to see a significant disruption because there are significant pressures that are coming on where people are made commitments to get to net zero. Whether, in case of India, it's 2070, but most countries have talked about 2050. And that means a lot of things are going to change. First step is we are going to go to more renewables, or 85 to 90% of our energy is going to come from renewables. When you look at that, and you look at a situation where you have a non-dispatchable source, which is where your supply is also varying along with your demand, something needs to change. And that's something is what we are going to be looking at as a disruption coming forward. And so we need to be ready for that too.
Thank you so much, Murli. Moving on to Sanjeev, a quick introduction of your organization and your thought on green skills.
So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. Wonderful crowd, happy to present the perspective. I think it's not very complex what we do. We make electric scooters and the ecosystem around it. I'll tell you a little more about what do we think and how did the company start a little bit, right? So it's, if you notice the name, it's not Aether Motors Limited, it's Aether Energy. There is a reason when the founders started the company and what problem did they want to solve for, right? I mean, all of us who have studied physics, we know energy is endless. It can neither be created nor destroyed, right? So there is no dearth of energy. There is abundant energy in this universe. Now the problems that we face and we talk about why do we have a problem with energy, it's either to do with are we able to harness what is available, are we able to transmit, and are we able to consume efficiently. I mean, if you look at a country like India, where the per capita income is still increasing and has a long way to go before we forget becoming wealthy, we become, let's say, middle income country, the per capita in consumption of energy will only increase. Now, when the consumption of energy increases, the job that we have as an industry, government, people is how do I make the harnessing of energy cheaper, faster, better, efficient, and how do I make transmission of energy faster, cheaper, and efficient. Now, if you look at the problem that electric solves, or the problem that, let's say, an Aether Energy solves, if you take any two-wheeler ICE, for example, the amount of energy probably is the same that you are using to ride the vehicle. Is the same. If you're using the same torque, if you're using the same speed, the amount of energy that you consume is the same. But the amount of input energy, whether it goes in form of petrol or in terms of energy, in terms of electrical energy is very different. If you're operating with 85% efficiency, that's the efficiency of the least efficient electric motor that you put in an electric vehicle, versus a 15 to 20% efficiency of the most efficient ICE engine, The gap in terms of what you have available and what you're using is more than 60%. Now, the same energy, if I'm able to use in a much, I think that's the fundamental principle that Aether works with, on how do we ensure that we keep solving the problem in a way that for the same outcome, you use as less as possible resources that are available. And I think that is what also fuels what we believe is green skills. It's not only about saying, hey, are we doing, our vehicle is sustainable, our vehicle is, let's say, green, but are we doing enough also in our entire operations and the ecosystem to ensure that we are driving green? It's not only the know-how. So we know solar is green, we know wind is green, but are we driving the mindset to say, hey, how do we make it also economical? And that today options are available which is economical, and not simply get distracted by when someone says green, oh yeah, it's green, it'll be expensive. No, it can be green and not expensive, and that's what the whole electric two-wheeler industry or the whole electric scooter industry is proving, that you can get a very good performing scooter, you can still get it at a similar price, and you can still get a much better energy efficiency coming out of it. So that's the space we are in, that's the problem they're trying to solve. And what we realized over a period of time, one of the fundamental values that we carry is think from first principles, right? You do it from first. So again, if you say, does the problem exist? Has someone solved it? And if you only ask the question, if someone has solved it, why should I solve it again? You will again be only as much efficient as someone else has been. So if there is a problem, of sustainability, if there is a problem that the consumer has, which you want to solve for it, don't simply look at the playbook that people has used to solve it. Can you think from first principle? And I just relate to what the previous speaker spoke about. How do we need to develop certain skills which are humanity? Now again, thinking from first principles is something which as a skill, if you look at, I won't say it's a green skill, but this is a skill which can be used whether in terms of you want to make something sustainable, whether you want to move towards making something green. If we start to build the competence in people to start thinking from fundamentals, basic physics, basic engineering, if you want to solve a problem. So how do we also inculcate, and that's a very strong org philosophy that we have, that if there is a problem, we try to solve it from first principle. And that is what fuels our innovation engine, is what I would say.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. So, now, moving ahead, I would just like to give a heads up to the audience, given the paucity of the time that we have. I'll have one more round of targeted questions to all the panelists, and after that, I'll open the floor for maximum 3 questions from the audience for our panelists. So, I'll just come to you, Marisa, and as a global HR, I would like to know from you that what are the specific set of competencies I must have as an new, fresh joinee in the organization. Also, if I'm already in the industry, how do I upgrade myself to own the green skills within me to contribute to the organization where I'm working and to the society where I'm operating in, right? What specific 3 skills or competencies that I must have?
Thanks, Nev. So we always look at competencies, technical and then the non-technical competencies. We basically mostly hire engineers, and they have core technical competencies, maths, physics, these kinds of, studies that are in the tertiary educational institutions. But I think particularly for our organization, what we're looking actually for is entrepreneurial skills. So you might not be an entrepreneur, you might not be able to get millions in funding and launch your own Amazon, but maybe you want to be an entrepreneur in an organization, and you want to adapt to this organization as if it's your own company. And what would you do if it was your own company? How would you manage it? What would be your strategy, etc.? This is actually something that I also used to, we had in Virgin because of Richard Branson. He's very entrepreneurial, and he likes to hire entrepreneurs. And, our group CEO and founder, he founded the company 10 years ago, and that's a skill that he looks for amongst new recruits. I think also to be curious is something that we find very important. Always be curious about everything. It's not just about what you studied and what you learned, but have the mindset to always want to learn and grow and know more. I think, it doesn't matter what job you're in, if you're someone with that kind of mindset, every day will be a new day. There will always be something to look forward to. So be curious about everything and keep learning, because that'll actually keep you growing and keep your career trajectory on the up and up.
Thank you so much. In fact, in our society also, we have something in Sanskrit which is called neti neti, neither this nor that. It is this space where we have to inquire, keep asking questions till we find the understanding within ourselves. That is the most important thing. And if we start learning through that, we'll be able to create something new. Now coming to you, Mohammed, I have the question which is in relation to policy making and public-private partnership, because you're already into that and you have already worked with Government of Karnataka on that. So I would like to know that what are the set of policies which will help any state, any organization, any country to promote green skills and to encourage the existing workforce to upgrade themselves towards green skills and changing the mindset.
So when you're talking about public-private partnership or the role, let's say, of the private sector and how the collaboration can look like, etc. Yes, exactly. I think that's the core of skilling, or how to make skilling, let's say, sustainable. I believe that, or we believe that it is not only starting with we get, for example, the needs of the labor market, we translate it into a program, and then we bring these people into jobs. I think there must be a mechanism where we are in a continuous cooperation between the providers of vocational education, providers of skilling, and the private sector. So, and it must not. The most important thing it shouldn't be, let's say, a supply orientation. So we are providing, let's say, the government is providing, let's say, the different ITIs and all of that, and then trying to bring in the companies, etc. No, I think the demand has to evolve from the companies. The companies have to make a major, let's say, the industry has to take a major leadership and ownership in the whole setup, and to organize themselves through, for example, chambers, etc., and to take a real part in vocational education. This is happening already. This is nothing what is completely has to start in the future, but we believe it has to start more, or let's say the ownership of the private sector should be much more to come in to say, we are the ultimate owners of this whole thing. And the government at the end of the day should make sure that the quality is assured, that no one is left behind, that education is according to specific standards. Because it is also not fair for young people, for example, to take a vocational training only for 1 month because enterprises need only, let's say, a specific skill. No, we have to make sure lifelong learning is ensured, that people are equipped with the right skills in order to further train themselves or find new opportunities to further educate themselves. So the roles and the different responsibilities should shift. I believe they should shift a little bit more to the private sector, and to organize themselves in terms of how to take a stronger ownership in vocational education, but also looking now, for example, into green skills, and looking, as we are working also in Karnataka. So what we are observing that we have, just 2 weeks ago, we had a roundtable of industries, and we were sitting together with industries from the solar sector and discussing what can be done, etc. And what we are often facing is there is not enough solar courses provided in Karnataka currently, and there is a huge need at the same time. The labor market need is huge. So
right.
we see one graduate gets directly 5 or 6 different jobs. So we need to increase the offer, I could imagine also.
Right. Thank you. So in fact, I mean, well, role of the corporate as well as the associations. I see one of the co-chairs of SHM sitting over here, Mr. Animesh. I think we would like to have people from SHM, CI, and FICCI, and Bangalore Chamber of Commerce taking up this to facilitate this collaboration, public-private partnership, where the role of the private industry should be more in terms of creating training and skilling program for the upcoming generation. Moving on, Murli, I'm coming to you. And this actually takes me to this aspect to understand from you that how could you facilitate the industry-academia partnership, and what do you see that a private organization how can they actually collaborate with academics to facilitate this skilling and training program under this?
So I look at it as two different aspects. So I say it's going from 0 to 1 and then going from 1 to many.
Right.
So 0 to 1 is more on the creating something new, developing based on challenges. So I'll set that aside for a minute, address the second one, and then come back to that. So going from 1 to many is a question of having the ecosystem that allows you to expand.
Yeah.
Now, some aspects companies can do. There are challenges, though, when it comes to new technology where there's something called the chicken and egg problem. So I'll give you an example. I worked with hydrogen fuel cells, and in my earlier life, one of the things we were looking at was deploying hydrogen fuel cells to replace diesel generators in India.
Yeah.
Now the question was, to deploy that, I need a hydrogen infrastructure.
Right. Right.
Right? So what comes first?
Yeah.
And I can't get one before the other. So there are issues and challenges that come. Similar situations exist when it comes to skills and training. When you are looking for deploying on a large scale, you need a large number of people or a large team to go out deploy at the scale that you're looking at right now, especially if you look at this, the aim or the objective that the government has put in. So if I were to break it down here, the government does the job of creating that marketplace, whether it's through funding, through incentives, or setting some key goals, like saying, okay, 100 gigawatts of solar by a certain time, or getting to net zero by 2070. That creates the goal, and that creates a need in the market to say, hey, someone is behind and someone's pushing for it, which instigates a lot of the private players to say, look, this is something we want to participate in.
Yeah.
There is a way for us to participate. Let's figure out that way. Yeah. And finally, what we should not forget is the role of the academia, which then helps kind of figure out what the gaps are through research, through training, through other curriculum development, helps create that circle together. In this, one of the key aspects, I think you referred to it just before you asked me the question, is the industry organizations, because each company will have something unique of itself, but trying to actually standardize it so that rather than trying to say, okay, I'm going to learn this skill which is applicable to company A different skill for company B, but standardizing it. Now, standardizing is not just in terms of the skills or the courses, but standardizing also in terms of some of the interfaces, some of the protocols that you use, so that that skill can be translated across the entire industry and organization. So this partnership is very, very critical. Right. So that's when you talk about the 1 to many. But the 0 to 1 is probably a very interesting and important skill that I believe a country like India should develop. That 0 to 1 is questioning, thinking. I think we ask that thing is, why are we doing this? Is there a better way to do it? I think those are questions, and how do you go through that process? And that's where I believe the industry-academia partnership needs to be strengthened. Aether is a great example of coming out of IIT Chennai and the IIT Chennai Tech Park. It's a wonderful example, but we need more such examples. And that's something that is an area that I believe needs a lot more effort. And that's where, if you looked at, especially in the US, DARPA was a very interesting organization that challenged people. So if you look at what's happening today with unmanned vehicles and driverless vehicles, that's actually a program that was funded by DARPA, which looked at universities and colleges to come up, and they actually had a contest that ran for several years, caused people to think, figure it out from the academia. And once that got to a certain point and they had the first car complete the entire course, that was out of, I believe, Stanford, it caused a lot more people, a lot more industries to take notice of it and start thinking about applications in different areas.
Amazing. So which means you're saying that research plays an important role, and if it is supported through institutions and through academia, it will encourage the private organizations to take it up as, the POC is created, then they can scale it up from there,
Most definitely. I think as you start creating opportunities for people to think and create some new solutions, till there is a problem, people don't tend to think. Now the question is, how do you make sure that you're thinking problems and solving them on a continuous basis and not get relaxed about saying, okay, I've got here and everything is fine, nothing's going to happen. And there are several examples of companies that have gone under who never thought that they would be challenged, whether it's Polaroid or others saying that there's no way digital photography would come and take me over, and before they realize it, they've been taken over. So that's something that for us, when I look at my team, my question to them always is, are you thinking? That is perhaps the most important skill I look for in my team members. Are you thinking?
Amazing. So, Sanjeev, my question is that since Murli already mentioned that Aether has emerged from IIT, so I would like to know from you that what are the key aspects of measuring, the owning of the skills, and how do we also think of, do you think that some CSR initiatives would actually help in creating these researches and creating this industry academia partnership? And what will be the role of organizations like Aether to facilitate this kind of change and skilling programs?
Sure. So I think first thing first, if you look at, and sometimes let's say I wonder, and we should wonder, why every big tech, let's say, initiative starts from a certain country and not our country. Why does electric four-wheeler story start in US? Why does internet start in US? Why does, let's say, AI in such big scale starts from there? Why not from here? The difference that we have made is at least electric two-wheeler story has started from India with the quality, with the premium product that we have been able to make. A very strong foundation is R&D, but upfront investment in R&D. And I think the differentiator is, again, I think he mentioned about chicken and egg story. I think there is no chicken and egg story there unless you invest in what you see as future. You will never reach there. You can keep on procrastinating, you can keep on waiting to say, hey, let the market come up to that level and then say invest. You will lose the bus because someone else would have already made that step, taken that step, and created the market and acquired the market. And that's what we see happening one after the other. In light of that, what I would say is CSR cannot drive R&D. It's not Aether view, I would say it's my personal view. What will drive R&D or what will drive innovation is a very strong conviction that the idea that I have, there is a market for that. Because, let's say you talk about electric scooter itself. Do people buy today because they are environmental conscious? There might be a certain set of people or the early adopters who would have done for that because it's tech savvy, it's green, but the larger population today, roughly 110,000, 120,000 scooters per month, electric scooters are sold. Majority of them buy because it makes economical sense. So how do you look at where the market is going? How do you look at what product will make sense? And hence, how do you invest in that without being carried away that? And I'll tell you one more thing, probably as a country, we have started to focus more, but we should focus even more on. Aether, I think 7-8 years back, ran a campaign, hiring campaign, and the name of the campaign was Save an Engineer. And why it started to say, hey, we produce so many engineers, and you look at how many engineers actually do engineering work, and when they say engineering, it's about core engineering. How many of us go, and I can take my own example, right? Passed out from IIT Kharagpur, first job, I won't name the company, I had very good experience. Probably that also shaped how I developed and how I, reached where I reached. But did I do any of engineering? The answer is no. I didn't do any engineering. And after 5 years, I even forgot I'm an engineer. A lot of engineers in India, even when they go and do engineering work, it's application engineering, which is the first layer of engineering. how much do we do which goes deep down, where you start questioning from first principle what makes sense, what is and I'll again go back to what should we do? And I think the moment we start answering those questions, but that cannot be funded through CSR. That is something which has to be driven, and I think that's where both industry, government, associations, educational institutes. I'll give one more example, right? I mean, we now have a collaboration with Tata Institute of Skill in Mumbai, and we have designed, let's say, course on how do you assemble battery packs, how do you repair battery packs, for example, and that is the curriculum that's running for their ITS and diploma, and we also hire from there. Many other companies hire from there. Now, that is something that we came, because as a startup, you have very less resources, right? We were in a position to spend some effort in doing that 2 years back with them. Now, we are already late because the world has already moved a great level, and now we're trying to fill the gap. Could we think of, if I'm talking about energy transition, and if electric is going to play a very important role in that transition, can I think in advance and create some of those which will help nascent industry who want to come and do something, plug the gap much faster? And that's the role that industry, government, associations and academia can play together. It's moving, but my point is, can we think a little bit in advance? Can we think a little bit deeper and do it? There are a lot of initiatives. If you look at policies, there are enough policies on to promote R&D. I mean, recent announcement also that came in terms of a huge fund at low cost to promote R&D. There are enough policy support in terms of the whole apprenticeship scheme, which says you take people work with you, skill them, make them skilled, they become eligible for jobs. Can we go a little more deeper and look at core engineering as well to say this is something we have to fund in advance, this is something where we have to invest in advance and create that ecosystem which enables industries to make faster progress in terms of what they can innovate in. And that's the view that I have.
Thank you. Which means probably if we think from the perspective of the policy, and I would just leave this thought in the minds of all the panelists and the audience also, that would it be very fruitful if we think of a policy which allows us to put certain portion of our resources or our turnover or maybe our profit the way it is in CSR, not a huge amount, probably 2%, 3%, towards research and development from the corporate? Will that work on certain aspects? And the second thing is that, as Ravi also mentioned, that we need to have entrepreneurial mindset, and all of you agree to that, at the very early onset of the education level across the globe, and specifically in India, where we start questioning and understanding, going deeper into the understanding of the concepts and making it more practical and applicable and scalable and sustainable over a period of time to solve the challenges at the grassroots level or in the society through enterprise, through social enterprise, and through multiple set of things. So I've just been informed that we have to wrap up now, and I'm sorry that I might not be able to extend the mic to the audience to ask questions, but I hope we were able to add value and put some insight in terms of the topic that we have today. So catalyst and sustainable development in green skills, through green skills and future. That is what was our topic. You want? Yeah, quickly if you can just have.
This is specific to you. Thanks for the mic. You spoke about why innovation happens outside India, why not in India, whether it's AI, internet, or electric vehicles. That's maybe because I have a different perspective. Maybe it's because we sent out those brightest minds outside. That could be the reason.
I'm happy I stayed.
Thank you so much. The question is, when we speak about electric vehicles, and despite the road tax not being there, why is the price point of electric vehicles are much higher compared to a fossil fuel run vehicles?
I think very difficult question to answer in such open forum. But I'll tell you, I mean, if you look at today, there are two things we should look at. What is the problem is solving? So if you're looking today, and if you look at an Ather vehicle, is it made only to commute from point A to point B? That's what an e-scooter does today. The only value is it will take you to from point A to point B. If you look at the additional value, that an electric scooter, an eighth scooter brings is not only taking you to from point A to point B, is the comfort, convenience, safety, and there's a whole host of features that you get, right, which makes your commute, I'll tell you, so we recently launched a very famous, infamous feature which is called pothole alert, right? Now, can ICE do that? Never, not possible, right? We launched, for example, very quickly, and that too through OTA, we launched a feature called auto hold, right? And why auto hold, not hill hold? Because it can do hill ascent, hill descent, everything in one go. Now, in traffic, you remove your pedal, you remove your hand, and you can stand even if on an 8-degree incline for 30 minutes. Can an ICE do? So I think when we look at price point, we should also look at, is there additional value? All of that costs money, it doesn't come for free. I think if we would try to compete that let me make something which costs as much, and in the process only deliver as much value, there is no motivation for a customer to shift. And we're talking about today's customers are upgrading. They want better of everything. When they want better, you will have to make better, and that better might cost something extra. And if you look at the delta again, was much higher, let's say, and to give an example, 2 years back, government used to incentivize roughly 55,000 per vehicle. Today the incentive is 5,000. The prices have not gone up. Which means the industry, not only Ather, the entire industry has worked to reduce the cost structure in a way that we're able to absorb that 50,000 delta that came from incentives. And very soon, and today also you have models which compete fiercely. And I think when customers' demand is there, so if you look at one of the variants that we launched was, let's say S variant is what we call, where you don't get all the high-tech features, and that is what reduces the cost. And some of those variants, with the delta value they bring, they're very close to the good ICE scooters. So I think that delta is reducing. I think the delta will also keep on reducing as we do more and more localization in supply chain, which is already happening, and we have a great level of localization already in the supply chain, which was not existing earlier, again in comparison to, let's say, an ICE versus an EV. The last point that I'll make is, if you look at the amount of innovation that happens, the amount of spending that companies do on ICE versus the amount of R&D spending you do on electric, because it's something new. Nowhere in the world it has happened. That is something which also will put some cost pressure on that. The fundamental point is the consumer getting extra value for that or no? And the consumer is definitely getting extra value, and that is why they're increasingly buying more and more of those vehicles.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. So we are at the end of this panel discussion, and I would like to close it from the point that we have multiple stakeholders: government, corporate, civil society, science and media, and all of us have to play a role to bring these green skills into the practice, and I will leave it over here. Thank you, everyone. So
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for the interruptions. Apologies as we are running late. I would request all of you to kindly stay back on stage. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak to kindly join us on stage to hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome her on stage. And let's give a huge round of applause for all our speakers and the moderator for a wonderful, amazing session. That was very insightful. Please do put your hands together, everyone. Again, it was a wonderful, insightful session. And yes, there were a lot of questions from the audience. We would request all of you to kindly take it offline. We would have the speakers and the moderator available for the next few hours. So please utilize it and make use of it. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome my wonderful co-host, a very well-known MC and voiceover artist. Please do put your hands together and welcome Mr. Shankar Prakash, or I should call him as MC Shankar Prakash, on stage to hand over the next session, please.
Eldrigu Namaskara. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, Lakshmi. Well, let's give a round of applause for all the esteemed panelists. And as MC Lakshmi said, you can ask your questions offline. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸೆಷನ್ನಿನ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. Thank you, madam. Well, as we are all aware, in the interest of time, we are straight away heading towards the next session. We are all aware the next session is about from trends to transformation, building tomorrow's skills today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this session will explore how disruptive skill trends can be translated into transformative state-level action, highlighting the impact of generative AI on the future of work, strategies to turn emerging technologies into skilling opportunities, and so on. We have esteemed speakers and the moderator ready for this session. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's welcome our speaker, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, the former Secretary to Government of India, Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the University of Visvesvaraya College of Engineering, one of the most reputed colleges of the country. Our other speaker is Mr. Jitendra Chadha, Managing Director and Country Head, Global Foundries India, and the moderator, Disha Singhal, Regional Head and Principal Consultant of Ripples Learning. Well, some of you who forgot to clap earlier can do that now, and welcome the panelists. I would now straight away hand over the session to Madam Disha Singhal to take us through. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. So, I can still say good morning. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this fireside chat from trends to transformation, building tomorrow's skill. I'm joined by two stalwarts in their own rights. Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, former Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Mr. Jitendra Chadha. We call him fondly JC. So, and I will be referring to you as JC from time to time, head of the country head for Global Foundries. Our focus in the next 30 minutes is actually very, very simple. How do we turn disruptive trends into transformation? One that leads to stronger capabilities, better employability, faster execution. We're not looking at ideas, but we're looking at tangible takeaways, clear pathways that we as a state, we as a nation can use. And as we go along, I will ask you for personal insights, maybe ideas that you've implemented, advice to our generation on what they should be doing better so that we are able to bridge this gap between what is trending, but actually would trends lead to real transformation on the ground. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll move through various pillars and dimensions of this topic. And I'll try and see how much we can extract, how much of your experience and insights we can extract so that, you know, we go back with inputs that we can work on. So without further delay, let's begin with what we are all feeling, which is the shift in the way, you know, the world is moving. AI, disruptive technology. We look at semiconductors. We're looking at robotics. So my first question is to you, Mr. Tiwari. What are some of those policy measures or system designs that Karnataka as a state and India as a nation should absolutely, absolutely move ahead with in order to make this transition? Yes.
Ellarigu namaskara. There's no easy solutions to the problems which we are having. And we need a proactive future-first policy so that whatever disruptions are coming, that they are translated into skilling and employment opportunities. And for that, we need to draw attention, work on the traditional skills which we have, and how do we integrate the modern elements into them. There's also inherent, as I was listening to the speakers before us, everybody is emphasizing about the strong government, industry, and academia connect. I would also say that the industries also have to come forward in terms of their requirements which are coming, in terms of providing the skilling opportunities to the young people. Also, like apprenticeship program, like the internship programs, as well as reskilling and upskilling themselves. They also need to include tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. But more than that, we also need education overall. And under the NEP 2020, the roadmap has been clearly laid down. And we have the curriculum framework and credit framework, which is already working there. We have a digital learning platforms are there, the MOOC, Bharati Skills, Skill India Digital Hubs, online learning, AI-based career counseling is there. And we also, as we are saying, we also need to look for the social security, the people who may be laid off from the disruptive technologies. How do we bring them back to the workforce by upskilling them, reskilling them, career counseling them? But above all, having a kind of social security also for the gig and remote workers. So I would say that all these things have to work together so that we are able to harness these disruptive technologies and translate them into skilling and employment opportunities. And as I go ahead, I will tell you what are the things which have already been done. But this is basically the policy lay of the land.
Thank you so much. JC, coming to you, looking from the lens of the industry expertise and what is the need. So with this changing landscape, what are some of those skills that industry is demanding today? And are we really prepared for it?
First of all, thanks for having me. Good morning, everyone. And thanks for people staying back, because usually when it comes to my session, I see half of the hall always empty. So I'm very glad somebody is forcing a lot of people to be, in the hall today.
Really?
Yeah, and I will start with one confession, and I'll be honest about this. I usually don't go and talk on the skill-based forums, because at least for the last 3 to 4 years, because I don't feel I'm really ready, or I have gotten little bit obsolete as far as the skills and what needs to be done in the skills is concerned. But when Ramana Reddy sir gives you a call, it's very hard to say no. So all the youngsters who are listening to me today, I absolutely will tell you, I don't feel really prepared to be telling you what to do and what needs to be done. But I'll just share some of the experiences. And I want to share a struggle I am going through today, a struggle I am going through with all the changing trends as far as how I am leading, or how I would want to be leading, how I'm using or want to use the technology, and more importantly, how I would be relevant in the next couple of decades. Because there's no guarantee I will be popped out. Nobody can guarantee when I'm going to be dying, right? So I have to be really thinking what relevance I would have, at least for next couple of decades, right? So I can talk about that struggle, but 2 or 3 things. It's about trends, and a few of the things that not only the youngsters who are sitting in the audience, but all of us need to be prepared for. I think number one, very obvious, a lot of people have talked, but we have been coached and we have been trained to be decision makers. Whether it is school, colleges, we were said, how do you become a leader, how do you take decisions, and so on. So one of the things we need to be prepared for is, I think lot of decisions, or most of it, the decisions, even today, are going to be made by machines. So how do you prepare for an era where, I was trained in the last century and I'm now leading in this century, and I'm struggling because of that. How do I prepare myself to be prepared for somebody else making the decisions? The only reason I was hired to do the job, the only reason I thought I was relevant is going to go away. So that is one struggle. The second one, I would say, what I see happening is everything that we thought was a scarcity is slowly becoming an abundance. I'll give you an example in the technology world. The coding was a great skill. I started my career as a coder, C coder, and today if you look at it, and that was a skill that was much in demand, was scarce, but today I think a lot of that coding is getting done by the machines. The automobiles slowly in the next 10 years will be driven by themselves. So, the scarcity of we all need chauffeurs and drivers, I think we are going to be in the abundance. The knowledge was one of the key ones, the experience more than knowledge. You know, I thought, oh, as I'm getting experienced, I would be, becoming more relevant. Actually, I'm becoming irrelevant because that knowledge is now available with the technology everywhere. So I will just leave with that actually, these are the struggles. How do you deal with decisions being made by machines? How do you deal with scarcity becoming abundance? And in the technology world, how do we deal with the compute and the memory really become, how do we make it so that it does not become costlier only for the few and it is available for all? So those are some of the things and the trends that at least I feel from my world I'm dealing with at this point of time.
Thank you, JC, for that. You spoke about the relevance of what worked in the yesteryears may not work today, which actually brings me to the second line of thought, which is the curriculum design that we have today. Usually we see education and curriculum lagging behind market demands. So my question to you, Mr. Tiwari, how can India make its skilling and education curriculum more agile so that it is able to create a future-ready workforce? What must it do to make the curriculum agile?
The first thing is that we should agree that one size doesn't fit all, right? And for that, we need to have a customizable and industry demand courses which should be there. And it presupposes 2-3 things. One, that there has to be some mechanism, formal mechanism by which the industries and the academia can come together. And imagine the industries coming and saying that these are the courses they require, and the academia brings them and changes the curriculum by different methods. The micro-credentials are there are stackable certificates are there, short-term trainings are there, apprenticeship is there, on-the-job training is there, internship is there, some innovation hubs are there. There are so many ways that the industry can work with academia so that while the academia, along with the traditional courses, also allows these new courses also to be made available as part of the curriculum. And second part is that when the students are learning there, they also get on-the-job kinds of experience working in those industries put together, so they are all future ready. Third thing is that other than that, also we need to have our skilling centers, whichever are there in the education institutions or the industries or skilling centers per se. They also make use of technology in terms of the AI-based learning tools, in terms of, say, simulation-based trainings or virtual labs and such other problem-solving areas. So instead of the rote learning, we also have the problem-solving solutions, and that is how they perfect whatever the academic, theoretical knowledge is into practical training. So this is the ideal, that is how it should happen. And as Dr. Ramana Reddy was saying in the morning today, that we also need to make the skills aspirational, which is the key social element, which is there throughout the skilling ecosystem. So long as we make them as a kind of stackable degrees, a stackable learning, so that they can be converted into degrees, this will become very, very useful. Now, I would say a lot of things have happened in this regard. If I say that there are two parts on which these things can be done, there are two wheels under which this will move. One is the National Curriculum Framework, where under the NEP, it has already been designed for class up to class 8, whereas a part of the learning itself, the skilling is also being embedded into the formal education system. In a higher education system, they have the apprenticeship embedded degree programs are there. AICT has done a lot of training programs. The semester-wise, they are going ahead and doing the skilling and on-the-job training. Many work has also happened in terms of micro-credentials, short-term skilling, NOS-based skillings, which the NCVT has done it. So I would say that there is a lot of skilling which is available through the sector skill councils, industries put together, which are there, ready to be adopted, ready to be customized as per the industry needs, etc. Not much work is required, so there is a huge foundation has been made on the skilling ecosystem on that. Second part is the National Curriculum Framework, which is how do I value the theoretical vocational learning and experiential learning and convert it into something which is comparable with academic degrees. So for that, the curriculum, the credit framework has been designed very well. The UGC, AICT, even the schools have adopted it. So now we are going for a credit-based learning, which is very, very stackable, which you know that this is what, for so many hours you did course for this, which is an add-on your academic training. So these kind of systems are also in place. Now the need for the hour is that how do we bring the industry and academia together and also make use of the trainers. Very important part is also how do we continuously upgrade the trainers as well. So it is here that the government as an enabler would come in terms of having this digital platform like Skill India Digital Hub is there, Bharat Skills is there, Ministry of Labor have done a lot of work on their data sets in which the work requirement, the job is also being brought in together. So if you bring all of these factors together and have the education and learning pathways which are based on the credit framework, and we also allow these customizable short capsules of learning which can be added to the formal learning, then we have a system whereby that the students are, while they are learning, getting the degrees or certificates, they are job ready. At the same time, there also leads into their kind of educational and economic pathways as well. So I would say that all the systems are put together, and if we continue to keep our foot on the pedal, then we can try to be ahead of the curve as it would be.
So I have a follow-up question to you, Mr. Tiwari. You spoke about a lot of things that has already happened on the ground, but could we aim at a 12 to 18 months review cycle, right? Could we aim at even shorter cycles, not wait for years for things to move, but shorter cycles where we take stock of how things are moving on the ground and then make recommendations. In your experience, is that feasible? Would you recommend that we make those policy changes?
Yeah, I mean, see, when the government makes a policy, they make their intent clear. So if you say the national education policy, in a sense that it says that education and skilling have to be mainstream together, that is already there. And then there are different steps with which we are going. And we also see the uptake which is there about these skilling courses, etc. So all these things are working together. And since it is a multi-departmental, multidisciplinary kind of a thing, it's very difficult just to pinpoint at any point of time. But if you see the general trend, like the work studies have been done, like the job skills are there, like the government of Karnataka have their skill policies, government of India, we also have a skill policy there, and the amount of surveys which are happening there, then we realize that how the population is shifting. And I would say 1 year, 1.5 years will be too low on that. But perhaps we can judge in terms of the uptake of these courses by education institutions, by their training institutions. And that figure we already have so that we can say that if we have so many number of courses, how many are being utilized, how many universities have done the credit framework done, how many universities and colleges or schools are having this skill-based education. That figure is already there. And perhaps, as it is in India, the problem is of the scale and the speed. So I think we need to put a little bit more pressure to go ahead and do it. But coming to your question, that there is a feedback channel, there are ways of monitoring that is happening.
That's very heartening to know. So JC, from your experience, while there is a lot of academic things that have happened, government initiatives have also been in place, what are enterprises doing internally to ensure that their learning and development is agile enough to meet this? And if you can share a personal anecdote, yes, that would be great.
Yeah, so I think what we are doing as a corporate, I think we are continuing to do basically train people as per the needs of the company, as per the needs of the global changes that are happening. But how we are doing it, I think that is going through a very big fundamental change. While it's a slow process, I would not say we are already there. And sometimes, I keep challenging and, HR people sitting in the room, I'll tell you, I get a pushback at times that, why I'm wanting that change. One of the things I think we are trying to do is we are trying to get away from long-term 6-monthly training programs and, just people have to be sitting into the rooms and, getting trained. I think that era of telling people what to do, training people for how they should behave, I think is a bygone, in my view. We hire smartest of people from the industry. And they actually are already ahead of where I am from the technology usage perspective, what they want to do in life, how they want to learn. They are pretty mature in their thought process. So we want to really get into very small segments, video-based or gaming-based environment where they can learn very fast, move on to what they want to do very fast. I think that is number one. Second, one of the things that works for us best as far as bringing people together, training is, rather than just putting it as one person training them, or people like me who are getting obsolete, they're getting to them. I think they're learning through themselves, through an environment of like a hackathon day or an innovation day. I think that works much better from the training aspect than classroom trainings at this point of time. I think one of the things that, again, there are policymakers here from the government I see. I think one of the things that is changing very fast is, and we are adopting that in our hiring process too. I came from the technology, background, and, I stuck to the semiconductors for the last 30 years. But I think that era is also changing where I think one discipline you building your career is going away. I feel the person who is entering the workforce today may do 3 multidisciplinary jobs in the next 30 years of their career. So how do we change our policies, or how we bring the policy to change and the Karnataka is best suited for it. If we have to be the talent hub for the world, continue to be the talent hub for the world, we need to allow our policies for people to get multidisciplinary education. There should not be any restriction from arts person taking mechanical course to, somebody in technology taking a drama higher education and so on. I think we are restrictive in that. And at a company level, we are trying to see not only educating people, but bringing people from different disciplines, even if they have never done semiconductors in their life.
So I think probably what you're saying is, one is classroom teachings are no more relevant, right? So make it into the work flow. And then, the regular traditional method of teaching of a teacher versus student is also bygone now, right? It is more collaborative.
So all the professors here, she's putting her words in my mouth. I never said classroom teaching. I have a lot of professors who are good friends of mine, so I will not say that. But I think people get it, what's happening. But I think it has its relevance, but it has to be changed. I think one person cannot stand in the classroom. Like what I am doing today is obsolete. Right now I am trying to tell something. I think it has to be more experiment-based. You should have been experiencing it, what you are saying, and so on and so forth. So I think from the policy perspective, I would highly recommend we look at how we change some of our policies to adopt multidisciplinary education systems.
Thank you so much. Mr. Davari, you spoke a lot about the partnership between academia, industry, and the government. So what would this collaborative upskilling ecosystem look like? And how do we take responsibility for shared outcomes? How do we take 3 different owners? How do we take responsibility for that?
That's a tall order, but see, ultimately, the industry and government and academia, why they should come together? They should come together that whatever they design is not static, as Mr. Chadha was saying. It's not very classroom-based. It's not only theoretical. It's multidisciplinary. But at the end of the day, we convert our youth into a skilled workforce, which is being employed by the industry, and as per the changing needs of the industry, right? So it requires some kind of very agile system in which things do not happen by chance, they happen by design. And for that design to have together, that is why it is essential that we need to work together. I am coming from the previous government side, so it's very easy to say this, but I would say that we need, first of all, we need to change our education system. For long, the courses have remained as it is. The government has funded the higher education learning or the teachers. We have gone more on the numbers rather than the quality. And there's so much can be done on the education side. Insofar as the design is concerned, insofar as the architecture is concerned, everybody is there. But what we need is more focused attention. Having said that, I would say that the industry also needs to come forward. Industry also has so far remained, rather oblivious of the things going around them, and they should take a more shared responsibility towards that. While the industry may be easier to change the industry, but the biggest problem I would say is from the academia. The old teachers and the way they have been learning, and how do we motivate them to innovate and bring this, experiential and problem-solving learning to their curriculum is going to be the biggest challenge. But I would say that things are there, and we can move ahead, and all the government can do as an enabler is to create the pathways, create the digital infrastructure, common public goods infrastructure, and incentivizing them. And then it is for the industry also to come forward and align with academia. A lot of things have happened on the academia industry together.
So, JC, maybe in one line, if you can tell me, what is that key capability that would define a future-ready workforce for us, looking at 2030 and ahead? If you had to recommend one key capability to our youths of today, what would you say that would be?
It's a tough one. I think in one line, may be hard to explain, but simply I would say to all the people who are entering the workforce, be open and flexible. I think that will help you a lot. Don't tie yourself to one technology, one area, one discipline. Try to be little, more open. That would come in very, very handy. And one of the things I just keep saying everywhere I go, and this I got from my, I think, mother more than, my dad, but it was like, have a independent thought process. Have your own independent thought process. We are in the era where you get a lot of noise. Actually, it is more difficult than when I started. You get a lot of noise, a lot of information. But I think where you will stand out is when you have your own personality, your own thought process, and you're not afraid of, leading that without being scared what others are, thinking, and go with the herd.
And Mr. Tiwari, to you, what would be that one priority that Karnataka as a state or India should put it at the forefront, again, to make a globally competitive workforce? One priority.
See, I'm very much biased towards Karnataka because it is my cadre, and Karnataka is the powerhouse of the technology. And the one thing that Karnataka government can do, we can see former Chief Secretary also here, ma'am, is that we should continue to invest in our formal education system in terms of STEM, in terms of bringing these innovation technology hubs, training centers to tier 2, tier 3 cities as well, and emphasizing the quality aspect of the education system. That is what made Karnataka so great as it is. Second thing is that, as demonstrated by the example of this Skill Summit itself, Dr. Reddy has been in the ITBT, and that's why he has organized such a wonderful summit. And so, which tries to underline that there is, and of course, the chairperson of the Karnataka State Skill Development Corporation, madam, they already a long history and examples of industry and government working together. How do we bring this into the academia side in terms of evolving the courses? And I'm proud of the fact that the Karnataka has been a leader in so many respects. Like this Udyoga scheme, which with the Tata Technologies, they are doing 150 ITIs which are being upgraded. And that can be made as a hub and hub skilling centers for the government and private ITIs. The government of Karnataka has also taken steps to invest into new courses which are being utilized. They also are going to decentralize the skilling part, like the GTC has also gone into other parts of Karnataka. And GTTC is one example which is quoted worldwide about the most affordable and very employment-ready workforce. We also, the government of India has just announced a PM Setu scheme in which 1,000 ITIs, government ITIs will be developed in hub and spoke model as the industry-led, state-owned aspirational skilling centers. The government of Karnataka has already working on that. They can take advantage of that. And there are so many things which are happening in and around Bangalore, like what you call cybersecurity, aerospace, green technology, and all these things. So idea is that how do we encourage the industries to come forward and help the academia and the government to design such courses? How do the industries come forward and open their premises for the on-the-job training, apprenticeship and internship, etc.? And third thing is how they come together in terms of employment part. So once these boys and girls are trained, they also come together and get into the recruitment and job placement, etc. And I'm sure that the visionary leadership that Karnataka has already done so far, I think Karnataka can lead by an example the whole India in terms of integrating the modern cutting-edge future technologies into the skilling and education and bringing a workforce to that. And I'm very happy and hopeful that Karnataka will be able to do that.
So I think to wrap it up all, 3 very clear ideas stood out, which is again surfaced. Aligning industry foresight with curriculum speed. So bridging this gap between the academia and the industry, of course, with a lot of policy initiatives and system design being in place. Second is, how do we ensure we have shared accountability to respond not in years, but in months, and maybe we're looking at quarters, right? Have a feedback and a review cycle. And third is, can we invest in capabilities and adaptability? So I think month by month, quarter by quarter, one action at a time is what would lead this trends becoming a transformation. And with that, we call it a wraps. So thank you so much, Mr. Chadha, for your valuable time. And thank you, Mr. Tiwari. It was a pleasure talking to all of you all. And thank you to the audience for being so patient with us.
Yeah, before we leave the esteemed panelists, I would request once again Srimati Shivakanta Makanta Naik to please come back, the chairperson of Karnataka Skill Development Corporation and Karnataka Vocational.
Fireside chat to the moderator and the speakers, and thank you so much, ma'am, for handing over the mementos. Moving ahead for the next panel discussion for day 2, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a topic on inclusive skilling as the next growth multiplier. Please do join your hands, put your hands together and join me in welcoming our speakers, Dr. Gayatri Vasudevan, Chief Impact Officer from Samba Foundation. Also, I would like to invite Ms. Georgia A., who's the Chief Yuva, UNICEF India Country Office. Please do put your hands together and welcome the speakers joining us on stage. Mr. Pratik Madhav, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder, Assist Tech Foundation. Our next speaker would be Ms. Venu, partner of EY. Also, I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Supriya Danda, co-founder and managing director, WYSER. Please do put your hands together and welcome the speakers and the moderator for this wonderful session right now, which is going to be on inclusive skilling as the next growth multiplier. Over to you, Supriya ma'am.
Hi everyone. Elrigu namaskara. I am not Supriya Danda. Supriya unfortunately had a personal emergency, and so you'll have to deal with me. My name is Shweta Chakravarti. I am a co-founder and CEO of Apara Labs, a custom AI solutions company. And this topic today is extremely close to heart because in my previous role, I was senior director and chairperson of the women's chapter at Intel. And so diversity, equity, inclusion, it means a lot. And I think I'm very, very lucky to get this chance to replace Supriya last minute, to speak to such a wonderful panel here, because when we try to tackle a problem that's real, a problem that's happening, it's important to look at it from various perspectives. And that's what we're going to do today. And we're going to try to keep it as real as possible. We're going to make it a conversation. And what I'll do here is I'll set a little bit of a context and we'll go with a round of questions for that context. And at the end of this conversation, I really do hope that we all walk away with some action that we believe we can take at whatever capacity, you know, as an industry leader, someone from academia, from government, or, you know, just somebody who is a student or learning to work in the workforce, right? One of my favorite quotes is Mahatma Gandhi's quote. In 1935, he said, "No culture can live if it attempts to be exclusive." And I say this over and over in every DEI conference because somewhere 90 years back he said this, but with the speed at which we're living our lives, with AI coming in, with everyone running to, you know, achieve their goals, we might be missing a bit out on the inclusivity piece. But then we also have to step back and question, is it really because of technology? Is it really because of, you know, the capitalistic mindset? What really is causing this? So the first context setting is, what is the problem here? What are the gaps we see? Why is there a need? And why is it even important? I mean, why are all of us sitting here and talking about this, right? So we'll start with that. So my opening question, Venu, is for you. What makes inclusion not just a societal necessity, but an economic imperative for skill development?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here, and good afternoon to everyone and the esteemed panelists and a wonderful audience who've been here since yesterday evening and encouraging the discussions and the mission, of course. So, to the question, I think it's a, Shweta, it's a very, very sort of, you know, a mindset shift kind of a thinking that it propels this question. So, inclusion is not just a social program objective that, you know, in skilling we need to cover 40% women, we need to cover 50% in this particular program, etc. So while that is there, but I think the mindset shift needs to be that this is really a growth imperative. You know, just to, apologies, I mean, being a consultant, I can't stay away from quoting some data and facts and figures. So just looking at some of the key aspects, if you were to increase only the female labor workforce participation, India of course has made some strides in that area. So from a 37% that we are currently at, if let's say we were to go up to a 50%, that could actually materially contribute to about a 1.5–2% growth rate increase, which is a substantial increase. So it's not that inclusion we are doing because it's a good to do thing. It is something which is an economic imperative. Today, I mean, there are multitude of studies which talk about, if we were to talk about the women equity to enhance, gender parity in working to enhance, we could actually look at a positive contribution of 18 to 25% in the GDP. So it's not just a moral compass that we are trying to, address through, having this discussion on equity and inclusion and so on and so forth. It is a business imperative. So that's where I would like to have this discussion oriented, at least from my end. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Pratik, what do you think about inclusivity? And when it comes to, the world of disability, what are the efforts that are happening today, and where do you think there are gaps?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for the invite. We rarely have conferences where people are standing in the back and listening. So I think we should give a big round of applause to all of us attending and listening patiently. Thank you very much. I think just to introduce this community, we are talking about 1.4 billion people with disabilities in the world. So imagine a country as big as India with everybody has some other kind of disability. That's the enormity of problem. In India, we are talking about around 80–90 million people with disabilities. The only issue is India, whom do you talk to in terms of getting that number right? But if you're talking about 80–90 million people with disabilities, but I don't think we are talking about just numbers here. Most people with disabilities also never get a chance to study. They won't get the job despite having skills. So we're talking about 75–76% people with disabilities, despite having skills, are not able to get into employment. Why is that? And let me tell you the other side. People with disabilities who get jobs, 80% of them are in informal sector. And you know what informal sector in India is all about. Like, you can never live an independent life. You can never live a life with dignity. But I think it's one thing to really talk about issues and problems. That's one kind of introduction. But I'll take a cue from you. People with disabilities also represent $1 trillion of economy. Just to compare, we're talking about ITES industry as 1% of workforce contributing 7% of GDP, which is $250 to $300 billion. If we take a step to include people with disabilities, skill them, and give them equal opportunity for employment, we are talking about contribution of 5 to 7% of GDP as well. So we could be as big as the entire Indian IT industry as a workforce. How cool is that? Now at ATF, we built a massive ecosystem of entrepreneurs and startups. I'm happy to sharing with you that today India is the best global hub for assistive technology innovation, which is the technology for people with disability and seniors. We take pride in having 500 startups in India just building solutions for people with disabilities. I think we should definitely do a round of applause and take pride that we are building something which is unique and which will serve our population of people with disability, but also can serve the world. I think that really is the excitement and hope. So back to you.
I think that's a really great point. And, we're saying, hey, of course we have to be inclusive. That's just the right thing to do. That's just basic. But beyond that, we are not being smart, economically smart, when not including people with disabilities, people with gender differences, people with other perspectives, right? And so, as we're talking about this, Gayatri, I'd like to ask you this question. We have been discussing this problem at least for the last decade or so. But do you think this is working? And if not, how do we interrupt this? How do we ensure that this inclusion actually works?
Can I take a minute to actually congratulate Pratik? So I think all of us, Pratik's going to get a President's Award. So I think that really talks of, sorry,
oh, absolutely.
Pratik, I've just been throat thrilled. I thought I should say it. It is a matter of pride for us that a forum like what he's created is even getting that kind of attention. And I think that's the change that you asked me. Is it working? Well, he stands here, it's working. So I think my answer is a simple yes. But let me just, it's a little bit nuanced. I think Veenu is much better at numbers and the statistics there. But let me ask you all here, you know, you're all sitting here. Everybody uses Google? Put up your hands if you're using Google. Let me ask you a simple question. If I ask you what is the distance between here and Hubli, I'm just purposely picking a place, Hubli, what would you answer? 8 hours. Nice. 8 hours, right? This is when you have the mode of transport known to you. Google knows what is the mode of transport, bus, car. Assuming I'm a poor person, I have to go to Hubli. How do I go? I'll take your distance to Hubli and your distance to Pavgada would be the same. Please understand where I'm coming from. So inclusivity in my, where I'm attempting to go with this is, it's a very, very loaded statement. It's very closely connected with equity. So equity is what you can, how does inclusivity happen, right? It's not about gender or disability alone. It's simply access to resources. And you asked me for the past decade, I have the liberty of being grey, so it's been 3 decades since I've been working in this field. And what I see is, I see a ray of hope because every technology change has meant that there is more availability for the poor. So again, I'll take an anecdote here. My grandmother is 98 years old. At 98, trust me, she's as classist and casteist as you can get. You know, she will ask, why are they not wearing the same clothes? Why is the maid wearing jeans like us? I'm like, how does it matter to you? She said, why is she not working? She's there to take care of you because you're 98. Now, I can't change her. So change has happened because cloth has changed, because communication has changed, because transport has changed. I'll just spend 1 more minute on it. Just imagine, just go back in time when you were all wearing handloom. It looks very nice, but the current modern looms has meant inclusivity. Affordable clothes which you and I wear are practically the same. Transport, metro, is inclusivity. Every one of us will go in metro, is inclusivity. Mobile communication is inclusivity. Chat GPT is inclusivity. So these are inclusivity that we need to call out. But what is difficult is, in order to belong, the digital poverty which is happening, right? Our children may actually have access to computers when they are 6 or 7. A child who comes to our centers, in our skill training centers, in our government colleges, ITIs, polytechnics, would probably have seen the computer, and then we would go to say, you know, why is that government school teacher not opening the computer? Trust me, the person is scared. The person is scared it's going to get ruined. I believe humans are good humans, whether they're in state or non-state, right? It is the context and the situation which is there. So, sorry, I didn't give you a straight answer, but inclusivity is equity. The more equitable we become, the more resources are available, we will get there. So, change is positive. But
change also is very nuanced and contextualized. So the nuanced and contextualized is what all of us here should pray and work towards changing.
That was a wonderful perspective here. I think all of us do connect to that, right? We have seen that. We've literally seen that. We've seen where, as Gayatri pointed out, the way people dress, the access to mobile phones, it's changed so much in people's lives that it does bring a lot of hope. There is still a long way to go, but I personally walk away with a little takeaway, which is, hey, what can we do? Something similar to that. What can we do to make life more equitable, which will, by its own nature, make it inclusive, right? So that's such a wonderful point, Gayatri. I just love it. And taking that a little further, Georgia, this is to you. You've been across the globe, and you've seen, you know, let's talk about learning to earning. It's a major journey, and you've seen various countries deal with a similar problem in different ways. We in India are our own beast. So how do you think your experiences apply to India? And you know, are there any experiences that you see are not implemented in India yet, but you are very excited about them and you want to share with us?
No, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. It's great to be part of this panel. Indeed, I have traveled quite a bit. I think the last 25 years of my life I spent in different countries, and most of them I have spent in this area looking at how do we support young people in the learning to earning transition with a focus on equity. The one thing that, and I think India is doing a lot of really interesting things, but when I was asked to do what would be the one thing that can truly apply here, I recall this quite vividly. I had just recently moved to Jordan, and we were having loads of life skills training with refugees, host community, migrants, those who had been affected by war and others. And the one thing that I was getting asked by every single young person, regardless of his or her background, was, now what? Yeah, I've been skilled, and now what? So I think the focus moving forward, and it is something that Generation Unlimited has really embraced, is skilling for skilling's sake cannot work. There needs to be an end to it, right? What is the purpose? And the focus in most cases is livelihood, being employment or self-employment. So skilling with a purpose, it's really, really important. Something that I think India is doing really, really well is the democratization of technology and using technology for scale. Maybe something that can be reflected upon is how can those technology now help further democratize and reach the last 5 to 10%. I also have a daughter that has learning disabilities, so I'm very attuned to the issue of inclusion. And you know, no mistake, I come from we're very lucky going to a private school and seeing how technology can help my daughter be like her peers, right? But, you know, we know that that is not the case everywhere, right? Depending on where you are, where you were born, that opportunity differ to you. So I can see the power that technology can have. So maybe whilst the last decade was very much spent on technology to reach scale, we can start really focusing on and honing in on designing technology that also responds to the needs of the last mile learners. And I think that if in design we start thinking differently, we shape the solutions, and it's not just about technology, it's about everything, in a different way. And if it works for the last mile, if it works for women, if it works with young people with disability, as you all said, it's not just something good to do, it's something that has a multiplier effect, leads to economic growth, and really has equity built at its core. So maybe that's what I would suggest, designing solutions from technology to non-technology with a last mile learner or young person at the end, and let's see the shift that this can bring.
That's really a very poignant answer, Georgia. Thank you so much. And I'll take that segue into technology. And let me set a little bit of context here, and I'm sure all of you are aware of this, right? Recently, there was a lot of discussion in the news because, Indian industrialists and big giants had called out people to come back to work 5 days a week, 6 days a week, maybe even 7, right? Which is great. I mean, I personally love the energy at work. It's awesome when like minds get together. But then let me juxtapose this with, Mercor. Mercor is a startup valuated at $2 billion. And what are they doing? They are an online platform that connect specialists who can perform gigs for people who can hire them across the globe, right? So that means that my agricultural specialist in Babu Rayana can provide agricultural advice to somebody in Israel and charge anywhere from $20 to $150 an hour, right? So my question is, when we look at technology and what technology is doing and what the next generation is doing with technology, can we still work the way we used to? Starting from Industrial Revolution till now, huge portion of my career, 9 to 5, you go into a corporate office, Outer Ring Road, Manyata Tech Park, we've all lived our lives out there. And then suddenly, the younger generation comes and they're disrupting it. And they're saying, no, I want your farmer in this village to help me out. And I'm somewhere out in Malaysia. And I'll make it happen, right? So as this is happening and this disruption in technology is happening, and Pratik, I'll start with you here. How can we use technology to enable the differently abled?
Well, thank you for the question. I know technology has transformed lives of all of us. I remember a time where as a kid we will wait for Chitrahar, Wednesday evening, 5 songs and 1 commercial. Today, my daughter, if I tell this, she starts laughing because if she wants to hear a song, she doesn't have to wait for Chitrahar once a week. She just goes to all these apps. One person couldn't find a taxi, build Uber, and all of us are using it. And there are several such examples. But let me tell you, technology transformation, what's going to come is not just that. How many of you know this country called Albania and what's unique about it? It's a European country famous for mountain ranges. But last few months, Albania as a country has inducted an AI minister in its cabinet. Now you can think of this as a right or wrong, good or bad, I don't know. But that's the power of technology, yeah? We get up in the morning and we ask each other, how was your sleep? What did you dream about? There is a technology which MIT is working where you can infuse dreams in your sleep. So you can see dreams as a subscription. Today night, I'd like to dream about me being in Disneyland, possible for a price. But I think when we are talking about future of technology, it has to be inclusive. I'm really happy to sharing with you that while all of us are wondering that AI will take my job, AI is going to be so good for people with disabilities. AI, what we are building in India is about a personalization wheelchair which can move based on just cheek gestures. It's a robotic plus AI. AI is about hyper-personalization. We're talking about a technology which will help autistic kids learn better. They will schedule all the curriculum using Gen AI, give contextual inputs as education. So I think AI is going to be very transformation. In fact, I spoke about building ecosystem in India, which is 500 startups strong. I want to acknowledge presence of our Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge. In fact, Karnataka is taking the lead in India to build this whole ecosystem of assistive technology innovation. And we are best in the world today in terms of not just hosting number of 80 startups, but also Sir has awarded to build world-first center of excellence for assistive technology, which will drive innovations for not just 80, 90 million people in India, but 1 billion people in the world. I think we should do a round of applause for all of us, and thank you, sir, again, for taking that initiative.
Thank you so much, Prateek. And you know, a gentleman in the previous panel discussion had asked a question and also mentioned that a lot of invention and innovation happens abroad because all the best minds from here move there. With this democratization of technology and with platforms opening up, with people in every village being able to access technology, hopefully in their own language soon, Veenu, this question is for you. What trends do you think are shaping up for the future of work and skilling? Are we still going to go 9 to 5 into corporate buildings? Or will we have virtual pods where we assemble to work on a project? What is it going to look like?
So I think the answer really lies in all the discussions which have been happening since morning. And I think transformation as far as the way work is going to happen is very, very large, very real. I think having said that, while we've discussed a lot about, you know, the way things will change, you know, 40% of the jobs which are there will transform dramatically in terms of the skill set required, competencies required, etc. So while that is at one end, but I still want to bring in a context of, again, going back to what Gayatri ji had mentioned, you know, it's really a multi-track environment that we are looking at. So while there will be a lot of changes in terms of, you know, all that we've been discussing, the pods, the tech-assisted work, the gig, so on and so forth, but if you look at it, there is still going to be, you know, India, we have 80% informal workers. You know, with that huge population of informal workers and women, employment, if you were to talk about, you've still got about 65% working in agriculture. You know, so again, I'm pivoting it to women. So if you look at it, change will happen, but yes, change has to happen in a very different way. So a lot of the examples which Prateek was mentioning, for example, the tech-assisted way of working for an agri farmer who happens to be a woman is something which is the direction that we'll have to take. So, I mean, eventually, if you look at it, the transformation is going to happen, but the transformation has to be multi-track. It has to be tracked on formal workers, for gig workers. I mean, gig workers, for example, you know, we've got about 10 million gig workers registered right as we speak. It's going to go up threefold, 30 million or so by 2030. You are therefore looking at a lot of them working who are coming in from an inclusivity perspective. So I think work will change. The only challenge for us is, are we agile enough to address the change in the competencies needed? Are we doing those bite size or the micro-credentialing that we were talking about this morning, which is easily accessible to all, whether that is something which is being planned for. So I think some of the work which will change will necessitate actions on the policy front, will necessitate actions on the capacity, capability creation front, and that is where we'll have to look at.
Thanks, Veenu. I think we're short on time, so I'm going to do a very quick ask from Gayatri in Georgia. Just one sentence. If you would like to see something, if there's a dream, there's a vision that you would like to see to build equity, to build inclusivity in the society, for the marginalized community, for women, for children, what would that be? Gayatri, if you could go first, and then Georgie, I'll get to you.
So I think it's one line. I would go back to the same. Every technology has been transformative and has provided more equity. I think in future the question is, to me the question is very simple, right? In this room, if there are 20 languages that we're speaking, it is like between class are we able to speak the language? I feel one of the big problems that we have is everybody who is in skills, and I really want to state it, is unfortunately of a class which is different. Whether it's me, whether it's the state, whether it is, there is a class which is there, and that can only be broken. The moment I look at these kind of venues, to me, I always feel, why in our skill training centers don't we discuss heat? Don't we discuss water? So the change that has to happen is art, culture, debates have to come to our centers. Only then will we have equity of any kind.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Georgia?
Yeah, again, difficult to do it in one sentence. I think I also would like to go back to my earlier point that designing must focus on not the one who has the most, but the one who has the least. And yeah, I think that if design or whichever solution we do does have that focus, it will shape things differently, and it will also accelerate as well in a much faster way. Probably the other thing is, and I think this has been said throughout, and it's really looking at the multi-stakeholder partnership to deliver results. Is something that I think it's fundamental, because not one sector, one stakeholder can do it alone. So how can we put that in practice continuously, rigorously, and across the area, across the segment that we're working with? And within that, one stakeholder that needs to be at the table, it's the one we're solving for. So solutions cannot be fully, I think it's more difficult to design a solution if the right stakeholders are not at the table. So whether we are addressing solution for vulnerable rural women, they need to be at the table. Young people with disability, they need to be at the table. Or young people, they need to be at the table with an equal stake to help define that solution. So those will be my two requests.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for listening patiently to these various perspectives. It's an important thought that I'd like to leave you all behind with, that inclusivity is something that all of us, whether we are in academia, in the government, in business, in education, we need to think about it, because someday or the other, at some point or the other, we all fear that we get left behind, right? So think about that time, whether when we grow old, whether it's when we are in a different country or we have a different job title, there is that fear. So it is important for us to keep that in mind and do our best in whatever we do in building this inclusivity into the skills. Thank you so much, and thanks a lot to the panel.
Thank you so much. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak to kindly join us on stage to hand over the mementos.
Namaskara, Elrigu Namaskara, and welcome to this, I would say, the highlight of the Bangalore Skills Summit. It is fantastic to have all the key thinkers, decision makers, and policy makers of the state to talk about what is in store for us at Karnataka and what can Karnataka do that can set an example. Karnataka has always set an example for the country, and I think this panel, I'm very excited to be moderating this panel to talk about the future of how we are going to converge education, skills, and industry for us to realize the dreams of a $1 trillion economy that we are powering our way into. I could not find a better quote that was given by our Honorable Chief Minister yesterday in his speech. He said something very, very good that I noted down, and I thought that captured the essence of this panel and the larger skills ecosystem that we're building. He said, we will deepen our partnership with industries, integrate skills into every stage of education, and build a culture of lifelong learning so that every Kannadiga is job ready, entrepreneur ready, and future ready. I thought that summarizes the essence of the conversation that we're going to have here. And with that context, sir, again, welcome. And before we begin, I thought it's important to get some voices of young people into the room. That is the main purpose why we are all here. How do we really unleash the power of millions of our youth for a better economic and social future? So this is a video that I did many years ago. It's just a 30-second, but it captures the aspirations of our young people. Can I just play the video, please? Yes, so if I, yeah.
Police inspector, teacher, auditor, contractor, businessman.
So what I did was I just went around the various districts and asked, what do you want to be? One word. And you could see the various aspirations that they are talking about. In fact, I contractor. In fact, one more guy said chartered accountant, right? So I was asking him, how did you get to know about that career? And he said, sir, inge basal kutide ardo pakka, avaru bank audit hogtidrante. So he said, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದರೆ he was trying to hard to explain. Then he said, sir, ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ he said, that's a good career. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕಾರೆ, I want to be that. And that was the aspiration. So what we have done over the last few months, sir, is that across the states, we have actually launched a listening post called UGraph Anta, which is about youth growth, resilience, aspirations, and future readiness index Anta. We have taken it across about 14 states. We've just begun with about 1,500 students, youth that we are asking, what do you want to be? And what is your aspirations? Anta kelidike, I'll just end with this. This is some of the voices we've been hearing the last few months, right? Basically, if I can have the slide on, please. Yeah. So graduation remains to be a key area. People want to graduate, and a lot of them are saying, sir, madhve madkolak easy agatte anta, right? That's one of the motivations. Skills is still seen as secondary, right? Vocational skills, adu namgalla sir, it's not for us, it's not for men, it's only for women anta, there's one thing. Aspirations amongst women is very powerful. They want financial independence, and I think there is much more entrepreneurial energy in women than in men. And essentially for men, a lot of them are saying, sir, namma halli, namma jillele iddu namge enara madakadre, but I want better paying jobs. I want to earn well. And lastly, as we know, English and computer skills, especially AI, is coming up as an aspiration to say, sir, English matadakbeku, namge, I need better AI, I need to learn about AI. So this is just some sampling of voices that we are hearing. I just wanted to set this context. And in that context, again, we have the whole continuum. We have education, Dr. Sudhakar, we have skills, and of course, industry and technology. So I thought it will be fantastic to...
Is medical as well.
Of course, and medical as well. And of course, we have the larger aspect of rural development as well in the room. So I thought it will be great to get started out with your initial thoughts and comments. And maybe in the logical order, we can start with education, right? Higher education, then get to skills, and then talk about the industry expectations. So we can, if we can have you, Dr. Sudhakar, to share your initial thoughts and your perspectives.
Good afternoon to one and all here. It's really a great pleasure to be here and to be amongst all the highly talented and probably most knowledgeable crowd what we can get to see. As Madan was mentioning, and he mentioned about a video, he just showed the video, but what is the aspirations and the expectations of the younger generation? As responsible government, I think things have changed a lot. Probably we should have realized the importance of skilling. I am a dentist by profession. Medical and dental profession and allied medical professions, there was always skilling along with the courses where we get skilled and we come straight away, we walk out of the college and we get to practice confidently. But this is not the case in terms of whether it was technical education or humanities or social sciences or any other subjects. But now the industry requirement, how the transformation is happening, whether it is digital, whether you talk about quantum computing, AI, how AI is changing our lives. Probably the industry is looking at a lot of skilling, and that too we are looking at how best we try to skill them within the course duration itself. This is what is very important. We don't expect the students to go out and then add additional skilling knowledge, what is required by a specific industry or overall knowledge enhancement is required as per the present industry requirements. So this is where we need to talk about job readiness. Job readiness is one important thing what we are looking at. And we have also initiated a lot of measures. In fact, with Karnataka State Skill Development Corporation, way back in year 2023-24, it was the government of Karnataka initiated a program called as Kalike Jote Kaushalya. In fact, it was a very good program, which was a joint program by Higher Education and Skill Development Department. And every year it has been increased. So this is a certification program jointly organized by, means it is conducted by the Skill Development Department program, but it is being benefited to a large section, and we are concentrating more on our government colleges, whether it is technical courses or the humanities or the social sciences colleges. So this is one program where we try to impart them digital knowledge, whatever knowledge is required, whatever the entire structuring of the curriculum, the program, and this is being devised by the Board of Studies of the respective universities. And in fact, we are giving credits also for the training, the program, what they're going through. And every year we are scaling it up. We are increasing the numbers. So this year, the Skill Development Department is again earmarked about 10 crore rupees from KKRDB funds, and then we are concentrating more on the Kalyan Karnataka region. So this is one area. Kalike Jote Kaushalya is one area where we have taken a big leap in as far as skilling is concerned. Again, to talk about our other flagship program, AEDP program, Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program. This is a program which we took up in a very big way. We have jointly worked with, I think, Atul Kumar Tiwari sir is here, who was there in the skilling department in Government of India, who was also assisted us in starting this program. This is a program which has been devised by the CRISP organization, Center for Research in Schemes and Policies. Along with the sector skill councils, we have started this program. To launch, to start with, we started with about 43 colleges where we chose about 4 areas, that is about e-commerce, logistics. Then we have BFSI and retail. So these are the 4 areas we started in the first year. Last year we started, and this is the second year. About 1,400 students got admitted in these various programs, and this year it is now scaled up to 2,700, where we have increased the number of colleges. So this is the program where the students get to study exclusively on 3 years. They go and study only about retail. outlets and how the retail business happens and how they can be get absorbed in the retail business once they graduate. So the beauty of this program is in the 5th and the 6th semester, they get to work in the industry straight away and they get a stipend. So this is the beauty of this program, and all these areas are the ones which are interrelated. These are all the present trend in the industry, how it is spreading from the tier 1 cities to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities where these outlets are coming, malls are coming, the logistics area is growing, and commerce, e-commerce is again a big thing which is getting now downward. So I think these are the 4 areas where we have started. And similarly now, we are also looking at how best we can try to bring in centers of excellences into our institutions where we get to skill them during the course duration itself. Probably it takes time because we need to have a uniform facility throughout the state. This is one thing. The private institutions, okay, I agree, there are some reputed institutions, engineering colleges, which have these centers of excellence, but not all of them have these centers of excellences. So now the trend is that people just look at the placements. So wherever there is a good placement, they try to choose those institutions and they try to go there. And the present trend is that everybody wants to do computer science, they want to do artificial intelligence, they want to do data science, and all these things they would like to do. But thing is, we are again neglecting our core subjects like civil, mechanical, automobile, and all these subjects are being neglected now, and students are not willing to take up these courses. But ultimately, this is going to remain forever. This is the backbone for all, whatever we try to do. Even artificial intelligence is playing a big role in mechanical engineering, it's playing a big role in mechatronics, it is playing a big role in civil engineering. Things have changed, but we need to adapt those, whatever changes which has happened with the utilization of artificial intelligence. How best this skilling could be incorporated within the course duration is a big challenge which we are looking at. So like this, we are looking at various programs, and we have tried to look at the overall development and to build the confidence levels of our students. So we have tried up with Wadhwani Foundation, we have tried up with Microsoft, we have tried up with, in fact, HP has started a AI and a gaming hub recently in one of our engineering colleges. Truly world-class facility they have created. And Toyota Kirloskar has come out with about 11 centers of excellences in our engineering colleges. Like this, we are trying to work closely with so many philanthropic organizations, and even Azim Premji Foundation also is they're doing a big support to the higher education department. So like this, I think we are doing it, but the time only, the changes, what happens, it takes time. Right? It's not that immediately we could see the changes and the results. And the basic thing is like our students lack the confidence to face the situations. So this is where the communication skills have to be improved, the aptitude has to be improved, how they have to face the society, how they have to face the challenges of the industry requirements. So this is where I think we need to make our students confident enough to face these challenges in their lives. So like this, we have brought out these various programs. And recently I'd been to this FKCCI Manthan program. I was very impressed. Last year, though, I went for the curtain raiser. This time I went for the prize distribution. Now, already Government of Karnataka, we have initiated the talks with
FKCCI, and our finance department also has agreed. Now, Government of Karnataka is going to be part of this Manthan program, probably in a bigger way, where I think, Madan, you know about this program, where all the graduates coming from various specialities, various things, they are allowed to come out with their own innovative, creative ideas and come out with their projects and startups, whatever they would like to come. So this is a very beautifully structured program of FKCCI, which has been running for almost 17 years. So this is where we thought that we should bring in even our government colleges also be part of this and open up opportunities for them to come out with their creative ideas and a platform for them to think how to start have a startup and how best they can try to make their dreams a reality. So these are the areas we are looking at, and many more things. I think we don't have much time. I can keep on talking, but I don't want to take much of your time. I think if you've got anything else, probably I can add later on.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. I mean, having had the opportunity to work with you closely on the Karnataka State Higher Education Council, I've seen the the passion and the intent to open the doors of our higher education for entrepreneurship, for industry and skills to come in, and more importantly, you touched upon communication, confidence, creativity, which no AI can replace, right? So I think we will circle back with a few more thoughts, but thank you. Sir, on that note, Dr. Patil, your thoughts on, well, there is a pull from the higher education. What is it that we're doing from the skills to make sure that it's embedded right through the learning process? I think it's...
It must be on.
Yes. Yes, it's on.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. As rightly pointed out by my colleague and friend Sudhakar, now we are facing the biggest challenge across the country. The biggest challenge in the country is unemployment. Exactly. So we need to take it head on. So as a skill minister, I feel it's a responsibility of the department. And Karnataka has been one of the very progressive states. It's also not only the startup capital, it's also going to be the skill capital. We want to create that ecosystem here. And here we are trying to bridge the gap. There's a huge skill gap. Priyanka and myself, we had, when we took over in the beginning of the tenure of this ministry, we had, Priyanka had actually, it was his idea to constitute a skill council. I think you were a part of it. Yeah, and here there was a meeting conducted across academia, industry partners, and the government, where it was very apparent that the industry said that we have a huge requirement, but the graduates who are passing out of the engineering colleges and the diploma colleges or whatever graduates they are,
what is the purpose? And the focus in most cases is livelihood, being employment or self-employment. So skilling with a purpose, it's really, really important. It's really, really important. Something that I think India is doing really, really well is the democratization of technology and using technology for scale. Maybe something that can be reflected upon is how can those technology now help further democratize and reach the last 5 to 10%. I also have a daughter that has learning disabilities, so I'm very attuned to the issue of inclusion. And no mistake, I come from we're very lucky going to a private school and seeing how technology can help my daughter be like her peers, right? But, we know that that is not the case everywhere, right? Depending on where you are, where you were born, that opportunity differ to you. So I can see the power that technology can have. So maybe whilst the last decade was very much spent on technology to reach scale, we can start really focusing on and honing in on designing technology that also responds to the needs of the last mile learners. And I think that if in design we start thinking differently, we shape the solutions, and it's not just about technology, it's about everything, in a different way. And if it works for the last mile, if it works for women, if it works with young people with disability, as you all said, it's not just something good to do, it's something that has a multiplier effect, leads to economic growth, and really has equity built at its core. So maybe that's what I would suggest, designing solutions from technology to non-technology with a last mile learner or young person at the end, and let's see the shift that this can bring.
That's really a very poignant answer, Georgia. Thank you so much. And I'll take that segue into technology. And let me set a little bit of context here, and I'm sure all of you are aware of this, right? Recently, there was a lot of discussion in the news because, Indian industrialists and big giants had called out people to come back to work 5 days a week, 6 days a week, maybe even 7, right? Which is great. I mean, I personally love the energy at work. It's awesome when like minds get together. But then let me juxtapose this with, Mercor. Mercor is a startup valuated at 2 billion. And what are they doing? They are an online platform that connect specialists who can perform gigs for people who can hire them across the globe, right? So that means that my agricultural specialist in Baburayana Koppalu can provide agricultural advice to somebody in Israel and charge anywhere from $20 to $150 an hour, right? So my question is, when we look at technology and what technology is doing and what the next generation is doing with technology, can we still work the way we used to? Starting from Industrial Revolution till now, huge portion of my career, 9 to 5, you go into a corporate office, Outer Ring Road, Manyata Tech Park, we've all lived our lives out there. And then suddenly, the younger generation comes and they're disrupting it. And they're saying, no, I want your farmer in this village to help me out. And I'm somewhere out in Malaysia. And I'll make it happen, right? So as this is happening and this disruption in technology is happening, and Pratik, I'll start with you here. How can we use technology to enable the differently abled?
Well, thank you for the question. I know technology has transformed lives of all of us. I remember a time where as a kid we will wait for Chitrahar Wednesday evening, 5 songs and 1 commercial. Today my daughter, if I tell this, she starts laughing because if she wants to hear a song, she doesn't have to wait for Chitrahar once a week. She just goes to all these apps. One person couldn't find a taxi, build Uber, and all of us are using it. And there are several such examples. But let me tell you, technology transformation, what's going to come is not just that. How many of you know this country called Albania and what's unique about it? It's a European country famous for mountain ranges. But last few months, Albania as a country has inducted an AI minister in its cabinet. Now you can think of this as a right or wrong, good or bad, I don't know. But that's the power of technology, yeah? We get up in the morning and we ask each other, how was your sleep? What did you dream about? There is a technology which MIT is working where you can infuse dreams in your sleep. So you can see dreams as a subscription. Today night, I'd like to dream about me being in Disneyland, possible for a price. But I think when we are talking about future of technology, it has to be inclusive. I'm really happy to sharing with you that while all of us are wondering that AI will take my job, AI is going to be so good for people with disabilities. AI, what we are building in India is about a personalization wheelchair which can move based on just cheek gestures. It's a robotic plus AI. AI is about hyper-personalization. We're talking about a technology which will help autistic kids learn better. They will schedule all the curriculum using Gen AI, give contextual inputs as education. So I think AI is going to be very transformation. In fact, I spoke about building ecosystem in India, which is 500 startups strong. I want to acknowledge presence of our Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge. In fact, Karnataka is taking the lead in India to build this whole ecosystem of assistive technology innovation. And we are best in the world today in terms of not just hosting number of 80 startups, but also Sir has awarded to build world-first center of excellence for assistive technology, which will drive innovations for not just 80-90 million people in India, but 1 billion people in the world. I think we should do a round of applause for all of us, and thank you, sir, again, for taking that initiative.
Thank you so much, Pratik. And a gentleman in the previous panel discussion had asked a question and also mentioned that a lot of invention and innovation happens abroad because all the best minds from here move there. with this democratization of technology and with platforms opening up, with people in every village being able to access technology, hopefully in their own language soon, Vinu, this question is for you. What trends do you think are shaping up for the future of work and skilling? Are we still going to go 9 to 5 into corporate buildings? Or will we have virtual pods where we assemble to work on a project? What is it going to look like?
So I think the answer really lies in all the discussions which have been happening since morning. And I think transformation as far as the way work is going to happen is very, very large, very real. I think having said that, while we've discussed a lot about, the way things will change, 40% of the jobs which are there will transform dramatically in terms of the skill set required, competencies required, etc. So while that is at one end, but I still want to bring in a context of, again, going back to what Gayatri ji had mentioned, it's really a multi-track environment that we are looking at. So while there will be a lot of changes in terms of, all that we've been discussing, the pods, the tech-assisted work, the gig, so on and so forth, but if you look at it, there is still going to be, India, we have 80% informal workers. With that huge population of informal workers and women, employment, if you were to talk about, you've still got about 65% working in agriculture. So again, I'm pivoting it to women. So if you look at it, change will happen, but yes, change has to happen in a very different way. So a lot of the examples which Prateek was mentioning, for example, the tech-assisted way of working for an agri-farmer who happens to be a woman is something which is the direction that we'll have to take. So, I mean, eventually, if you look at it, the transformation is going to happen, but the transformation has to be multi-track. It has to be tracked on formal workers, for gig workers. I mean, gig workers, for example, we've got about 10 million gig workers registered right as we speak. It's going to go up threefold, 30 million or so by 2030. You are therefore looking at a lot of them working who are coming in from an inclusivity perspective. So I think work will change. The only challenge for us is, are we agile enough to address the change in the competencies needed? Are we doing those bite size or the micro-credentialing that we were talking about this morning, which is easily accessible to all, whether that is something which is being planned for. So I think some of the work which will change will necessitate actions on the policy front, will necessitate actions on the capacity, capability creation front, and that is where we'll have to look at.
Thanks, Vinu. I think we're short on time, so I'm going to do a very quick ask from Gayatri in Georgia. Just one sentence. If you would like to see something, if there's a dream, there's a vision that you would like to see to build equity, to build inclusivity in the society for the marginalized community, for women, for children, what would that be? Gayatri, if you could go first, and then Georgia, I'll get to you.
So I think it's one line. I would go back to the same. Every technology has been transformative and has provided more equity. I think in future the question is, to me the question is very simple, right? In this room, if there are 20 languages that we're speaking, it is like between class are we able to speak the language? I feel one of the big problems that we have is everybody who is in skills, and I really want to state it, is unfortunately of a class which is different. Whether it's me, whether it's the state, whether it is, there is a class which is there, and that can only be broken. The moment I look at these kind of venues, to me, I always feel, why in our skill training centers don't we discuss heat? Don't we discuss water? So the change that has to happen is art, culture, debates have to come to our centers. Only then will we have equity of any kind.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Georgia?
Yeah, again, difficult to do it in one sentence. I think I also would like to go back to my earlier point that designing must focus on not the one who has the most, but the one who has the least. And yeah, I think that if design or whichever solution we do does have that focus, it will shape things differently and it will also accelerate as well in a much faster way. Probably the other thing is, and I think this has been said throughout, and it's really looking at the multi-stakeholder partnership to deliver results. Is something that I think it's fundamental because not one sector, one stakeholder can do it alone. So how can we put that in practice continuously, rigorously, and across the area, across the segment that we're working with. And within that, one stakeholder that needs to be at the table, it's the one we're solving for. So solutions cannot be fully, or I mean, I think it's more difficult to design a solution if the right stakeholders are not at the table. So whether we are addressing solution for vulnerable rural women, they need to be at the table. Young people with disability, they need to be at the table. Or young people, they need to be at the table with an equal stake to help define that solution. So those will be my two requests.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for listening patiently to these various perspectives. It's an important thought that I'd like to leave you all behind with, that inclusivity is something that all of us, whether we are in academia, in the government, in business, in education, we need to think about it, because someday or the other, at some point or the other, we all fear that we get left behind. Right? So think about that time, whether when we grow old, whether it's when we are in a different country or we have a different job title, there is that fear. So it is important for us to keep that in mind and do our best in whatever we do in building this inclusivity into the skills. Thank you so much, and thanks a lot to the panel.
Thank you so much. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak to kindly join us on stage to hand over the mementos.
Elrigu namaskara and welcome to this, I would say the highlight of the Bangalore Skills Summit. It is fantastic to have all the key thinkers, decision makers and policy makers of the state to talk about what is in store for us at Karnataka and what can Karnataka do that can set an example. Karnataka has always set an example for the country, and I think this panel, I'm very excited to be moderating this panel to talk about the future of how we are going to converge education, skills and industry for us to realize the dreams of a $1 trillion economy that we are powering our way into. I could not find a better quote that was given by our Honorable Chief Minister yesterday in his speech. He said something very, very good that I noted down, and I thought that captured the essence of this panel and the larger skills ecosystem that we're building. He said, we will deepen our partnership with industries, integrate skills into every stage of education, and build a culture of lifelong learning so that every Kannadiga is job ready, entrepreneur ready, and future ready. I thought that summarizes the essence of the conversation that we're going to have here. And with that context, sir, again, welcome. And before we begin, I thought it's important to get some voices of young people into the room. That is the main purpose why we are all here. How do we really unleash the power of millions of our youth for a better economic and social future? So this is a video that I did many years ago. It's just a 30-second, but it captures the aspirations of our young people. Can I just play the video, please? Yes, so if I, yeah.
Police inspector, teacher, auditor, contractor, businessman.
So what I did was I just went around the various districts and asked, what do you want to be? One word. And you could see the various aspirations that they are talking about. In fact, I contractor. In fact, one more guy said chartered accountant, right? So I was asking him, how did you get to know about that career? And he said, sir, inge basal kutide ardo pakka, avaru bank audit hoಗ್ತಿದ್ರಂತೆ. So he said, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದರೆ, he was trying to hard to explain. Then he said, sir, ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, he said, that's a good career. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ I want to be that. And that was the aspiration. So what we have done over the last few months, sir, is that across the states, we have actually launched a listening post called UGraph, which is about youth growth, resilience, aspirations, and future readiness index. We have taken it across about 14 states. We've just begun with about 1,500 students, youth that we are asking, what do you want to be? And what is your aspirations? I'll just end with this. This is some of the voices we've been hearing the last few months, right? Basically, if I can have the slide on, please. Yeah. So graduation remains to be a key area. People want to graduate, and a lot of them are saying, sir, madhve madkolak easy agate anta, right? That's one of the motivations. Skills is still seen as secondary, right? Vocational skills, adu namgalla sir, it's not for us, it's not for men, it's only for women anta. There's one thing. Aspirations amongst women is very powerful. They want financial independence, and I think there is much more entrepreneurial energy in women than in men. And essentially for men, a lot of them are saying, sir, namma halli, namma jillele iddu namge yenara madakadre, but I want better paying jobs. I want to earn well. And lastly, as we know, English and computer skills, especially AI, is coming up as an aspiration to say, sir, English matadakbeku, namge, I need better AI, I need to learn about AI. So this is just some sampling.
Now at ATF, we've built a massive ecosystem of entrepreneurs and startups. I'm happy to sharing with you that today India is the best global hub for assistive technology innovation, which is the technology for people with disability and seniors. We take pride in having 500 startups in India just building solutions for people with disabilities. I think we should definitely do a round of applause and take pride that we are building something which is unique and which will serve our population of people with disability, but also can serve the world. I think that really is the excitement and hope. So back to you.
I think that's a really great point. And, we're saying, hey, of course we have to be inclusive. That's just the right thing to do. That's just basic. But beyond that, we are not being smart, economically smart, when not including people with disabilities, people with gender differences, people with other perspectives, right? And so, as we're talking about this, Gayatri, I'd like to ask you this question. We have been discussing this problem at least for the last decade or so. But do you think this is working? And if not, how do we interrupt this? How do we ensure that this inclusion actually works?
Can I take a minute to actually congratulate Pratik? So I think all of us, Pratik's going to get a President's Award. So I think that really talks of, sorry,
oh, absolutely.
Pratik, I've just been throat thrilled. I thought I should say it. It is a matter of pride for us that a forum like what he's created is even getting that kind of attention. And I think that's the change that you asked me. Is it working? Well, he stands here, it's working. So I think my answer is a simple yes. But let me just, it's a little bit nuanced. I think Veenu is much better at numbers and the statistics there. But let me ask you all here, you're all sitting here. Everybody uses Google? Put up your hands if you're using Google. Let me ask you a simple question. If I ask you what is the distance between here and Hubli, I'm just purposely picking a place, Hubli, what would you answer? 8 hours. Nice. 8 hours, right? This is when you have the mode of transport known to you. Google knows what is the mode of transport, bus, car. Assuming I'm a poor person, I have to go to Hubli. How do I go? I'll take your distance to Hubli and your distance to Pavgada would be the same. Please understand where I'm coming from. So inclusivity, in my, where I'm attempting to go with this is, it's a very, very loaded statement. It's very closely connected with equity. So equity is what you can, how does inclusivity happen, right? It's not about gender or disability alone, it's simply access to resources. And you asked me for the past decade, I have the liberty of being grey, so it's been 3 decades since I've been working in this field, and what I see is, I see a ray of hope, because every technology change has meant that there is more availability for the poor. So again, I'll take an anecdote here. My grandmother is 98 years old. At 98, trust me, she's as classist and casteist as you can get. She will ask, why are they not wearing the same clothes? Why is the maid wearing jeans like us? I'm like, how does it matter to you? She said, why is she not working? She's there to take care of you because you're 98. Now, I can't change her. So change has happened because cloth has changed, because communication has changed, because transport has changed. I'll just spend 1 more minute on it. Just imagine, just go back in time when you were all wearing handloom. It looks very nice, but the current modern looms has meant inclusivity. Affordable clothes which you and I wear are practically the same. Transport, metro, is inclusivity. Every one of us will go in metro, is inclusivity. Mobile communication is inclusivity. Chat GPT is inclusivity. So these are inclusivity that we need to call out. But what is difficult is, in order to belong, the digital poverty which is happening, right? Our children may actually have access to computers when they are 6 or 7. A child who comes to our centers, in our skill training centers, in our government colleges, ITIs, polytechnics, would probably have seen the computer, and then we would go to say, why is that government school teacher not opening the computer? Trust me, the person is scared. The person is scared it's going to get ruined. I believe humans are good humans, whether they're in state or non-state, right? It is the context and the situation which is there. So, sorry I didn't give you a straight answer, but inclusivity is equity. The more equitable we become, the more resources are available, we will get there. So, change is positive. But change also is very nuanced and contextualized. So the nuanced and contextualized is what all of us here should pray and work towards changing.
That was a wonderful perspective here. I think all of us do connect to that, right? We have seen that. We've literally seen that. We've seen where, as Gayatri pointed out, the way people dress, the access to mobile phones, it's changed so much in people's lives that it does bring a lot of hope. There is still a long way to go, but I personally walk away with a little takeaway, which is, hey, what can we do? Something similar to that. What can we do to make life more equitable, which will, by its own nature, make it inclusive, right? So that's such a wonderful point, Gayatri. I just love it. And taking that a little further, Georgia, this is to you. You've been across the globe, and you've seen, you know, let's talk about learning to earning. It's a major journey, and you've seen various countries deal with a similar problem in different ways. We in India are our own beast. So how do you think your experiences apply to India, and you know, are there any experiences that you see are not implemented in India yet, but you are very excited about them and you want to share with us?
No, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. It's great to be part of this panel. Indeed, I have traveled quite a bit. I think the last 25 years of my life I spent in different countries, and most of them I have spent in this area looking at how do we support young people in the learning to earning transition with a focus on equity. The one thing that, and I think India is doing a lot of really interesting things, but when I was asked to do what would be the one thing that can truly apply here, I recall this quite vividly. I had just recently moved to Jordan, and we were having loads of life skills training with refugees, host community, migrants, those who had been affected by war and others. And the one thing that I was getting asked by every single young person, regardless of his or her background, was, now what? Yeah, I've been skilled, and now what? So I think the focus moving forward, and it is something that Generation Unlimited has really embraced, is skilling for skilling's sake cannot work. There needs to be an end to it, right? What is the purpose? And the focus in most cases is livelihood, being employment or self-employment. So skilling with a purpose, it's really, really important. Something that I think India is doing really, really well is the democratization of technology and using technology for scale. Maybe something that can be reflected upon is how can those technology now help further democratize and reach the last 5 to 10%. I also have a daughter that has learning disabilities, so I'm very attuned to the issue of inclusion. And you know, no mistake, I come from we're very lucky going to a private school and seeing how technology can help my daughter be like her peers, right? But, you know, we know that that is not the case everywhere, right? Depending on where you are, where you were born, that opportunity differ to you. So I can see the power that technology can have. So maybe whilst the last decade was very much spent on technology to reach scale, we can start really focusing on and honing in on designing technology that also responds to the needs of the last mile learners. And I think that if in design we think we we start thinking differently, we shape the solutions, and it's not just about technology, it's about everything, in a different way. And if it works for the last mile, if it works for women, if it works with young people with disability, as you all said, it's not just something good to do, it's something that has a multiplier effect, leads to economic growth, and really has equity built at its core. So maybe that's what I would suggest, designing solutions from technology to non-technology with a last mile learner or young person at the end, and let's see the shift that this can bring.
That's really a very poignant answer, Georgia. Thank you so much. And I'll take that segue into technology. And let me set a little bit of context here, and I'm sure all of you are aware of this, right? Recently, there was a lot of discussion in the news because, Indian industrialists and big giants had called out people to come back to work 5 days a week, 6 days a week, maybe even 7, right? Which is great. I mean, I personally love the energy at work. It's awesome when like minds get together. But then let me juxtapose this with, Mercor. Mercor is a startup valuated at $2 billion. And what are they doing? They are an online platform that connect specialists who can perform gigs for people who can hire them across the globe, right? So that means that my agricultural specialist in Babu Rayana Koppalu can provide agricultural advice to somebody in Israel and charge anywhere from $20 to $150 an hour, right? So my question is, when we look at technology and what technology is doing and what the next generation is doing with technology, can we still work the way we used to? Starting from Industrial Revolution till now, huge portion of my career, 9 to 5, you go into a corporate office, Outer Ring Road, Manyata Tech Park, we've all lived our lives out there. And then suddenly, the younger generation comes and they're disrupting it. And they're saying, no, I want your farmer in this village to help me out, and I'm somewhere out in Malaysia, and I'll make it happen, right? So as this is happening and this disruption in technology is happening, and Pratik, I'll start with you here. How can we use technology to enable the differently abled?
Well, thank you for the question. I know technology has transformed lives of all of us. I remember a time where as a kid we will wait for Chitrahar Wednesday evening, 5 songs and 1 commercial. Today my daughter, if I tell this, she starts laughing because if she wants to hear a song, she doesn't have to wait for Chitrahar once a week. She just goes through all these apps. One person couldn't find a taxi, build Uber, and all of us are using it. And there are several such examples. But let me tell you, technology transformation, what's going to come is not just that. How many of you know this country called Albania and what's unique about it? It's a European country famous for mountain ranges. But last few months, Albania as a country has inducted an AI minister in its cabinet. Now you can think of this as a right or wrong, good or bad, I don't know. But that's the power of technology, yeah? We get up in the morning and we ask each other, how was your sleep? What did you dream about? There is a technology which MIT is working where you can infuse dreams in your sleep. So you can see dreams as a subscription. Today night, I'd like to dream about me being in Disneyland, possible for a price. But I think when we are talking about future of technology, it has to be inclusive. I'm really happy to sharing with you that while all of us are wondering that AI will take my job, AI is going to be so good for people with disabilities. AI, what we are building in India is about a personalization wheelchair which can move based on just cheek gestures. It's a robotic plus AI. AI is about hyper-personalization. We're talking about a technology which will help autistic kids learn better. They will schedule all the curriculum using Gen AI, give contextual inputs as education. So I think AI is going to be very transformation. In fact, I spoke about building ecosystem in India, which is 500 startups strong. I want to acknowledge presence of our Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge. In fact, Karnataka is taking the lead in India to build this whole ecosystem of assistive technology innovation. And we are best in the world today in terms of not just hosting number of 80 startups, but also Sir has awarded to build world-first center of excellence for assistive technology, which will drive innovations for not just 80-90 million people in India, but 1 billion people in the world. I think we should do a round of applause for all of us, and thank you, sir, again, for taking that initiative.
Thank you so much, Prateek. And you know, a gentleman in the previous panel discussion had asked a question and also mentioned that a lot of invention and innovation happens abroad because all the best minds from here move there. With this democratization of technology and with platforms opening up, with people in every village being able to access technology, hopefully in their own language soon, Veenu, this question is for you. What trends do you think are shaping up for the future of work and skilling? Are we still going to go 9 to 5 into corporate buildings? Or will we have virtual pods where we assemble to work on a project? What is it going to look like?
So I think the answer really lies in all the discussions which have been happening since morning. And I think transformation as far as the way work is going to happen is very, very large, very real. I think having said that, while we've discussed a lot about, you know, the way things will change, you know, 40% of the jobs which are there will transform dramatically in terms of the skill set required, competencies required, etc. So while that is at one end, but I still want to bring in a context of, again, going back to what Gayatri ji had mentioned, you know, it's really a multi-track environment that we are looking at. So while there will be a lot of changes in terms of, you know, all that we've been discussing, the pods, the tech-assisted work, the gig, so on and so forth, but if you look at it, there is still going to be, you know, India, we have 80% informal workers. You know, with that huge population of informal workers and women employment, if you were to talk about, you've still got about 65% working in agriculture. You know, so again, I'm pivoting it to women. So if you look at it, change will happen, but yes, change has to happen in a very different way. So a lot of the examples which Prateek was mentioning, for example, the tech-assisted way of working for an agri farmer who happens to be a woman is something which is the direction that we'll have to take. So, I mean, eventually, if you look at it, the transformation is going to happen, but the transformation has to be multi-track. It has to be tracked on formal workers, for gig workers. I mean, gig workers, for example, you know, we've got about 10 million gig workers registered right as we speak. It's going to go up threefold, 30 million or so by 2030. You are therefore looking at a lot of them working who are coming in from an inclusivity perspective. So I think work will change. The only challenge for us is, are we agile enough to address the change in the competencies needed? Are we doing those bite size or the micro-credentialing that we were talking about this morning, which is easily accessible to all, whether that is something which is being planned for. So I think some of the work which will change will necessitate actions on the policy front, will necessitate actions on the capacity, capability creation front, and that is where we'll have to look at.
Thanks, Vinu. I think we're short on time, so I'm going to do a very quick ask from Gayatri in Georgia. Just one sentence. If you would like to see something, if there's a dream, there's a vision that you would like to see to build equity, to build inclusivity in the society, for the marginalized community, for women, for children, what would that be? Gayatri, if you could go first, and then Georgia, I'll get to you.
So I think it's one line. I would go back to the same. You know, every technology has been transformative and has provided more equity. I think in future the question is, to me the question is very simple, right? In this room, if there are 20 languages that we're speaking, it is like between class are we able to speak the language? I feel one of the big problems that we have is everybody who is in skills, and I really want to state it, is unfortunately of a class which is different. Whether it's me, whether it's the state, whether it is, there is a class which is there, and that can only be broken. The moment I look at these kind of venues, to me, I always feel, why in our skill training centers don't we discuss heat? Don't we discuss water? So the change that has to happen is art, culture, debates have to come to our centers. Only then will we have equity of any kind.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Georgia?
Yeah, again, difficult to do it in one sentence. I think I also would like to go back to my earlier point that designing must focus on not the one who has the most, but the one who has the least. And yeah, I think that if design or whichever solution we do does have that focus, it will shape things differently, and it will also accelerate as well in a much faster way. Probably the other thing is, and I think this has been said throughout, and it's really looking at the multi-stakeholder partnership to deliver results. It's something that I think it's fundamental, because not one sector, one stakeholder can do it alone. So how can we put that in practice continuously, rigorously, and across the area, across the segment that we're working with? And within that, one stakeholder that needs to be at the table, it's the one we're solving for. So solutions cannot be fully, or I mean, I think it's more difficult to design a solution if the right stakeholders are not at the table. So whether we are addressing solution for vulnerable rural women, they need to be at the table. Young people with disability, they need to be at the table. Or young people, they need to be at the table with an equal stake to help define that solution. So those will be my two requests.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for listening patiently to these various perspectives. It's an important thought that I'd like to leave you all behind with, that inclusivity is something that all of us, whether we are in academia, in the government, in business, in education, we need to think about it, because someday or the other, at some point or the other, we all fear that we get left behind, right? So think about that time, whether when we grow old, whether it's when we are in a different country or we have a different job title, there is that fear. So it is important for us to keep that in mind and do our best in whatever we do in building this inclusivity into the skills. Thank you so much, and thanks a lot to the panel.
Thank you so much. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak to kindly join us on stage to hand over the mementos.
Namaskara, Elrigu Namaskara, and welcome to this, I would say, the highlight of the Bangalore Skills Summit. It is fantastic to have all the key thinkers, decision makers, and policy makers of the state to talk about what is in store for us at Karnataka and what can Karnataka do that can set an example. Karnataka has always set an example for the country, and I think this panel, I'm very excited to be moderating this panel to talk about the future of how we are going to converge education, skills, and industry for us to realize the dreams of a $1 trillion economy that we are powering our way into. I could not find a better quote that was given by our Honorable Chief Minister yesterday in his speech. He said something very, very good that I noted down, and I thought that captured the essence of this panel and the larger skills ecosystem that we're building. He said, we will deepen our partnership with industries, integrate skills into every stage of education, and build a culture of lifelong learning so that every Kannadiga is job ready, entrepreneur ready, and future ready. I thought that summarizes the essence of the conversation that we're going to have here. And with that context, sir, again, welcome. And before we begin, I thought it's important to get some voices of young people into the room. That is the main purpose why we are all here. How do we really unleash the power of millions of our youth for a better economic and social future? So this is a video that I did many years ago. It's just a 30-second, but it captures the aspirations of our young people. Can I just play the video, please? Yes, so if I, yeah.
Police inspector, teacher, auditor, contractor, businessman.
So what I did was I just went around the various districts and asked, what do you want to be? One word. And you could see the various aspirations that they are talking about. In fact, I contractor. In fact, one more guy said chartered accountant, right? So I was asking him, how did you get to know about that career? And he said, sir, inge basal kutide ardo pakka, avaru bank audit hogtidrante. So he said, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದರೆ, he was trying to hard to explain. Then he said, sir, ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, he said, that's a good career. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕಾರೆ, I want to be that. And that was the aspiration. So what we have done over the last few months, sir, is that across the states, we have actually launched a listening post called UGraph anta, which is about youth growth, resilience, aspirations, and future readiness index anta. We have taken it across about 14 states. We've just begun with about 1,500 students, youth that we are asking, what do you want to be? And what is your aspirations? Anta kelidike, I'll just end with this. This is some of the voices we've been hearing the last few months, right? Basically, if I can have the slide on, please. Yeah. So graduation remains to be a key area. People want to graduate, and a lot of them are saying, sir, madhuve madkolak easy agate anta, right? That's one of the motivations. Skills is still seen as secondary, right? Vocational skills, adu namgalla, sir, it's not for us, it's not for men, it's only for women anta. There's one thing. Aspirations amongst women is very powerful. They want financial independence, and I think there is much more entrepreneurial energy in women than in men. And essentially for men, a lot of them are saying, sir, namma halli, namma jillele iddu namge enara madakadre, but I want better paying jobs. I want to earn well. And lastly, as we know, English and computer skills, especially AI, is coming up as an aspiration to say, sir, English matadakbeku, namge, I need better AI, I need to learn about AI. So this is just some sampling of voices that we are hearing. I just wanted to set this context. And in that context, again, we have the whole continuum. We have education, Dr. Sudhakar, we have skills, and of course, industry and technology. So I thought it will be fantastic to...
Is medical as well.
Of course, and medical as well. And of course, we have the larger aspect of rural development as well in the room. So I thought it will be great to get started out with your initial thoughts and comments. And maybe in the logical order, we can start with education, right? Higher education, then get to skills, and then talk about the industry expectations. So we can, if we can have you, Dr. Sudhakar, to share your initial thoughts and your perspectives.
Good afternoon to one and all here. It's really a great pleasure to be here and to be amongst all the highly talented and probably most knowledgeable crowd what we can get to see. As Madan was mentioning, and he mentioned about a video, he just showed the video, but what is the aspirations and the expectations of the younger generation? As responsible government, I think things have changed a lot. Probably we should have realized the importance of skilling. I am a dentist by profession. Medical and dental profession and allied medical professions, there was always skilling along with the courses where we get skilled and we come straight away, we walk out of the college and we get to practice confidently. But this is not the case in terms of whether it was technical education or humanities or social sciences or any other subjects. But now the industry requirement, how the transformation is happening, whether it is digital, whether you talk about quantum computing, AI, how AI is changing our lives. Probably the industry is looking at a lot of skilling, and that too we are looking at how best we try to skill them within the course duration itself. This is what is very important. We don't expect the students to go out and then add additional skilling knowledge, what is required by a specific industry or overall knowledge enhancement is required as per the present industry requirements. So this is where we need to talk about job readiness. Job readiness is one important thing what we are looking at. And we have also initiated a lot of measures. In fact, with Karnataka State Skill Development Corporation, way back in year 2023-24, it was the government of Karnataka initiated a program called as Kalike Jote Kaushalya. In fact, it was a very good program, which was a joint program by Higher Education and Skill Development Department. And every year it has been increased. So this is a certification program jointly organized by, means it is conducted by the Skill Development Department program, but it is being benefited to a large section, and we are concentrating more on our government colleges, whether it is technical courses or the humanities or the social sciences colleges. So this is one program where we try to impart them digital knowledge, whatever knowledge is required, whatever the entire structuring of the curriculum, the program, and this is being devised by the Board of Studies of the respective universities. And in fact, we are giving credits also for the training, the program, what they're going through. And every year we are scaling it up. We are increasing the numbers. So this year, the Skill Development Department is again earmarked about 10 crore rupees from KKRDB funds, and then we are concentrating more on the Kalyan Karnataka region. So this is one area. Kalike Jote Kaushalya is one area where we have taken a big leap in as far as skilling is concerned. Again, to talk about our other flagship program, AEDP program, Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program. This is a program which we took up in a very big way. We have jointly worked with, I think, Atul Kumar Tiwari sir is here, who was there in the skilling department in Government of India, who was also assisted us in starting this program. This is a program which has been devised by the CRISP organization, Center for Research in Schemes and Policies. Along with the sector skill councils, we have started this program. To launch, to start with, we started with about 43 colleges where we chose about 4 areas, that is about e-commerce, logistics. Then we have BFSI and retail. So these are the 4 areas we started in the first year. Last year we started, and this is the second year. About 1,400 students got admitted in these various programs, and this year it is now scaled up to 2,700, where we have increased the number of colleges. So this is the program where the students get to study exclusively on 3 years. They go and study only about retail. outlets and how the retail business happens and how they can be get absorbed in the retail business once they graduate. So the beauty of this program is in the 5th and the 6th semester, they get to work in the industry straight away and they get a stipend. So this is the beauty of this program, and all these areas are the ones which are interrelated. These are all the present trend in the industry, how it is spreading from the tier 1 cities to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities where these outlets are coming, malls are coming, the logistics area is growing, and commerce, e-commerce is again a big thing which is getting now downward. So I think these are the 4 areas where we have started. And similarly now, we are also looking at how best we can try to bring in centers of excellences into our institutions where we get to skill them during the course duration itself. Probably it takes time because we need to have a uniform facility throughout the state. This is one thing. The private institutions, okay, I agree, there are some reputed institutions, engineering colleges, which have these centers of excellence, but not all of them have these centers of excellences. So now the trend is that people just look at the placements. So wherever there is a good placement, they try to choose those institutions and they try to go there. And the present trend is that everybody wants to do computer science, they want to do artificial intelligence, they want to do data science, and all these things they would like to do. But thing is, we are again neglecting our core subjects like civil, mechanical, automobile, and all these subjects are being neglected now, and students are not willing to take up these courses. But ultimately, this is going to remain forever. This is the backbone for all, whatever we try to do. Even artificial intelligence is playing a big role in mechanical engineering, it's playing a big role in, but we need to adapt those, whatever changes which has happened with the utilization of artificial intelligence, how best this skilling could be incorporated within the course duration is a big challenge which we are looking at. So like this, we are looking at various programs, and we have tried to look at the overall development and to build the confidence levels of our students. So we have tried up with Wadhwani Foundation, we have tried up with Microsoft, we have tried up with, in fact, HP has started a AI and a gaming hub recently in one of our engineering colleges. Truly world-class facility they have created, and Toyota Kirloskar has come out with about 11 centers of excellences in our engineering colleges. Like this, we are trying to work closely with so many philanthropic organizations, and even Azim Premji Foundation also is they are doing a big support to the higher education department. So like this, I think we are doing it, but the time only, the changes, what happens, it takes time. Right? It's not that immediately we could see the changes and the results. And the basic thing is like our students lack the confidence to face the situations. So this is where the communication skills have to be improved, the aptitude has to be improved, how they have to face the society, how they have to face the challenges of the industry requirements. So this is where I think we need to make our students confident enough to face these challenges in their lives. So like this, we have brought out these various programs. And recently I'd been to this FKCCI Manthan program. I was very impressed. Last year, though, I went for the curtain raiser. This time I went for the prize distribution. Now, already Government of Karnataka, we have initiated the talks with FKCCI, and our finance department also has agreed. Now, Government of Karnataka is going to be part of this Manthan program, probably in a bigger way, where I think, Madan, you know about this program, where all the graduates coming from various specialities, various things, they are allowed to come out with their own innovative, creative ideas and come out with their projects and startups, whatever they would like to come. So this is a very beautifully structured program of FKCCI, which has been running for almost 17 years. So this is where we thought that we should bring in even our government colleges also be part of this, and open up opportunities for them to come out with their creative ideas and a platform for them to think how to start have a startup and how best they can try to make their dreams a reality. So these are the areas we are looking at, and many more things. I think we don't have much time. I can keep on talking, but I don't want to take much of your time. I think if there were anything else, probably I can add later on.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. I mean, having had the opportunity to work with you closely on the Karnataka State Higher Education Council, I've seen the passion and the intent to open the doors of our higher education for entrepreneurship, for industry and skills to come in, and more importantly, you touched upon communication, confidence, creativity, which no AI can replace, right? So I think we will circle back with a few more thoughts, but thank you. Sir, on that note, Dr. Patil, your thoughts on, well, there is a pull from the higher education. What is it that we're doing from the skills to make sure that it's embedded right through the learning process? I think it's...
It must be on.
Yes. Yes, it's on.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. As rightly pointed out by my colleague and friend Sudhakar, now we are facing a biggest challenge across the country. The biggest challenge in the country is unemployment.
Exactly.
So we need to take it head on. So as a skill minister, I feel it's a responsibility of the department. And Karnataka has been one of the very progressive state. It's also not only the startup capital, it's also going to be the skill capital. We want to create that ecosystem here. And here we are trying to bridge the gap. There is a huge skill gap. Priyanka and myself, we had, when we took over in the beginning of the tenure of this ministry, we had, Priyanka had actually, it was his idea to constitute a skill council. I think you were a part of it. Yeah, and here there was a meeting conducted across academia, industry partners, and the government, where it was very apparent that the industry said that we have a huge requirement, but the graduates who are passing out of the engineering colleges and the diploma colleges or whatever graduates they are not employable because they don't have the right skill set which is required by the industry. So actually we had constituted various groups sector-wise to suggest us like what are the future skills required, because in coming 5 years there is going to be huge change in the landscape of skilling. What is the requirement? So we need to upskill our graduates, youngsters, and apart from that we need to collaborate with the industry. That's what myself and Sudhakar, we always discuss. There is some structural changes we need to do in our curriculum as well. You see, Karnataka being one of the very progressive state, which had our leaders had the foresight of establishing so many engineering colleges and medical colleges in 60s and 70s. Today is Karnataka because of that one decision. So we have that talent pool here because we allowed the private sector to participate in higher education. So this was one of the very important guiding factor which laid a sound foundation. And the talent pool which you are seeing in Karnataka is, I think, one of the outcome of one of the decisions taken by our leaders. I have to always remember them. And what we need to do now, the biggest challenge for us is we need to structure our curriculum in such a way that the graduates who are coming out of our institutions, they're industry ready. For that, we need to incorporate certain things in our curriculum itself during the study course itself. That what are the soft skills they required, what are the actual skill sets they required, and this input needs to come from the industry. And industry should play very closely, they should tie up closely with the curriculum as well, because they need to say what they need. So we need to work closely, and we are trying to work on that. And also my department has also floated an expression of interest that we want to have a industry linkage cell, like whatever is required, we have given an open offer to the industries. You see, whenever we meet in industry, they say, no, we are in need of a skilled workforce. Okay, you come forward and say, what is the exact number and what is the exact skill set you require? I told, I'll give you the candidates. You see, in our Yuvanidhi portal, we have more than nearly 300,000 graduates and diploma holders. And the Yuvanidhi, to whom I am giving an unemployment allowance. And I'm ready to skill them as well. I said, you can pick, you can choose anybody. And we can also offer our institutions, because we have so many institutions, we have so many engineering colleges, we have GDTCs, we have various platforms where you can skill and place them. I am ready to even bear the cost of the skilling as well. My only condition is they should be employed. So this is an open offer to any of the industry who wants to come forward and create a right kind of human resource, what they are looking for. This is for the future, for the present. But for the future, we need to incorporate myself and Sudhakar. I think we had a talk with the ICT chairman as well. That needs to be a structural change in our curriculum itself, so that in future, and one working model what I saw when I took over as a skill minister, because earlier I was a medical education minister as well, from 2013 to 18, 5 years, and again I am a medical education minister. But skill being one of my portfolios, this is the most challenging one, I believe. And as rightly pointed out, when I was reviewing my department, what I found was there is one course. It is Government Tool Room Training Center. It is one of the courses which were established in 70s with the aid of with collaboration with the Danish government then. And these diploma course, long-term courses, are the ones which are fetching 100% employment. Because it is similar to what is in a German dual apprenticeship course. So, which I had the opportunity to visit Germany and closely see how this dual apprenticeship is working. I think that is the only working model possible now. So we are now encouraging GDTCs because they are getting employment. I increased the number of intake from 2,500 to 6,000 this year, so that we should give them an opportunity, and that should be the working model, wherein the student is working 70% of the time. He is having that hands-on skill. He is working in the work shed. He is working on the machines, and 30% is the theoretical part. And this is the only model which will get them 100% employment, and we need to incorporate this in our curriculum as well. So that is the only way forward. So we can't just allow our students to pass on and then become unemployable. This is it will be definitely not good to the society as well. So my department is looking how we can, for future, how we can restructure our curriculum. And for the present, we are open to the industries to come forward, and any requests come from any industry, we are ready to train them. And also, what I'm trying to do is across the state we are conducting job fairs. So there was somebody pointed out, you see, you are conducting job fairs in huge numbers are turning up, but still, how many people are being placed? That's not the issue. Maybe 10-15% are being placed, but the issue is, I'll know what is the magnitude and volume of the problem which I'm facing. I'll have a huge data of all the graduates who are coming on board. So I can analyze and see that what are the additional skill I can give it to them, how we can make them employable. And we are going to create a portal where all these candidates, they are going to be on board, and we want all the employers to be on board as well, so that in future we need not do any physical job fairs. It can be online. I think so. This is one of the intentions of the government, and we are open for any ideas. We are open for collaboration, and also I am looking. We are conducting one international job fair in the month of January, so that Karnataka is not only the destination of the graduates who are coming out of Karnataka. India is the destination, and globe is the destination. So we want our youngsters to go abroad and work. And what exact skill set is required, especially as a medical education minister. I am having so many requests from Germany, from Italy, from Japan, that they need nurses in thousands, not in hundreds, in thousands. Italian Consulate General was telling he needs 70,000 nurses. Yep. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to introduce the biggest barrier for working in Australia, because incidentally I had visited Australia and England and Germany to see how we can collaborate with them. So the biggest hurdle, because there is a huge requirement of manpower in all those countries, but the only barrier is the language. Yep. So I'm trying to set up language labs in my nursing colleges, in my GDTC, so that any student who wants to learn and go abroad and work, they can start early in their beginning of the course and learn the language, so that if they are good in the language, definitely they'll get a placement outside. They have a better life, they have a better opportunity. That's what we are feeling. So we are open for any discussion and collaboration. So we want to make Karnataka the skill capital, and we also think ahead, like future is artificial intelligence. So we are trying to set up already center of excellences in various places and prepare the ecosystem and human resource well in advance. Only then we can maintain our leadership. That's what we are thinking.
Absolutely.
So that's what myself and Priyank and Sudhakar, we are working on that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. No, I think your analogy that you started out with being a bridge, I was reminded of an old Kannada song, Nanondu Tira, Ninondu Tira anta ಒಂದು ಹಾಡಿತ್ತು. And sometimes I always feel that industry is on one side, the education is on the higher education on the other side, and as you said, skills is the right bridge to bridge these two sides together. So you called out the biggest elephant in the room, which is unemployment. We need, it's the opposite of unemployment. There's so much of potential in our youth that can be leveraged to propel our country forward. And if we can,
you see, we have to face this problem and take it head on.
Exactly.
If you sidestep this problem, it is going to
be a bigger one. So I think.
So we want to, maybe we'll not be able to crack it any early, but still we should take it head on so that we can
100%.
do some progress.
No, and I think the vision that you painted of structural changes, of making sure that we are able to move with speed, because again, I was in the Bay Area a few weeks ago. What I understood is that we are at a fantastic inflection point, that this today is like the early 2000s or late 90s of the internet world, right? AI is going to change the world in ways that we can't even imagine, but that gives us a phenomenal opportunity to shape it the way we want it, to create more employable youth and to create more prosperity around us. And you're absolutely right about the internationalization of our talent, right? With Bengaluru and Karnataka being the skills capital, why only us and the country? The world is open for business because everybody needs skills. We have the surplus manpower. So in that context, sir, over to you. You've been at the intersection of this for a long time. You've been talking about personalized skilling, about how do we really make every youth employable, and you see the industry every day. Love to get your insights and direction.
Well, firstly, I must congratulate Dr. Sharan Prakash on this fabulous Bengaluru Skill Summit. I think he set the tone not just for the industries, not just for our state, but also for a larger debate across the country.
Correct.
On how we need to ensure we have skill surveys, we map skill sets to people, map them back to industries. And like he rightly said, we cannot promise everybody employment, but can I make them employable? Yes. And that should be the first thing that any government across the country should do. So my biggest congratulations to Dr. Sharan Prakash and his entire team. And having said that, like you said, I have a ringside view of both the rural area,
Correct.
because I'm the Minister for Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, also the industry.
Correct.
And whenever I have gone abroad for pitching for investments, we no longer pitch Karnataka as an investment destination. Because everybody gives incentives, everybody gives subsidies. You know that very well, how our neighbors do that. So, what are we positioned? What is unique about Karnataka is we position ourselves as a skill capital and a knowledge destination. And I think that is what is the stark difference between us and any other state in India. You know, I was reading a report where they say that close to around the talent shortage in the world will be close to around 85 to 86 million people, and unrealized annual losses will be close to around $8.5 trillion. $8.5 trillion. That is huge. And all this is happening only because of talent shortage, not because of anything else. And this is something, a gap that can be filled up easily. Even in Karnataka, the employers report close to around 40% of the people whom they recruit have a skill gap. And if you read our economic survey report, they say that if we are able to increase productivity or ensure that the right skill sets are given to even 1% of our workforce, we add $2.7 billion to the state economy. And while the nation is dreaming of $5 trillion, $10 trillion economy, Maharashtra says they will do 5 trillion, UP says they will do 3 trillion, we will say we will do 2 trillion. How do we do this? Is by getting to the bottom of the pyramid. By laying a strong foundation of skill sets, of employability. So what we have been doing is, like Dr. Sharan Prakash said, it took us 1.5 years. We set up a skill counseling in emerging technologies. So we had consultations with over 200 corporates across sectors, right from agri-tech to space tech. So we now know what does the cybersecurity vertical need, what does the BFSI vertical need, what does biotechnology need, and we are working towards that. We are telling that, look, you give us your curriculum, you give us your skill sets, we will spend 50%. For the first time in India, we are also allowing them to use their corporate development fund and CSR along with the government for ensuring employability. The Nipuna program, I think it's one of India's biggest reskilling and upskilling program with special impetus on getting women back in the workforce. So that is one thing that we are very aggressively doing. And the second thing that we are doing is we are ensuring that through the Department of ITBT, we are helping engineering colleges outside Bengaluru, beyond Bengaluru, run the business incubation, the business incubators. So I'm spending 110 crores for colleges outside Bengaluru in rural areas and giving them 10 crores each to help them get practical experience in innovation. And the LEAP program, the Local Economic Accelerator program of 1,000 crores, where innovation will not be limited only to Bengaluru. Incubations, common instrumentation facilities, centers of excellence, everything is going to be put outside Bengaluru. Like with the Marine Biotech Center of Excellence has started in Mangaluru Udupi belt. We are starting the manufacturing Center of Excellence in HBD, the Hubli Belgavi Dharwad belt, the IIIT Dharwad, IIT Dharwad also has an incubator. We have one in the horticulture incubator in Bagalkot, a biotech accelerator in Bagalkot. So like this, we are coming up with various centers of excellence which will act as not only skill centers but also innovation centers driven through skills. And this will ensure that innovation is bred at the bottom of the pyramid. And more importantly, the new skill policy that has been brought up by the government, all thanks to Dr. Sharan Prakash. Show me any state that is spending 5,000 crores on skilling. And we are doing this, and our aim is what? 3 million people. 3 million people we are going to ensure are more employable. No government in India is doing what we are doing. A dedicated skill policy, a dedicated incubation network outside Bengaluru, another 1,000 crores. I have pledged 600 crores for a deep tech decade starting November 18th. Whether it is AI, whether it is machine learning, cyber security, space tech, agri-tech, aerospace, avionics, marine biotechnology, whatever you want to do, we are taking it outside Karnataka. That's where the human resource are, and that's where the agility in talent is. Like you just put up that video, right? They're right from contractor to chartered accountant.
Yep.
So that's where the talent is, and we need to harness that. So our focus is going to be heavily on ensuring employability, and like the Honorable Minister for Skilling and the Honorable Minister for Higher Education said that we are no longer catering to the Karnataka ecosystem. The Nipuna program, the skill development programs that we have devised,
skill locally, work globally.
Yeah.
A person working in Vijaypura, skilled in Vijaypura, can work in Vienna. A person skilled in Mysore can work in Manchester. A person skilled in Bengaluru can work in Brussels. And the idea of the government of Karnataka is to ensure that we will have the most trained human resource available for the world. That is the intent of the government. That's where we have put the policies. That's where we have put the schemes. That's where we have put our finances. And I would like to assure everybody over here, I'm sure all of you will have a lot of questions, so I'll keep it very short. I'd like to assure everybody over here that in the next 2 years, the human resource that is going to come out of Karnataka will globally be the best.
Wonderful, sir. I think this is truly a masterclass in convergence itself, right? How each department and each group is feeding off the other, and how
Show me any other state where all the ministers are sitting.
Absolutely. I haven't seen any such convergence even at the panel level, right? Forget, and I know how closely each of you work with each of the other departments. In the interest of time, we will move to a conclusion, but the audience that we have is a rich combination of educationists, skills, and industry, right? Again, this is unseen or unheard of convergence that we're seeing here itself. And I just want to probably end with a 1 minute, if you were to share your direction or what each of the stakeholders were to do, and maybe we'll end with that. Sir, from an education perspective, yeah, maybe we can take...
Take my 1 minute, take his 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Because he's the minister, he can answer everything.
Okay, so in the interest of time, we will take maybe 3 to 4 questions. If we can have the mics, we'll go there, the lady and here, and somebody from the, we'll give somebody from the back. In the interest of time, we'll take 3-4 questions, we'll take it together, sir, and then come to a final conclusion. Yeah. Yes, so go ahead, please.
I'm Unikrishnan from Transcat People Solutions, and we work with 20 different industries, and the common skill gap in all the industries, almost all companies, they don't have enough salespeople to do business to business sales or business to customer sales, B2B or B2C, and we don't have a MBA in sales. People would like to do marketing and whatever they can do in AC rooms. There is nobody ready to go and do the field sales.
Okay.
So can we do something about that?
Super question. And thank you for the question, and I would request you to keep it as crisp as that question, if you can.
Hello, sir, am I audible? So my question is to
Just
Sharan
one second,
Prakash.
just one second.
Sorry.
You'd asked for MBA in science, is it?
No, MBA in sales.
MBA in sales.
So how do you get people to get onto the field more?
See, most of the curriculum is all industry driven. So we did not have something called environmental science up to 80s. Only when the industry came up and suggested, okay, maybe this is the curriculum we added. Similarly, computer science, similarly AI, similarly now quantum, everything. So if the industry has some curriculum that needs to be put in, we'll be more than happy to adopt it. Whether it's in higher education, or we need to start it at a lower level, or we need to give credits for it, we'll be more than happy to understand how to put that as a part of a curriculum, because it will add value to anybody who wants to do MBA or anything like that. So if you have some framework, we'll be happy to look into it.
You can give a proposal.
My question is to Sharan Prakash sir. My name is Shalini. I am working in the skill development sector, especially focus on non-IT engineering. So I have been working on the same problem, 85%, repeating the same thing in all my pitches for 4 years now. So I propose a problem solution with augmented reality, virtual reality, simulated training. We can get it to the colleges. What company needs is that they read the theory, but they don't know how to apply it. And I also need to point out that they want some people hands-on, like welding, carpentry, that needs to be done. And I have the talent, I have the idea, potential. How can I connect with you and take it forward? I'm a bootstrap startup still now, so I'm looking forward for support.
Yeah, definitely, if you have any proposal, we will look into it, and definitely we can work on that. You see, what exactly, that's what I had mentioned in my earlier talk, that what exactly is required is hands-on additional skill or training, which is lacking in the colleges.
Yes.
So we need to incorporate it in the college level itself. So that we are working on with the
I think her
education.
question was specific. You're a startup, right?
Yes, how can
Yeah,
we
that
get
we can-
into-
Yeah,
we
so
can
if you are a
definitely-
startup, first you register with Elevate, give
IT
your
department.
pitch. If it works, then you become a part of our public procurement policy,
Okay.
where we can give you a pilot within the government.
Okay.
So that is what we can do for you. So if you have, that's what we have done with 1,087 startups so far.
Sir, I'll apply for the next
Yeah.
one.
So you have
IT ministry is handling that.
And that's a message to all the startups here. That is the process to
Yeah.
follow.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Can we go somewhere to the
Yeah.
end? Yes.
Yeah, I'm Vardu. I run Buddy for Study. We basically are a make my trip for education funding. We connect students who need funds for their education with different sources of funding, primarily CSR funded scholarships. So till date, we have funded 630 crores worth of scholarships to 1.4 lakh students. Out of that, zero amount has gone for skill-based scholarships. The challenge, we get a lot of requests for skilling courses. Students are asking us to fund skilling courses. Somehow there is a gap where the CSR funders don't regard skilling courses. They only fund AICTE accredited courses or education department. So that there is a gap. So we get a lot of requests. Somehow we are not able to even crack that.
Sure.
You
So
see,
any help?
that would not be, I think, some people are working on this area as well. I need to mention here in this gathering, Bajaj company has come forward and it has pledged 80% of its CSR to skilling. And they have set up one a training center, best PESET. They have established one training center in PESET college, and they are giving a 4 months hands-on skill, and they are doing the placement, and the placement happening is 100%. And that's the most successful working model. So I'd call upon all the industries. They can come forward with this model as well. You see, there are so many industries in Karnataka. There are so many good institutions. You can establish your skill centers in one of the institutions. Here, the model how it has worked is, they have done all the capital infrastructure, and the college is taking care of the human resource, and the students who are being trained. And I have promised from my side, from the skill ministry, I will take care of their training cost. Wonderful. Because it was passing on to the students. I said, if you are placing the student, I will take care of the cost of the training. So this tripartite thing can work, like industries can come forward, establish in the institutions, and institutions can take care of the human resource, and we can be a part by taking care of the cost. So
Excellent.
this model is working. So this should be model. Definitely you can collaborate with us. You can come to me. Yeah, definitely we can work together.
I'll look forward.
So your comments.
Adding to what Dr. Shanprakash said, this is what I was mentioning about opening up centers of excellences in all the institutions. So I don't want to come out which company. I've discussed about building automation and industrial automation. So 100% jobs are assured. So if you set up a center of excellence, we are ready to give the space. So if you establish those centers of excellences in our institutions, it would benefit us to bring in the change in the curriculum, add credits for it. They get a credit as well as they get a certification from the Skill Development Council or MSDC also. So, and then with the state government we can get it. So then probably with the free time we can allow other diploma holders or other graduates who want to come and upskill themselves. So in the free time they also could be allowed to do, so that the numbers could be increased, large number of people could be skilled to make them job readiness. So this is where I request the industry to feel free to come before the government. We are ready to offer you spaces. So we can work together. Probably once we start this relationship, probably then we can think of how best we can bring in the changes required in the curriculum. Curriculum all these years used to be static. We have to make the curriculum more dynamic. We have to keep changing. So you have to keep adapting to the industry requirement and the necessities and the demand. So this is what I think industry has to come up now. Industry has to open up now, and they have to be free to join with the academia, with the higher education department, so that probably these issues of the scholarship issues and supporting the students for skilling could be solved easily.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No, I think I've been getting a lot of red flags from the organizing team saying we are running out of time. I know this is so intense and there's so much happening. We can actually spend the rest of the day discussing this. I have a suggestion. If you go to the LinkedIn and look for Bangalore Skills Summit, I would request each of you who have a question or a comment or an idea to please put it there. I can commit on behalf of the organizing team that we will take all of that, consolidate that as questions and thoughts and bring it to the respective departments.
And anyway, I'm here whole day. You can, if somebody has specific thing, you can come and meet me.
Absolutely.
Sir, I have one thing.
Yes, sir, of course.
With
Any
your permission,
closing thoughts?
The previous session was about inclusivity and with how skilling can be and how skilling could be a game changer for people with who are differently abled. So Pratik is here, the CEO for ATF, the Assistive Tech Foundation. Have a seat, have a seat. And we work very closely with them. So what got me thinking, Pratik, was that what we can do is why don't we start an inclusive incubator? Skilling, reskilling, upskilling program for people with who are differently abled, and put a center of excellence for assistive tech. So products, services, solutions for the differently abled in the same this thing. So I'm abusing my this thing right, the platform that I have right now, because I already did a quick match fixing with Raman Reddy ji just now. So I was suggesting that the Department of Skill, the Department of IT, the Women and Child Welfare Department come together, work this out. You know when is Bangalore Tech Summit?
Yes, sir.
18th. So you have to give it to me by 15th.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Doable?
100%.
Thank you. Such a wonderful action item emerging out of the panel itself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fascinating, we have never seen, 45 minutes has just passed by like 45 seconds. Again, a huge round of applause to each one of them, and again to Dr. Patil and the entire skills department for putting us all together. Thank you very much, sir, and look forward to a lot of action.
Sir, I would request all of you to, can you stay back for a moment? Madam, please come over. Srimati Shivkantama Naik to
but unfortunately my mobile doesn't have that much of space. So I have to depend only on the data centers. But multimodal capability, either for communication or curation or design or making a good conversation with the people who are integral part of the future they are creating for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So both of them are tech experts.
So I think it's important. Why can't I do class 12 only with vocational subjects?
Deliver the keynote. Niti Ayog to give the keynote address by Mr. BVR Subramaniam, please.
Friends, good afternoon, friends. I thank my dear friend Ramana Reddy for giving me this chance to come to Bangalore to address the Skill Summit. You know, I've been in the Mussoorie Academy for 5 years, where IAS officers and other civil servants are trained. And the session just after lunch is called the death session. People's stomachs are full, the eyelids are heavy, and getting people to be awake for whatever time it is just after lunch is not the easiest exercise. All the same, I'll make my best effort. So I don't have a presentation, and I was here in the morning and hearing 3 wonderful ministers who were very, very articulate in the way they are trying to address the skill gap and the skill challenge in Karnataka. And I think it was a lovely exposition they gave. What I would like to focus on is actually, I'll try to, in my brief talk about 3 large areas. One is, where are we as a nation in India? And what does it mean when we want to go forward? The second thing is, what is technology doing to a large sectors of our economy and to our employment scenario? And then I'll end up with, what do we need to do in skilling? Why I'm saying this and I'm building up is, skilling is somehow still treated as some kind of an extracurricular activity, and I think that's the root of the problem. I mean, skilling is not seen as a part of education. If education is not skilling, then what is skilling? So I think we need to start thinking about it, and that's where I land. So let's come back to where we are. We are India, the 4th largest economy in the world. The finance minister was saying yesterday, in 2 years' time, we'll be the 3rd largest economy. Something to be proud of. And by 2047, we have a national goal to become a developed nation. That means a $30 trillion economy. We're targeting an $18,000 per capita income. Highly commendable goals. And what is it that is expected to power it? It's India's demography. The large, young, vibrant population is expected to power it. But the population on its own is not going to power it. It's got to be powered by a population which is also skilled, employable, and having productive livelihoods. So I think the 2 things have to be seen in combination. Before we go ahead, let me tell you, India is an inflection point in its growth trajectory. I keep repeating, this is an important inflection point. I've spent my career, 35 years as a bureaucrat, tackling problems of poverty, hunger, ignorance, disease, famine, shortages. That's what the whole country spent their entire time on. That's what governments were meant to do. Even now, that's what we think is the major challenge of government. For whatever it is worth, those problems are largely problems of the past. Problems of basic services, basic access to education, healthcare, connectivity, road, water supply, electricity, telecom, banking. I think those problems are largely resolved or actually going to be resolved in a year or 2. The question then arises, what next? Most nations at that point have actually had a transformative change, and they've moved on to a very fast growth trajectory. And if you do the right things, you actually accelerate and become developed in a matter of 20-25 years. I mean, this is a story that has happened around the world. And India is at that inflection point. It's that cusp which, if we take advantage of, as Shakespeare said,
there comes a tide in the affairs of man, which when taken at its flood, leads to glory. We are at that point. And that is not just because of one reason. There are many things going in India's favor. Firstly, demography. It's tremendously in India's favor. We are the world's largest nation as far as population goes. We'll continue to be that. But more importantly, we are a very young nation. We have a median age of 29. Our neighborhood, the big neighbor on the other side, has the median age of 39. United States is 38. And the good thing is, 25 years from now, we'll continue to be a young nation. We will still be in 2047 a country whose median age will be about 35, 36, which is not very old. So we are continuing to be a young nation, which means we are going to be the most vibrant source of working manpower in the world for the next 25 years. Out of 1.4 billion people who are there in India, we have a workforce of about 1.04 billion. That means 2/3 is our workforce. This is the largest proportion that is there in the world today. And the good thing is, not only that leads to a very low dependency ratio. Dependency ratio is the number of people who are dependent on the people who are working. It's less than 30%. We can actually continue to maintain this. Our workforce is going to peak around 1.1 billion in about 10-15 years. Out of all the people who are going to join the workforce in the next 20-25 years, 1/4 of them are going to be from India. So you can see the potential that is there. So that's one very, very big factor in India's favor. There are many other factors. Geopolitics is favoring India. India is seen as a friendly nation. So people want India to succeed. Other countries have problems with each other. We don't have problems with most big nations. The second thing is, technology is actually in our favor. It's in our favor because technology is a disruptor. You got AI, you got quantum, they're all going to disrupt the status quo. Status quo always benefits incumbents. And when you have a disruption favors people who are not an incumbent. So countries which want to grow fast have always used technological, changes to actually jump forward. So be it AI, be it quantum, be it even climate change, which is going to usher in a whole range of new technologies. India is at a point where you can use that to leverage, jump many stages of development, bypass many stages of growth and go to a higher level. So that stands the larger picture that India is in a very sweet spot. If we take advantage of it, I think we can actually make the future possible. But, and that's a very big but, it's not automatic. It's not going to happen if we sit on our, chairs and, have a cup of coffee and congratulate ourselves. It has to be accompanied by a lot. The biggest thing is we need to invest in this huge demographic dividend which we talk of. The dividend can become a curse if not invested in. We need people who are educated, we need people who are skilled, and people who are productively employed. If more people carry headloads, you're not going to grow fast, and you're not going to become a developed nation. And that's something. And if you look at statistics, our picture is not very bright. If you go to our factories and our workforce, statistics about India say that only 4% of our workforce is skilled. The average is 80 to 90% around the world. You are expecting this workforce to produce the most complicated products that are there in the world? Not with that kind of skilling, not with that kind of education. So what happens is, if you do not have a well-educated, well-skilled workforce, you are going to have a lot of people in low-paying jobs. And you're not going to have this vision of a Viksit India or a Viksit Karnataka or whatever state you are in actually fructify. What does that mean? Which means, how do we invest in education and skills? There is one big problem, which I began and alluded to in the middle. We always look at skilling as something opposed to education, or skilling as an add-on to education. We are looking at skilling as something, as an extracurricular activity outside of education. There are tons of colleges and states in the country, including education institutions at the school level, where skilling is a 6th subject or the 7th subject, not the core 5. It doesn't work that way. Then it's given exactly that kind of attention. And I think that's very, very important. If you want to become the global talent capital, and that's the word I was hearing, We need to integrate education and skilling, and it's to be done very, very early on. I mean, otherwise you look at it, we always have this educational stream, vocational stream. We were hearing in the morning, one minister was talking about the German model. Germany doesn't have something called skilling separate and education separate. It's perfectly integrated. And at what class does skilling begin in Germany? Class 7 and 8. It's actually a part of the schooling system. We have actually sat and analyzed, and it's not only Germany. There are fantastic skilling ecosystems in the world. Germany has it, Australia has it, even a small country like Singapore has it. Skilling begins in school as a normal subject. If you don't have that, people will still see skilling as a second-hand activity. Then what do you do in schools? It's important. We have something called GEAS, General Employability and Entrepreneurial Skills. This is something fundamental. That is the first skill that every child should have by the time they are in class 8, 9, 10. GEAS is now accepted in our national education policy. It's there in our national skill framework. GEAS skills are about using computers, having good communication skills, having good knowledge of basic mathematics. If that is not there, I can assure you any amount of skilling you try to pump in later is going to be a complete waste. I've actually talked to people who set up Foxconn factories. They say we don't need people who are skilled. We want people who can understand what we are telling them, and we want people who can do basic mathematics. They should be able to do addition, subtraction. The rest of the skilling we'll do on the shop floor. Big companies do the skilling in-house. They don't need outside skilling. But what do they need? Basic, what I call GEAS, General Employment and Employability and Educational and Entrepreneurial Skills. We don't even have them in our curriculum. I mean, are our children in classes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 taught basic communication skills? How good are they in maths? You just see the reports by Acer and others on how good are math skills for children in class 5. They do, half of them fail class 3 maths. Class 8 children, half of them fail class 5 maths. Now with that, the rest of the employment spectrum is closed. Very often when we think of skilling, we are looking at engineering graduates, are their skills adequate for employment, etc. Let me tell you, engineering graduates in India are going to be a minor fraction of our total workforce. They were never going to exceed more than 1%. I am talking of the other 99% of people in India. Half of them work in agriculture. Another half of them, or 40%, work in basic services, healthcare, education, gig workers, the whole host of people who are your informal workers, electricians, plumbers, mechanics. They need these basic skills. That's the first thing. The second thing is vocational education needs to be integrated with the schooling system early on. Today even departments are different. If departments are different, it doesn't matter you make people sit together, but they are still two different departments. Skilling has to be integrated into the schooling curriculum class 4, 5, 6 onwards. They first do some GES skills. From class 6, 7, they should do what is called tasting. Just test 1 credit, 2 credits of some vocational thing. By class 9, 10, they should be willing to do 1 or 2 courses only on skilling. It could be a whole range of things. And a lot of skills are not necessarily IT related. A lot of good work is happening in Karnataka. I was seeing, all the stuff happening in the tool room training centers, what KDEM is doing. But everything is not about data analytics, and everything is not only about AI. It's also about how do I use tools, how do I work with my hand. A lot of skills are still going to be, hand driven. You need to introduce them. Then comes the third thing. You need integrated vocational schools on a massive scale. We should have schools in class 10, 11, 12, which run both full academic programs, full vocational program, and a mixture of both simultaneously. So people could do 100% academic, they could do 100% vocational, or a mix of the two. By the way, that's what Germany does. And then comes the next level. After that, people can split into various careers. And I think that's very, very important. People waste a lot of time doing wrong courses. it's a wastage of money, it's a wastage of time. Why should I do 5 master's courses to figure out what is my final career? I should be able to figure that out during my education itself. So it requires 2-3 things. A, equivalence. We all need a degree in our pocket because that becomes a basic qualification. Why don't we recognize credits across all educational systems? Why can't you have some vocational work which is counted as a credit in a college? Why can't you do some internship somewhere else, it counted as a credit in your school? So I think it's important. Why can't I do class 12 only with vocational subjects and go for medicine? After all, I'm going to cross a NEET exam, right? Nobody's going to give me admission without NEET. If I can clear NEET without doing a class 12 biology and I've done it some vocational, what is wrong? I obviously know biology to clear NEET, right? So we need to change our entire equivalence pathways. So vocational, educational, ITI, skilling. We should make the certificates equivalent among each other. We should be able to move between one to the other. You see, I'm now talking in Karnataka. It's probably not the most aspirational thing here. But if you were talking in Uttar Pradesh, every child there wants to be a civil servant, want to be an IAS officer or a police officer. If you tell that child in class 10 that you go only for skilling and you do vocation, he said, no, I don't want to miss my chance of being an IAS officer. So don't cut off that opportunity. Let him not waste 8 years of his life just preparing for the IAS. Let him do vocational and say you get a degree after that. Try for the IAS after getting a vocational degree and have a subject there on vocational. If they qualify, well and good. Hardly a fraction of a % are going to get into civil services. But in the process, they have not wasted 5 years. They would be learning skills which are going to get them employment. That's very, very important. That brings us to a very important thing, and we have done actually surveys in NITI. What is it that makes people take up vocational and skilling professions? It's very important. Often it's hereditary. Let me be very clear about it. But more important, there is no counseling in India. And I think that's another success of Germany. From class 8 onwards, students are told you will not become an engineer or a doctor. Your academic background is not going to take you there. If you are not told that early on in life, you will keep struggling to become something where you are going to be a failure. Number one. Number two, you are not going to be an engineer or a doctor, fine. Then you end up being a BA or a BCom and then struggling, and then you will end up doing skilling courses and MBAs and then MComs or whatnot, which are not going to take you far. Where is the counseling going on to that kid saying that you better go to an ITI or a diploma? You learn far more than if you are actually going to do a BA or a BCom. There is no counseling. Because these decisions are not taken by governments. These decisions are taken by the student and their parents. Who takes a decision which course will a kid do? The parents and the kid, nobody else. So in a country of our size, 1 billion people are taking 1 billion decisions what they will study. It is not going to happen because we have a great policy or whatever. There has to be individual conversations to 1 billion people saying this is possible, this is not possible. So where do you find people going into these skilling courses maximum? Wherever they're actually seeing opportunities in front of their eyes. So it'll happen in Bangalore because people can see jobs. So, but if I go into some interior buster and say do skilling, he says, where will I do if I do skilling? I don't see anything happening out of skilling. So nobody will pick up skilling. Although that's probably the best future they have if they do it. So you need a heavy investment in counseling, which means literally every school should have a career counselor, every college should have a career counselor. If you don't do that, all this investment in skilling and all is going to be duplication of whatever else is happening. Because people will pick up the thing for the wrong reasons. They do it because they failed elsewhere. I think that's the wrong reason. Very early on, if you realize that, look, if you are somebody in Pune and you actually do a good ITI course, you learn 4 to 5 times that of an engineer working in a software company. If I join, say, Bajaj Auto or something, I get 1 lakh rupees as a salary on a shop floor. The kids are not told early on that your earning potential is far more if you do this rather than that. And they spend their time thinking, because what we say in Hindi, bhed chal, like sheep, we all go together. And we think everybody is going, but you see, there's only a few people, early sheep who get something, the rest of the sheep don't get anything, So I think counseling is very, very integral. The other part is, we also think skilling is only something which is for school age or college going children. I mean, skilling is a lifelong affair. And there I noticed that Karnataka has done a lot of good work. I've heard the words being repeated, upskilling, reskilling, etc. But they can't end up being words. I'm a 60-year-old, can I walk into, say, an ITI and say, look, there's some new machine tool which has come. Can I do a 2-week course where I can learn about this new lathe machine? Probably no. There is nothing in our system which is actually addressing these needs. There is a new way of repairing a tire puncture comes up. Who is going to train a mechanic on how to do that new type of tire puncture? There is none. So we are actually putting people in silos as if skilling is something separate. Actually, it is integral to education and it should be thrown open to people of all ages. I mean, 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years, they should be able to do it. Lastly, the point which one of the ministers said, it's about international pathways. I think again, your KSDC, higher education, they're doing a lot of good work. But I've seen the numbers. The numbers need to be not in thousands, but in millions. And the fact is the opportunity is there. The world is in a population decline. There's a separate problem we won't talk today. For the first time in mankind's history, the world's population is going to decline. The world has never faced such a situation. 100 years from now, we'll be 1 billion people less. What does it mean for the world? We still don't know. But the point is, for the time being, we are in a sweet spot. We have the people to supply. The question is, are they ready? Are they workforce ready? Some good initiatives are there. I've heard about nursing. I am familiar. The British come straight to Karnataka and recruit nurses and take them there. A lot of things are happening, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's huge. So what we need is actually a survey of what is the demand for various jobs and skills outside, and then make people here job ready. I've heard language skills being done. I've heard about technical skills, and I've also been told about pre-departure skills. So I think that's a lot of important stuff that is being done. But I think the range of job opportunities that are going to be there are going to be huge. And I think a more investment in international pathways is going to be of great importance. Another problem in the skilling setup is there is an information asymmetry. Those who have jobs and those who seek jobs, and what is the skill matching that needs to be done. I think there are not enough avenues to do that matching. I think governments are making some efforts. But let me tell you, government is not the best entity in doing these things. I think that's huge scope for the private sector to get in. Platforms where you can actually match what is the requirement of skills in the employment world, so that younger people can start actually training themselves in those. I think that's a huge opportunity. Two last areas. We forget 50% of the population is women. And when we talk about all these things, we talk in a very gender neutral way. Women have a separate set of challenges when they talk about education as well as skilling. Even more so when it is about reskilling, upskilling. And women have a separate challenge which is completely unique. Half the women in the world drop out of the workforce and want to come back to the workforce. There is nothing for them in India at least. I've quit the job because I've become a mother. 2 children, 8 years later, I want to come back into the workforce. World has moved on. I need to get myself skilled. Again, do you have any skilling for them? I think that's a huge workforce which needs to be trained. And we have heard about the gig and platform workers. Karnataka has been a leader in many ways. So you're doing well. Now I'll come to the last issue. This is about technologies and how they're going to affect, how they are changing the world we are living in. Vikasit Bharat will happen not because of demography, because populations don't automatically raise incomes. You need productivity. And productivity comes by adopting technology in our processes. Our workforce, our factory workers, our service sector workers, all have to imbibe new ways of working using more and more technology. If somebody in another country on the same job gets 100 times what the same person gets in India, it's because that person produces 100 times more in the same time. It's simple. That's basic math, nothing else. And the question is, how does that happen? Which basically means you have to bring technology heavily into every activity in the economy. Be it agriculture, be it manufacturing, be it every part of services. We need to modernize and get more tech. But how does that happen? It's not about just new machine. Niti works a lot. We have a Frontier Tech Hub. We just released a report on frontier technology in agriculture day before yesterday. It's about precision agriculture, precision supply of seeds, all the way from planning for the crop till post-harvest. Technology can intervene at 8-10 stages and make a huge difference, raise outputs. It looks very nice on a drawing board. It looks very good for a startup. But who on earth is finally going to do it? It's the farmer on the field. And if that person is not skilled in all of these, it's not going to happen. So, you need to be working on training 50 crore farmers in the latest technologies. Otherwise, that agriculture miracle is not going to happen. It'll all be nice laboratories in big cities or just in the neighborhood. If you want to penetrate this large landmass, which is India, you need a massive skilling program just of farmers in imbibing technology. I'll come to the other part. That is the informal sector. The actual number of people who work in the informal sector in India is 49 crores. Bulk of the people in industry in India are informal. They're not formally employed. And if you want to become very productive, and they have to have a per capita income which is of that of a developed country, you have to have advanced manufacturing. That again requires skilling. That means you need a separate skills program just to upskill the informal workers. And it's not skilling in terms of new machine. It's about bringing technology so that you do your job better. I mean, a cook in the house who wants to make, I'm in Bangalore, so you want to make a aloo paratha, can they use technology to get the latest input on how do I make an aloo paratha better? Or if you're a carpenter, how do I get a new design for a table or a bed? And how can I do it faster? And technology can help you a lot. How do we get that in? So we actually need a skills mission just to train the entire informal workforce. They need to be mapped and they need to be brought on to the latest platforms of working and training. Otherwise, you'd see the electrician who comes to your house to repair your thing. He comes with a screwdriver and a tester. He works the way he did 50 years ago, He'll go, he'll switch off the mains, put something here, put something there. That's not how it happens in a modern economy if that person has to be a highly paid person. It has to be far more modern. If your house is supposed to be full of IoT and gadgets which are run by internet, that electrician who comes to your house also needs to know all that. If otherwise, he'll be a low paid electrician. And I can repeat this ad nauseum irrespective of the profession. So you need a massive skills mission. Come back to the core, which is education. Look at the disruption, and now that since I'm in Bangalore, that AI is doing. AI is not going to remove jobs. AI is going to remove roles. Some tasks will be removed, but it will create new tasks. We actually did a mapping. There are certain jobs which were actually not available or being asked for 6 months ago. They are now the top searched jobs on the internet. And I don't even know the words. There's nothing common. These jobs didn't exist 6 months ago. They have come up and people are asking, do people have this skill? That kind of stuff. It's not the usual coders and all that. So there will be a complete change in skill profile. Do nothing. And Niti has estimated, we lose 40 lakh jobs. If we do the right thing, we actually add 60 lakh jobs. The question is very simple. Do nothing, minus 4 million. Do something, it's plus 6 million. So it can actually be a big job creator. Going further, the whole issue about AI, it is now becoming so integral to our education. We actually need an AI talent mission where you embed AI in the entire education system, beginning wherever, class 4, 5, 6 onwards, into your college system as regular courses. Because you can't ignore it, and it's not something you'll pick up later. So that's something we're also working on. So this is the large picture I'm laying out. But going back to the first thing, skilling, integrate it with education, start early, see that there is complete interoperability between different education systems. So that it doesn't matter, I am a bachelor's in skilling. Today such degrees don't exist. But I know some states have done some. Giving a counter example, Maharashtra has done an excellent work. where they've actually declared equivalence between some ITI degrees and normal college degrees. Because that they see, everybody dreams of becoming a government clerk. So don't cut off that dream, you know. But if he doesn't get it, he's still done something useful. They have to do equivalence, and most important, counseling. Counseling early on and making people realize this is best for you in terms of income potential. Other countries have job surveys. They keep telling you which profession will get you and what's the demand. India doesn't have all that. So what happens is people aspire for something based on storytelling, gut feeling, not data. So counseling helps get over that, make people right choices early on. I mean, it's shocking to see the number of people who are what we call in India, about 5% people are what we call NEET, not in employment, education or training. These are people who are working age and doing nothing. They've just dropped out of the system from the workforce. They're not even looking for jobs. Simple reason is they've done the wrong education, nobody has counseled them, they've failed in a job and they don't know what to do next. And now they're 35, 40, they think their life is over. I think that's a disaster. We should avoid that. Proper counseling, you cut that out, you can do much better. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
I would request you to kindly stay back, sir. I would request all of you to kindly do put your hands together and welcome. Let's welcome the next fireside chat dignitaries on this stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome our speakers, Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, Chief Executive Officer, NASSCOM IT ITS SSC, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome her on stage, please. Along with her, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. P.B. Katur, Global Head, Global Engineering Academy, L&T Technology Services, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome the gentlemen. And also I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Madhuri Dubey, Founder and Director, National Skills Network, to kindly join us on stage to moderate this session. The fireside chat topic would be ecosystem synergy, driving skills innovation through collaboration. This session will spotlight how partnerships across government, industry, academia, and social enterprises create synergy in advanced skilling. Over to our moderator, Ms. Madhuri. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. The topic definitely is very interesting, relevant, and something which we should all reflect on. But I feel most of it is already being discussed since morning. So we are taking a bit of a liberty here and trying to relate it to the ground level realities which we face today. So this is to do with, for example, what is the notion of skilling that we all are aware of? Because we know that we have our opinions about skilling and education. Then what is it about talent? Are we aware that how volatile the ecosystem is becoming when it comes to jobs? The two real words are hiring and firing. That's what we hear around us most of the time. So with so many disturbances, disruptions, geopolitical issues, etc., how do we interpret skilling today, and how do we make this ecosystem beneficial to all the stakeholders? And that's where I think the synergies lie. So once again, welcome Dr. Katur and Dr. Abhilasha. I'm so glad to have this discussion with you. Let me get started by asking you a few questions. So for both of you. So how many times in a day you use the AI productivity tools, and what jobs would have been lost because of this?
Almost 5 to 6 times a day, I must say. And most of the jobs, if I talk about in my work structure, it is half of my EA's job is gone because of these productivity tools. So taking notes, minutizing the minutes, or a lot of MIS information for which we used to have people. So I think those are becoming more automated from my part of job.
Okay, thank you. So these are quick questions, so let's hear it from Dr. Kotur.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhuri and Dr. Abhilasha. May I request all of you to stand up? It's a post-lunch session. Please stand up. So you don't tell me, Dr. Ramana Reddy only not asked me why you are asking as a speaker. Give a round of applause to him. Big round of applause. I'm sure that you have had it's a wonderful session you have created, Doctor, and for the government. Don't sit down. Please stand up. So November 1st is Karnataka State Festival, Rajyotsava. And November throughout we drive DNA of Rajyotsava, and Karnataka Skill Development Authority and Karnataka Skill Development Corporation together organizing in the month of Karnataka Rajyotsava for the state of Karnataka, for the state of people in Karnataka, and for all Bangalorean. Round of applause. So thank you very much. You can be seated. So I know that I can speak. Otherwise, you will all get into mobile and then forget me and all of us. Thank you very much, Doctor. This is wonderful to have AI. So my friend introduced somebody. AI is amazing intelligence, right? Some people say artificial intelligence. But AI for me is today's essence of what is happening. We have academicians A, industrialist I. So both academia and industry together make AI for this conference, I am sure. But very precisely what you have brought is how many productivity tools you use. About 20,000 AI tools are there, but unfortunately my mobile doesn't have that much of space. So I have to depend only on the data centers. But for making each day very beautiful in the AI world, at least I will go with 5.
Okay.
And ensure that I use each one of them for the multimodal capability, either for communication or curation or design, or making a good conversation with the people who are integral part of the future they are creating for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So both of them are tech experts, as we know, and I can't help starting with this. So now moving on to other quick questions. What was the toughest question a student has asked you in any of your speaking events? To you, Dr. Kotur.
This is very interesting. Students ask, first and foremost, can I get a salary hike in the first month of my joining? Can I get a promotion in the second month of my joining? Third, can you elevate me to C-suite in my third month? And they never miss a chance. Can I switch the job on the fourth month?
Okay.
So that's what I ask.
So Dr. Abhilasha?
Not this much of interesting questions what have been asked to Dr. Kotur. But yes, students still come up and they say that you tell us that AI skills or the generative AI skills, you need to upgrade it almost every quarter or half yearly. And if we can't learn it in the same manner, then should we join the category of NEET, what BVR Subramanian was also saying, that if we can't compete with AI, then what we should do. So I think, and that's a difficult question also, and I think it's very pertinent also to today's this thing. So the students, when they join, let's say a BTech Computer Science or any graduation program, by the time they'll be coming out after 4 years, will their skills be relevant still? So relevance is one thing. I think it's a very, very difficult thing even by the industries to answer that those skills will be relevant or not after 4 years of completion of degree.
Okay. That's really most important part of the skilling, the relevance aspect of it. And one piece of advice which you wish you hadn't ignored so far in your career.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I said one piece of advice that you would have got, which you today feel you shouldn't have ignored it, probably.
Okay. So, the piece of advice is abundance, but what I feel is, when I taught AI in 93, 94 as a teacher in engineering college, all the data centers, networks should have been available there, so that I would have never felt that Vikasit Bharat would not have happened in 2047, but have happened by 2025. That was my advice.
And what about you?
So in earlier days, people used to say you need to be jack of all trade and maybe master of none. So I think on very early stage, if somebody would have told me that you need to have jack of all trade, but at least master some, then maybe we need to be in a different space that way.
Yeah. So we get to see from our experts how a bit of their personal lives and the stories around it are all getting unpacked right now, and throughout this session we will get to know more. So now coming back to the theme, to Dr. Abhilasha, what is your interpretation of the theme when we talk about driving skills through skills innovation through collaboration? Here probably when we talk about innovation, we can't help associating it with technology, because these are becoming more or less synonymous. Again, reference to all the talks we had today.
Yeah. So I'll tell you with the help of an anecdote or a story, in that case a small story. So when we are saying that collaboration need to be there, and that's what the last keynote also said, that from a very early age, if we integrate skills with education, that is how will be a roadmap to be a Viksit Bharat also. So in one of the session I was speaking and I said that maybe we can change the ABCD. And literally A for maybe artificial intelligence, B for blockchain. The door opens, so that is a sensor, or you put your hands under a tap, the water flows. So what technology is behind it? Maybe on a very basic level. So somebody from the audience stood and said that you are still talking about India, what about Bharat? So do you really think where people don't have access to education and maybe proper internet, do you think that this will work out? And I just asked them that if you remember your ABCD, your alphabets, so what did you learn from the alphabet X? So it was xylophone. At what age you were able to see a xylophone? Or at what age you saw a zebra? But as a 4-year-old child, you were able to relate to them. At least you have a basic understanding. So once a 3-year-old child can understand a xylophone without seeing it, don't you think they'll understand IoT sensor or artificial intelligence? So that kind of collaboration, I think, or that kind of innovation, so we have to open our mind, think something like this. If we really want, and I'm not saying that everybody should become a tech expert. As we said that 50% of the population, more than that, are into different domains. So this ABCD can change as per the different domains, but at least we need to give them a basic understanding of these concepts from a very early age. So for me, this sync or alignment will definitely work as a collaboration for innovation or for Viksit Bharat in that case.
Yeah, so this means we have to catch them young and start early. Yes, Dr. Kotur, so coming to you. Ecosystem is a word I think we hear so often, but then I'm not sure how we interpret this, at every time, because this is such a dynamic word, it keeps changing. So can we hear from you, how would you interpret this in the context of the theme of this discussion?
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Ecosystem is in terms of today's skilling world. First, we need to see the building blocks of the ecosystem. First and foremost, any country to be seen as a developed country, the foundation is the education. Therefore, academia comes as a first block. Academic institutions, primary education, secondary. Second, the consumer of the academia, which is industry. And both academia and industry to survive better in the given system, the government policies are important. And then, in order to make government succeed, society is important. And then finally, to make the geopolitical system is also important. The last is today's AI system is also an ecosystem. When government policies enable, industry innovate, academia excellence, and societal empathy, and AI's power, when they meet together, you will see a phenomenal power for the growth engine. Skills are new currency in the progress of the nation, and innovation is its engine. So when you bring all of them, a good equation makes ecosystem synergy, and we can possibly drive the collaboration needed.
Yeah, that's so nice to hear, especially from both of them, about their interpretations of keywords like innovation, collaboration or ecosystem that we keep hearing most of the time. And often we forget that all these are very interrelated. And what matters most is not just the discussions that happens in forums like this, but what is it that happens on the ground? And how is it that we really actually impacting the youth, or just not the youth, but also those who are already in the job and who want to develop their careers and move forward. So with this, let me move on to asking them a bit about the industry itself. Currently, we talk so much about future-proofing our careers, future-proofing something. So what exactly do you think is future-proofing against the developments? Is it really possible? Do you think it can be done?
Not exactly if you ask me, but we can't just sit back and relax and say that we can't do it. So some steps have to be taken. And I think future-proofing can only happen once we become the lifelong learners.
Yeah.
And that's what we said, that it's not you complete your class 10th or 12th, you reach to a graduation, you get any kind of entrance examination. And once you reach to a final semester, you look out for a job. And if you feel, okay, I have landed into a job as per my choice or not as per my choice, but now I don't think I have to learn. So that is something wrong. And that is what various reports are also coming up, let it be for the future of work, for World Economic Forum, or for Niti Aayog report, which they came up with last month, which said that it is not the age or the designation that will make you sustainable, or for a future-proofing concept, if you call it that way. It is how you are able to converse yourself or align yourself with a change in economy and technology in that case. So even for a farmer or somebody who is working in a logistics supply chain, or even for doctors, so don't you think that even for a doctor, it is important that they understand the data analytics? Or maybe they'll have assistants, with a nursing assistant, they might have a data analytics. It is something like, earlier when we used to go to a doctor, he said, okay, how are you feeling? Okay, I'm feeling fine. I don't know, my symptoms. And he'll prescribe me some things. Yeah. Now as an informed, even as a patient, if I go to a doctor and tell them, my resting heart rate is this. When I sleep, this is my pulse rate. When I start walking, this is. And if I am having a sugar monitor, the whole day I'll give him so much of data so that it becomes for a doctor. And doctor these days give you your email IDs and say, can you share all this report? And then we'll see how we prescribe the medicine to you. Yeah. So I think that is one thing which requires for a future-proofing kind of a thing. And few examples like this is like IIT Jodhpur and IIT AIMS Jodhpur. They have clubbed their students together and they are working on wonderful projects there as part of their research projects, where they said our doctor and an engineer, how they can come up with various solutions for healthcare or medtech also in that case. So I think that can be a step for future-proofing in that case.
I think that's a really useful kind of a takeaway for us in terms of defining future-proofing, because you are also emphasizing on lifelong learning. Do you agree with her? Would you want to add something?
No, I think possibly future-proofing in the context of skill development and Viksit Bharat. So India is blessed with 5 Ds. The demography, I think all have heard about it. Yeah. Possible young population of 66 million. But at the same time, it's very important that democracy, that's a policy making. The third is diversity. We have a younger, elder, and eldest. All the 5 generations diversity we have. The fourth, the power is a digital power. And ultimately, the fifth power is a deep cultural heritage. When we all practice in true essence, I'm sure that future is now. You need not really struggle to prove it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before we move on to the last round of our discussion, I have some quick questions for you. So any one of you, it's like a quick round again, a rapid round. First, it's about the kind of skilling, particularly pertaining to the sector you both represent. The most overrated or overhyped ITES skill right now?
Prompt engineering. You see a lot of YouTube videos talking about that do prompt engineering, earn 80,000, 1 lakh rupees. I mean, it is just one part of that skill. So I think it is quite overrated because of the social media reels.
Okay. The biggest talent issue right now in the sector?
Biggest?
Talent issue that we are facing?
Biggest talent is how to speak to AI.
Okay. And the shelf life of any ITES skill, is it like 1 week, 6 months, 1 year, or what is it?
Depends on skill to skill, but seeing the kind of emergence into the current industry transformation, the way it is happening, I'll say from an industry perspective, they look for 6 months. From academia perspective, they say we change the syllabus in 4 years.
No, possibly I will give a different twist.
Yeah.
The C language was developed in 1972. People still use it. In 1979, C++ developed. People are using it. 1995, Java was developed. People are using it. So mostly if you look at on the lighter note, don't feel bad because industry people are there. We are using everything is very, very old stuff. But what is relevant is our behavior, our mindset, not the technology. If I am ready to win, intensity to win matters most than how many books you referred, how many languages you know. But the language of growth, if you know, any language you can master, any technology you master. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Thank you. So to continue with this, and to bring it to the context of the event, we need to also think about making this skill summit very impactful. So let's hear it from our expert. So MOU or actionable game plan, which creates faster change in the ecosystem level?
I think go both. It's very important.
Okay.
I'll say actionable plan should be put first and then we should sign a MOU rather than the other way around.
See, why I contradict with Dr. Abhilasha is a good friend. It's very important. Don't feel bad. See, in earlier days, we all met and planned. Today we are saying, let us plan and meet. Nothing will happen. Better to have both in place.
Okay. The unique skill challenge that tier 2 or 3 cities or towns of Karnataka are facing today?
They have voice, but there is no place. They have a degrees. They don't have a visa to the corporates. They have a courage, but they don't have an attitude to be in right place. But they have everything. I think this workforce should provide the opportunity for them to grow, shine, just like the tech farmer. Thank you very much.
And I'm sure the audience is making a note of this, and all those who are influencers here in the ecosystem, please make a note of what we just heard about helping the state, especially the tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities. And could there be a special drive to include more women workforce in this sector? Especially,
yes, absolutely.
You are from this Sector Skill Council.
Correct.
Yeah.
And under various DEI initiative also, even NASSCOM is also having a lot of initiatives, supporting these initiatives with the industries, where definitely we understand that for ladies, they are an important part of our workforce, and a major percentage, almost 26 to 30% of workforce is from the women workforce, what we have, especially in IT and tech industry. So once they go on sabbatical or break, how they have to come back. So Future Skills Prime is one platform with MEETI, what we are running is one. And various other industry-focused initiatives also. Like recently, few days back, a new initiative has been launched that is called, instead of leadership, it is lead hership. So how maybe she has left her career journey in mid, and when she wants to join back. So there are a lot of initiatives, and definitely this is, you can say, something which we need to continuously keep on doing it in that case.
Yeah, good to know about the gender balance that you are striving for. And next point here is your immediate post-summit ask to KSDC and KSDA, that is the government of Karnataka. What would it be?
No, very important. This is a wonderful initiative. It's a great beginning. I am sure that the place Karnataka gives the impetus to growth. So I am sure that Dr. Abhilasha, we always meet. We have a 264 billion export every year. 60% comes from this wonderful land called Karnataka, right? Out of 3.5 million talent, 2.5 represent Karnataka. And right ecosystem, right investment, right partnership will happen. In my 32 years of corporate life, looking at the contribution to academia and the talent development, roughly about 200,000 young minds from tier 2, tier 3 I onboarded into the corporate. 55% of them are girls. Idea is that my request to Dr. Raman Reddy and the entire team to create the skills, not only technical, domain, tools and certificate, the behavioral skills are very important. If I everything, but my behavioral skills are not good, if I continue to violate traffic and then claim the roads are not good, I throw everything and then it's golden or Flower City has become a garbage city. It's not possible. And when you are inside the lift and coming out and people are going inside, allow them to come out first. These are basic skills. So I was talking to somebody, while the technology is a power, it is 80% is visible. But the 20% behavioral skill, very important. I think Niti Aayog CEO was mentioning about what skills should go at what time of the world in education system. At home, at office, at corporates, at the society at large. If we build the values first approach, AI first will lead Viksit Bharat 2047. That's what I feel.
Thank you. What about you as Sector Skill Council, if you had asked to the government of Karnataka?
I'll say as a Sector Skill Council as well as for NASSCOM also, that one is definitely applied learning, whatever the kids are learning in different parts of the state. And second, the stackable micro credentials should become compulsory as the credit enabled courses, because we have seen in the country that whenever, and to give you some percentages also, if a learner or a candidate is enrolling for an online program, for example, or any kind of certification also, so only 28% are able to complete that program. So in case we embed these programs, these micro-credential or stackable credentials into their degree program, then it will become definitely at least 90% in that case. So if we can do that, so I'm not saying as being a democratic country, but some kind of enforcement is definitely required if we have to pave our way for 2047 for sure.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Now one last quick question before I ask your key takeaways. Yuva Nidhi scheme or skeleton and hackathons, which drives better in outcomes?
So Dr. Madhuri, I will request, because they are all listening to us, let us them ask the question rather than we answering ourselves. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'll possibly answer before you go, otherwise they'll give a round of applause. That is a signal before our people come and tell us.
Yeah.
Maybe one or two questions from the audience.
We have somebody there.
Yes, sir. Ask the question, not the explanation, please.
They can be collaborated and the things can be done. I am Dr. Gopal Singh, teaching economics and management.
We'll have to close.
So one of you can answer. I think we will close it. I think it's very important. UGC has started for industry people who are retired with all the degrees as a professor practice. Similarly, for the professor who are already excelled, like Pitamaha Bhish. So industry leverages competencies. I think if you have heard clearly when Niti Aayog CEO was speaking about what after the retirement. There is no retirement. We need to reimagine the power of the people who experienced and leverage their power, just like the one question you asked, sir. I'm sure that it will help India grow, shine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I just came to know that we are running short of time, so we will have to close this session right now. And thank you both for sharing your views and answering all the questions so very well. And thank you, audience, and thank you, organizers, for this opportunity. And it's a privilege to be here and share this important moment in the history of Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhuri and Dr. Abhilash.
Thank you so much, Madhuri ma'am. Thank you so much to the speakers as well. To honor them with a small token of appreciation, I would request Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, IAS, to kindly join us on stage, who's our chairman, Karnataka Skill Development. To introduce and welcome the next speakers for the session.
Yeah, thank you, Lakshmi. Well, we now move on to another important fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is about global perspectives, skilling for dignity, equity, and empowerment. And this fireside chat will highlight how skilling initiatives can go beyond economic utility to become pathways for dignity, equity, and empowerment. It's my pleasure to request the esteemed speakers to please come on stage. First of all, Mr. Ashim Burkhardt, the Consul General, Federal Republic for Germany in the states of Karnataka and Kerala. Please put your hands together for Your Excellency, Mr. Burkhardt. Also, our speaker, Ji Sun Song, the Director, South Asia Human and Social Development Sector Office, Asian Development Bank, and also our moderator, Mr. Deepak Prabhu Matti, the Chief Executive Officer of Cognizant Foundation.
Okay, I can see that.
Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. And here is an important session, which is social mobility, community resilience, and human development at large, the global perspectives. Straight away, it's over to you, Mr. Deepak Prabhu, to take us through. It's on, I think. It's on. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this fireside chat on skilling for dignity, equity, and empowerment. According to the Karnataka's Workforce Blueprint 2030, the white paper released yesterday, Karnataka is targeting the creation of 20 lakh new jobs by 2030. While this is great news, we also heard from the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka yesterday during the inaugural ceremony that women participation in the labor force within Karnataka is about 30%, thus highlighting the need for increasing workforce engagement and, more importantly, skill development to fully realize the potential of this demographic dividend. In fact, I remember meeting Shantamma, a speech and hearing impaired lady in her early 20s, and I was fortunate to meet her a couple of weeks ago. She hails from a small village called Molakalmuru in Chitradurga district, about 8 hours from here. And she was born to into a farming family. Father is a farmer and mother is a homemaker. Into a family of 5 other siblings, 2 of whom were also speech and hearing impaired. And her teacher guided her to the Nettoor Technical Training Foundation, where she went through a 2-year ITI program in electromechanical trade. And today, after gaining about 2 years of experience, she is working in TVS Electronics. So when I interacted with her, not only did I see that her job, the salary that she is earning, is helping in the economic empowerment of her family, but I could clearly see the pride that she is really contributing in spite of her disability. So very positive vibes from her. We are joined by 2 remarkable people, Ms. Gi Sun Song from the Asian Development Bank and Mr. Ashim Burkhardt, the Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in the states of Karnataka and Kerala, whose work spans continents and communities, transforming life not just economically, but socially and emotionally. So with that, let's dive in. And my question to you, Gi Sun, coming from the Asian Development Bank, which I know provides support to various developmental initiatives, but could you share about a bit more about your organization and your specific role?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and then thank you for inviting me for this very apt panel that ADB is like very passionate about this topic. Asian Development Bank was established in 1966 to promote the socio-economic development of Asia and the Pacific. ADB works with the government, private sector, and civil society to reduce poverty and foster sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Our mission is to achieve a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. India has been a founding member to ADB. So we're gonna kind of celebrate 60th anniversary soon. Now, ADB has scaled up its operations significantly in recent years. Last year, we are delivering 4 billion annually as a sovereign lending to support mainly urban development, climate resilient, connectivity, power sector reform, and education and health sector improvement. Alongside this, ADB is also mobilizing around $1 billion annually in non-sovereign financing, targeting private sector investment in infrastructure, clean energy, urban transformation, and tertiary health and education services. Since the first education and skills development project in 2013, ADB has been working with the central and state government through 8 loans and 7 states, around $790 million investment and technical assistance. We are also supporting Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for the new PM-SET2 program that we are very proud of to be partnered with that. The ADB is working with the stakeholders in Karnataka on school education, higher education, and skill development interventions scheduled for 2026 and 2027 approval. Karnataka for us offers a very unique opportunity to demonstrate the integrated actions to improve state human capital through the interventions at the different levels of education and skilling ecosystem. And this session topic, the skilling for dignity, equity, and empowerment, as I mentioned in the onset, will be at the very heart of ADB and Karnataka partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Gisun. And Achim, when I look at the words consulate or embassy, what I remember is the nervous moments at the US consulate or the French consulate in answering questions to get a visa. Now I get to give it back by asking you to share about your organization and about your role.
Yes, thank you so much. You gave me the word which we are dealing every day with it. And just to give you an information, the German consulate in Bangalore is the worldwide biggest consulate in terms of long-term visa. We are issuing about 40,000 long-term visa, means for students, for people working in Germany, for family going with their partners to Germany. It's 40,000 per year, so it's a huge number. And we try to make it happen as soon as possible because we have certain interests in that. And I think that is where the question of whether you need time to get a visa or not is answered, because we have interests. We have interests and India has interests. India has a huge workforce and we want, first of all, to support India and Karnataka in getting that workforce developed. And we are ready to partner, and we already partner with many institutions in India and in Karnataka on this topic. Second, we want, by doing so, not only support India in its way, and it was cited in the last fireside chat, in the Bharat 47 mission of India, to make India a developed economy by that year, because you need excellence in industry. And that's what we want to support. But also, we're a little bit also, looking at ourselves, because we have over 220 German companies, a lot of them producing here in Karnataka. Alone in Bangalore, it's 220 companies, and they need skilled workers. So it's not only for India, it's also for Germany and the German Indo Corporation in the field of business and industry. And lastly, and I think that is the most important thing, we also look at skilled migration to Germany. And we had already this morning during our roundtable a discussion on that. What is needed for that? So we feel, being a German consulate here, and you see there is our logo with all the other missions, there's the GIZ there, the German Indo Corporation logo there, that we want to work with India on that particular frame. We are a partner in a migration agreement with India. So skilling and working and industry and business and governments are working at the same page to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity and love the enthusiasm and the passion with which you are involved with the state of Karnataka and, of course, India in general. Question for you, Gisun. When it comes to skilling in general, there's always the focus on students who are pursuing college education, upskilling them, or students who are in their, or youth who are in the early part of their careers, maybe in the early 20s. So is it pertinent to consider skilling as an effort to be undertaken by the youth looking for entry-level jobs? Or is skilling a lifelong effort from school to end of career?
Thank you very much. I think earlier the keynote speech as well as the earlier fireside chat actually highlighted a lot of those insights as well. I can just add my 2 tokens there. We need both. In the modern economies, the notion of staying in one job for the lifetime is not valid anymore. And then I'm sure even in the audience, many of you may have changed your job, like not just once or twice, but many times. The average person changes job about 12 times over their lifetime. This is US statistics. But I am sure the Karnataka growing so fast and then be part of the global value chain in many aspects, you would see this as a reality as well. With the younger generation switching even more frequently, for example, millennials are expected to hold like at least 3 jobs before they're reaching 35 years old. And then Gen Zs, actually the previous panel mentioned about like every month they're coming up with a different demand. Gen Zs actually projected to change their job every 2 years. So we're talking about that even like a new entrance will kind of facing this like a frequent job changes, and then technological changes and how the market is moving. This will be only accelerated rather than slowing down. For the corporate world, this means like a headache in recruitment and retention. But for the job seekers, continuous upgradation of the skills and experience, which is like we termed as competencies, moving up the career ladder through the job change is inevitable. So the first job market entrants, it is very important that they come with foundational and transferable skills, along with some job-specific skills that can be basis for stacking up more skills as they go. So earlier panels also mentioned about stackable and like modular competencies and skills highlighted that, but also the permeability between the general education and technical education as they move on the ladder. So for those who are already in the job market, continuous skill acquisitions, either formal or informal way, would be essential for them to stay relevant and productive. The rapid technological changes, again, it's like only accelerating this requirement. As earlier, NASCOM and like IT Skill Sector Council colleagues also like highlighted this a lot. Skilling system should be consider the both needs. So I would say the skilling is for everyone.
Thank you. I will remember the point that you made that in today's world, one goes through about 12 jobs. I'm in my 4th job, and I still have 8 more to go with less than a decade of my career left.
And the retirement is coming, not coming anytime soon.
Yeah.
Even after 65 years old, maybe in the 80s you're doing something productive.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. So Ashim, I spoke about Shantamma's story, and clearly I saw that pride and dignity and self-worth in her eyes, right? So how have skilling initiatives implemented or supported by your organization contributed not just to economic empowerment, but to restoring or improving on the dignity and self-worth of individuals?
You know, I think taking pride in what you're doing is always the best thing for doing very good work, very good craftsmanship, very good skills lead to that and lead to pride. What we try to do whenever we have a partner with whom we try to put up a program, with whom we talk, etc., with companies we talk to, there's always one point which we make very much clear. It is a mistake to leave out, for example, half of the society, which are women, out of the working process. And what I have witnessed in a lot of kind of visits at companies, on the shop floor, the kind of happiness of young Karnataka women working proudly in a German company and making things happen in that company. This is something which I believe is very much in the DNA of the German companies. And when I say that, you have to know that I would say 98% of the German companies in Bangalore are headed by Indian managers. So I think that spreads into the society and helps to support lifting up young women, for example, into the workforce. But it's not only about young women, it's about also other groups in society in remote areas, etc., to address. So that is very important, and I can see that companies we work with and institutions we work with are doing that. So, and I want to take that opportunity to say something on the skills. And I heard the keynote speech, which I really liked very much. And there was a notion in it which I also liked very much. Because I think society has also to change its view on craftsmanship, the view on what that contributes to our societies, and it's enormous. And if you have somebody at home who fixes your electricity, and this person is not able to do it because this person was not properly formed, then that is not a good situation. But if you have somebody who takes pride in what he or she is doing and knows what he or she is doing, and you have a successful result, then everybody is happy. And I think, therefore, we as a society have to really look more positively, especially all we see in India. I see that much more in Germany because we have this history of saying that, I cited that this morning already, that craftsmanship has a golden floor, we say, which is a successful profession where you can make your living. And actually, if I would have been a craftsman in the age of 18, I probably would have earned more in my life than I have done as a diplomat, So I think that is very important. We have also to accept that we pay well for these kind of services, So there are many, many ways, and I think the attitude towards that is a very important thing because that also supports the pride you were talking about. And you have seen that with that young lady, and I think we can see that with the people who have a good formation. So that is very important, I believe. Great. And actually, I'm in my first job. As a student, I was a taxi driver, etc., but 37 years as diplomat.
All right, thank you. Question for you, Gisun. What are the mismatches in the skilling ecosystem? I mean, many partners, many organizations have to come together, including the government, in quite a lot of cases. So what are the mismatches in the skilling ecosystem that needs to be kept in mind for effective outcomes? And we have seen examples of how training happens, but the end result is not placement or entrepreneurship opportunities. Or training is not completed and half done and so on, right? So those are outcomes, those are not outcomes that we should be proud of, right? So what are those mismatches?
Thank you very much. Skilling is a means to an end, and then the end or the outcome as he mentioned, should be someone employed, so landed on job, and then the person is feeling the self-fulfillment by carrying out those like job functions and tasks, and then like be part of the society, and then therefore their job is coming with the dignity and living, and like thus the person is empowered as an important member of the society. Then we do see that there are several mismatches that is actually coming undermining this effort. The most cited mismatches is really like a supply and demand. As like a keynote speaker mentioned, the education system does not produce like the workforce that is needed by the industry and employers. That is like a famous mismatch, demand and supply. But what is like an undercurrent and a more difficult issue to address is this aspiration or expectation mismatch, both from the job seeker side as well as the employer side. There is this mismatch, and then that kind of related to a certain extent what my co-panel mentioned about this, like the value of skill. Now, while supply and demand mismatch, we are really trying to bridge that by having better understanding of the employer's requirements, and then try to customize a training program, and all these like modularization and like an industry sector skills council advising to improve the training program contents and delivery and so on. All those like efforts are made to bridge the mismatches, but the mismatches in the aspiration and expectation has to be really dealt in the much younger age, and then more society-wise, like a social cultural value changes around this skill has to happen. At the end of the day, whatever education pathways we go through, and then whatever exit point from the education system or further training and so on, the ultimate goal of every individual in the society to remain productive and have a dignified life is finding some cause for their life, and then they're through the jobs, right? So there should be kind of this valuing all types of jobs is very, very important. And then that kind of understanding has to be really built in a younger age. And then like communities and family has to be also coming with that kind of changes. And then hence like I was really encouraged when the high-level leadership yesterday during the inaugural session really talking about the culture of skill, and like a culture of like a valuing the skill is a very, very important steps. And then having like a bringing skilling to every aspects of education is also very important steps. So we are kind of very like it's a challenge for us, like try to bringing those like a transformative changes. But as I mentioned, like ADB is given the opportunity to work with the Karnataka government on the school education, higher education, and skilling initiatives, that we hope like we contribute to bridge this like triple mismatches by kind of using this opportunity to work in the three subsectors of education and skilling. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all of us can keep a note of these mismatches when we support programs in the future for effective outcomes. Last question to you, Ashim. How can governments, civil society, and the private sector collaborate more effectively to create skilling pathways that empower individuals not just to earn, but to lead and influence within their communities?
You see, what is happening since yesterday here is an effort of doing such a thing, to bring together all the actors in that field and to communicate and to see where we can streamline, where we can adapt to each other, where we adapt to the needs of the communities, of the people, of the ones who want to learn, the ones who want to work, of the ones who need the workers. So I think there are different very important players. One is governments. I think governments have a role to play, but what they can't do is really to bring the amount of needed kind of services to that sector. It has to be the private sector, which has the private skilling sector, which is at one side, and there is a private sector, which is industry on the other side. So these are the three main actors which have to coordinate in order to make it happen on all levels of society, from the community level to the top level in society. I think if that cooperation is not working well, if the coordination is not functioning, then again we have silos, and everybody is working in its own silo, and they're not talking together. And that is, I think, the worst thing at the end, because the outcome will not be successful. And it's to the detriment of the young people, because they have aspiration, and they come into a system, they adapt to the system, they learn something in the belief they will be successful in the future. But if we, the governments, the industry, and the skilling institutions do not live up to the expectations, these people won't have a successful life in the future. The responsibility of all these actors is extremely high to make it happen for the young people and to make them a very good part of all of our society. So therefore I think something like we now witness here with so many also international players is to learn what can we learn from each other. And one thing which we, I think, could learn from each other is to coordinate, to keep the curricula on a high level, on an equal level, because what we have seen quite often also here is, especially we in the consulate, when we issue a visa for somebody who wants to go to Germany to work there, that what is written on the certificate by a skilling agency or a skilling organization, the person is not able to do. And that we have to work on, especially that particular side, that we live up to the expectations and that the young people really can do whatever they have learned and are employable at the very end of the day.
Thank you, Gisun. Thank you, Ashim, for your insights, for your partnership with Karnataka, and for reminding that skilling is just not about capabilities, it's about lifelong learning. It's about unique models and continuous improvements. As we move forward from this summit, may we all commit to building ecosystems where every individual, regardless of background, has the opportunity to learn, grow, and lead with dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just request all of you to kindly stay back for a moment. I would request the chairperson of the Karnataka Skill Development Corporation to please come over, Srimati Shivakantam Naik, to give away mementos to all our students. Head to the next important session, which is leveraging technology to scale skills. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this discussion would explore how innovation can make skilling more inclusive, efficient, and of course scalable. It will also examine practical ways to use technology as an enabler, expanding access, improving delivery, and ensuring quality at scale. At the same time, aligning with the evolving needs of learners, educators, and industries. We have a very interesting and, of course, esteemed panel to take us through this all-important session. At the outset, in the interest of time, I would straight away call upon our speakers, Shri Arvind Vaishnav, Head of Philips Innovation Campus, PIC, Bengaluru, Royal Philips. Put your hands together for Mr. Arvind. I would also like to call upon Mr. Ishwinder Singh, Head India and SARC Cisco Networking Academy. Nikita Bengani, Director of Youth Program Quest Alliance. Music ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ. Speaker, Professor Venkapaya R. Desai, Director IIT Dharwad, and our moderator, Mr. Madan Padaki, Managing Trustee of Head-Held High Foundation. Mattomme swagata Padaki avare. I know you'd like me to call you in Kannada. Adrinda I called you in Kannada, yeah. And this being the Rajyotsava month, it's all celebration time for Kannadigas. So put your hands together for that important session of leveraging technology to scale skills. Since we are already running behind schedule, I'll not talk further. I'll straight away hand over the session to Mr. Madan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskara. Good afternoon again. Onsati ellaru namaskara. So this is a wake-up call. I know we are between you and the chai and at the end of the day, so we'll keep it short and snappy. We have been told that we have about 30 minutes. So welcome to this conversation. I just wanted to set the context a bit before we jump in, and we've got a fantastic set of perspectives coming on leveraging technology. As I was sitting there, I was remembering about 10 years, or no, it's more than that, about 15 years ago, when video conferencing first came in. I got a call from some large education institution, I won't name which, and they said the Vice Chancellor wants you to come and meet. And I said, of course, but this was far away, and the meeting was next day. So I somehow convinced them to say, boss, there's a video conferencing center in your city, there's a video conferencing center in my city, why don't we do a video conference? They said, yeah, great idea, we'll use technology, video conference is nice. And evening I get a call again, so when are you landing? I said, no, we thought we'll do video conference. He said, sir, you come, we'll do whatever you want. So what I was thinking of as we were discussing and as a context of the panel is that it is not so much about technology, but leveraging technology itself, right? Technology, as we know, is progressing at a rapid pace. But as an ecosystem of learners, of users, of students, how do we make sure that there's an absorptive capacity to use technology in the right way to be able to generate social and economic outcomes, right? So that was the thought that I had. And I thought we'll start off with the lady on the panel.
I was expecting that.
Nikita. And if we can just start off with each of us, if we can just do a quick opening comments for 3-4 minutes, then we'll do one more round of conversations and
Super.
Take some
Thank
learnings.
you so much, Madan. And I was thinking that being the only lady on the panel, probably I was suspecting that I'd have to start. But very happy to be here and happy to see so many people still in the room, almost towards the end of the day. And I think just building on what Madan started out with, I think for us also when we go back to the early days of Quest, when we were starting out as an organization, I think for us, technology was something we believed in very strongly. Although like back then in 2008, when we would talk about technology for learning, people would like really laugh at us saying that in a country like India, and somebody spoke about Bharat earlier, how do you think technology can get used for anything? The conversation started with access not being there, and for many years we were just stuck with the access problem. And even if we said that, okay, we will provide access, we will give computers in classrooms, we will provide mobile phones in the classroom, we were also told, like there was so much of conversation I remember having with principals in skilling institutions, ITIs, saying that, but our students cannot bring mobile phones in the classroom, they cannot learn using technology, right? So there was a lot of skepticism using technology. And now as I fast forward, 15 years later. And I feel like, a lot of crisis sometimes is a bedrock for a lot of transformation. And I think COVID really proved to be that bedrock for technology, where it really built this belief in technology, because I think literally we were left with no choice but to adopt it. And I know, like, while, a lot of people are talking about job losses, we were so busy at Quest because everybody was reaching out to us saying, how do we continue learning in our classrooms, because we don't have any digital solutions. And that really is the journey I've seen of how technology has enabled, like, learning, earning, and even like making organizations and their programs so much more efficient, right? So that's kind of the context I wanted to bring in terms of the journeys we have seen. And hence, I wanted to also share some of the things that we've been sort of dabbling with over the last many years, in the edtech space, especially from a learning perspective. One of the things we've worked on is a solution that we called as a Quest app, which is a digital learning platform, which kind of helps learners navigate through the idea of how do I explore various careers, identify the right career for myself, get ready for that career, and then actually, transition to that career. And how do we, use technology in meaningful ways to sort of transcend through all of these journeys that a young person requires in a skilling context. And that's something we've been using actively in government ITIs in many parts of the country, in many skilling programs that we run, even with private NGOs across the board. And I think the interesting things for us have also been that, given large-scale government programs have constraints of resources in the classroom. And when a lot of us talk about technology, sometimes we also say that, just building apps and giving it in the hands of the students will lead to learning. We all know it doesn't happen like that. The human connect with that trainer is also really critical. But that trainer itself is so stretched in these skilling institutions that they don't oftentimes have the ability to provide that personalized support and attention to all of our learners, right? And increasingly, I feel like the kind of environment we all live in, learner needs more personalized learning, more, relevant things, because there are hundreds of solutions out there. But what is really useful for me is what they're looking for. And hence, how does technology make learning in classrooms more personalized? I think for us, what we have built out has also led to a greater amount of personalization and, on-demand, anytime, anywhere learning to our learners. And I feel like we've also done a lot of good work around seeing that how do you make this trainer feel less stretched in trying to engage with so many learners in the classroom? So how can technology be an enabler for for the trainer themselves? So how can they use technology well to enhance their own learning? How do they use technology well to train students better? And as part of this Quest app solutions that I was speaking about, a lot of this has also been built. And, we recently also released something called like a lesson plan creator using AI. A trainer can literally use that, lesson plan creator to say that I want to teach this subject today. This is my context. This is the kind of learners I have in the classroom. This is the constraints I'm working with. And how do you help me create an active learning classroom? So there are so many interesting ways in which technology can also help scale programs that are working in low resource, low constraints, high constraints environments with certain amount of quality. So it's not about technologies only required for scale, but it's also it also plays a really interesting role in ensuring quality, providing more personalization and support. And the other piece that I just want to touch upon for like a half a minute more is also like, using technology from an earning perspective, right? I think there are a lot of interesting solutions that we've seen, and I think here also there's a session on the Blue Dot project that XStep is doing, where how do you use AI and technology in interesting ways to do the right job matching, at the get-go and do intelligent filtering. We've also been building out solutions to see how we can really cut down time on getting the right person to the right jobs, and especially to the local jobs. So there are also a lot of relevant solutions out there for something like this. And also, how do you continue to support learners after they've graduated out of the skilling program, gone into the workplace, and how do they then still find on-demand learning, on-demand support, or the struggles they may be having at the workplace, or if they want to upscale, if they want to find another job, what are the ways in which technology could aid some of it? So there are a lot of interesting solutions that are out there at the moment into this whole learning to earning continuum and making, learning happen at scale with certain amount of quality.
Wonderful. I think you said a like the opening batsman, you set the wonderful context for the rest of the match. Learning, earning, how do you keep the lifelong learning going? Just a aside, for some of you who are interested in the whole Blue Dot local economy initiative, there's a roundtable happening tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I think. Do attend it we're hosting it with Step and Heddle Foundation. Very interesting experiment of connecting local jobs. But I think that's where technology comes to play. Let me switch over to Ishwinder. Again, Cisco Networking Academy, it's almost like become the lexicon of CCNA, CCNE, EA, whatever, the alphabet soup that we have, and you've been in the thick of all this. How do you see that itself evolving, and in the new world of tech, what kind of pull or demand do you see emerging as well? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, Madan. So, as you talked about, Cisco Networking Academy is one of the largest and the longest running program. We are in 26th year of running the program, and which set us very, very different from the global perspective. And this is likely a global philanthropy of Cisco. That way, and right from the starting of internet, Cisco has been in the front runner position in terms of bringing new tech, innovating in tech, right from the network, the security, and now if we talk about the AI perspective, few days back only we launched AI stack where like data centers were there, but currently if you see there is no mechanism where data center can act like a cluster. So we launched that chip, and now AI, like entire stack, server stack is available under Cisco. So now coming specifically to likely the networking academy and the skilling ecosystem. So if we talk about last 12 months, we empowered around 900,000, which is 9 lakh students. So that number
in India itself.
Yeah, in India itself.
Wow.
Yeah. And this year we just completed 3 million, 30 lakh student empowerment in India. If we talk about the global number, this number is around 5.2 million, 52 lakh students every year in 194 countries. So all the flagged countries this program is run. And you might be appreciative that there are a lot of countries where we don't have offices to do sales or the business, but philanthropy is reaching there. So that is that perspective. And since very beginning we started using the technology, so we have a full-fledged LMS where we want to use technology very, that is the fundamental stuff. And LMS today we talk, it looks very common, but we started 26 years back. So then we started with the LMS perspective. We also have simulator because Cisco equipments are pretty expensive in terms of bringing to all the places, like tier 1 colleges, tier 2 colleges can afford, but the rural colleges. So we never wanted that people should invest in order to get skilled, they should invest in buying technology. So we created simulator, which is, we call it as a packet tracer, and that is such a powerful simulator that even you can design a small office network, and to the complexity, if I talk about, you can even design and simulate the entire smart city network, including the sensors and all the complexities of that. So in learning, we use technology pretty well. And then it is all about collaboration. So a lot of you might have heard about WebEx, which is the collaboration tech, and it's heavily used in government and heavily used in the enterprise setting. We brought in WebEx, and when in COVID, everyone almost was struggling that how we bring in. So in fact, we were anyways doing, we call it that it is not a classroom, the physical classroom where just teacher is talking about and student is listening, writing notes and then giving exam. It is beyond the classroom. It is likely a continuum of learning which even continues when you go off the classroom. So we have such a powerful technology where it definitely the virtual and the physical, there is no experience difference. We use WebEx, and then subsequently we also brought in very powerful chat or a group or forum management stuff. So we also have a collaboration technology onto the WebEx. And then in the NetAcad, again, we don't wanted that people should start buying the WebEx licenses. So all the instructor, we work with around 2,000 instructor in India, and globally it's 12,000. We offer minimum 2 WebEx licenses, which is very expensive. Every one of you might be using the enterprise one. So it's fully funded. So when we say networking academy, it's fully funded, and technology is at cusp of everything. And if I talk about the recent conversations, we are about to launch a AI assistant. Like always student need a companion,
Yeah.
which is 24/7. Teacher cannot be with 24/7. So we are trying to bring those perspective. In the content, in the learning space, we already have brought in a lot of AI tech on our LMS, and it's being very, very heavily used. And we do a master classes. So we use technology at the best and we set example. And I'll give you one very small example. In 2021, we partnered with AICT and we offered the virtual internship program. You might have heard about VIP program, which is very popular program. 2021, Cisco was the first company. We said we will offer 20,000 virtual internship in network security specifically. And that was very, very critical ask, and it was a huge pilot which happened in India, and it went so well that AICT adopted that pilot as their formal program. And now all the OEMs, our colleagues, they are offering in various technologies. So this is something, and it is completely virtual, right from learning to industry session, to interaction, to problem statement, the evaluation, everything is digital. There is no physical connect. So these are few of the examples how we have used technology to scale the skilling programs.
Wonderful. I mean, you captured the history of 26 years in like 2 minutes, 60 seconds or something like that, but that's fantastic to see the evolution. I'll come back to you with one specific question, but let's move to the, from the tech world to the real world in a way, of machines and men and now IIT Dharwad, Professor Desai has been at the helm, steering, learning for the new age, but our graduates who are looking at the core sciences and the core engineering work. So I'd love to hear your views on how can we. Nikita also talked about the quality; it's just not quantity, and especially from your perspective, would love to hear your thoughts on how are you using technology and what do you foresee.
Dhanyawad, that is thanks. Sarvarigu Namaskara, greetings to all. See, when we talk of technologies, why technology? That's a big question. After all, technology is applied science, is engineering, and then engineering with certain relevant techniques is technology. So I would like to put it three ways. Technologies for achieving broadly three things. The first one is improving the quality of life. The quality of life for an individual as well as for the society as a whole. And maybe that is when we talk of quality of life, it is also like say quality of our schools, quality of our roads, quality of our hospitals, quality of our other facilities, whatever. And second is technology for resource optimization. Resources are limited. We know time is the biggest resource, financial resources, and other material resources. They are all scarcely available. So therefore, there is a need for optimization, resource optimization. So technology should achieve this. If we are able to do double the tasks in the same amount of time with adopting appropriate technology, and similarly if we are able to do that is say minimize wastage or rather transform waste into wealth.
Correct.
Or even that is regarding and then similarly other financial resources. There is so much of wastage of fun. There could be financial resources either fun intentionally or unintentionally. If we are able to minimize because of see that many that is online fun, like say for example the digital payments and all. So automatically in many cases there is the pilferage or corruption, all those things have automatically and naturally have come down. So that is fun. That is second objective is of technology is resource optimization. Third is sustainability, because many times technology leads to a new thing, and there is a possibility that a newly adopted technology may result in a that is unsustainable and unsustainable practices. Like say for example, many things. See earlier, say that means the agriculture was, it is all by fun. What is called, now we call it organic farming and all. Earlier that was a norm. But in the interest of increasing productivity, we used chemical fertilizers, and then so these chemical fertilizers, they resulted in their own side effects. So, but at the same time, sustaining the productivity, increased productivity, as well as creating quality products, at the same time to ensure sustainability. That means our air quality, water quality, and other one. So that is needs to be maintained, because see, the word sustain means sustain, contain, retain, maintain. All these things are this one. So therefore, these should be I believe these are the three main objectives of any technology. Whether it is the technology related to artificial intelligence, machine learning, whatever it is, or whether it is technology related to improving our productivity, that means machine tools or whatever it is, even simple ones. Now there is a digital technology, you can put a signature. One need not physically sign every paper. So these are some of the things. And coming to skills, so I would put the skills as 4, that is DCBA. D is the domain related skills. If I am in a educational domain, I am a professor, so a professor or any teacher needs to have certain domain related skills. Only then he or she is able to command respect, as well as fun. That's why there is a word for teacher. There is a word in Sanskrit called acharya. Acharya if it is a male, acharya if it is a female. So acharya is somebody who practices and then preaches. Acharan, then acharya. Acharya or acharya. So in English there is a say that first practice and then preach. So therefore this is the domain skill. Then I would put it as communication skill. This communication skill can be related to how you communicate using say language, or many times even simple one. Suppose there is some calamity has happened or something like that. Even if you put your hand on the back of a person affected by certain calamity, then that person will get a reasonable amount of confidence. So that this person or a group of persons are behind me in my hour of grief. So that kind of question. That is the communication skill. Next comes the behavioral skills, which is also known as soft skills. I cannot just because if I overestimate myself, then there is every possibility that I will underestimate others. If I underestimate myself, there is every possibility that I will overestimate others. So therefore, we need to be a balance. I should not only estimate myself, I should also estimate others. So that comes only with appropriate behavioral skills. Respecting a person's seniority, respecting a person's background, respecting, that means a human dignity and all these things. So that is behavioral skills. And then lastly, there are additional skills. So which I will put all other things in. So it is DCBA, like that. So therefore, this technology, and the topic is leveraging technology to scale the skills. So using appropriate technology, it can be a digital technology, it can be an artificial intelligence, it can be machine learning, or it can be any one. There is a healthcare, improving our healthcare. Like say even say simply we walk forward, just on a plain land, if we walk backward, that can create a lot of positive impact on our health. So these kinds of these additional skills, so there should be a proper blending or bridging between the technology and the skills. Only then we can scale the skills as an individual, as a group, and eventually the whole world will respect either the person, the individual, Or Swan, I would like to keep on Swan. Indian chair professor in California Institute of Technology just compared Indians with Japan. So I'm talking of Professor Srinivas Kulkarni, sometime about 18-20 years back. There was a cover page article on him in Week magazine. He said 1 Indian is equivalent to 10 Japanese, but 10 Indians equal 1 Japanese. Because in Japan, no school has any janitor. Right from their kindergarten days, KG to PG, cleanliness is the responsibility of the students there. So, and then, so this kind of collective behavior, social responsibility, either for cleanliness, all these things are created. So therefore, individually they may not be fun, but collectively they create such an impact, and then that is visible globally. Whereas in our case, individually you may be very good, but as collectively, because I do not have faith in the others, I want to put others down, and there is every possibility that others will put me down.
Correct, correct.
So these kinds of things. So therefore, this collective social needs only then we are able to do that. So this is my submission.
Thank you, sir. I think you painted such a wonderful arc, right from technology benefits to what are the skills, and a larger societal benefit of this, of connecting these two as well. And that brings me to Arvind. You've been at the helm of the Philips Innovation Campus. And the Innovation Campus itself has been churning out so many technological innovations across spheres. It's fantastic to hear, all the work that's being done by everybody here finally culminates into something innovative happening in the industry like what you're doing. How do you see that from a larger societal angle as well, Arvind?
So I think, there have been a great word spoken in terms of sustainable societal impact. And I think that's what our lens is. When we think of technology for scaling skills, 3 words come to my mind. Number 1, that it should be transformative. It should be exponential. It should be different from what we are doing today and take it to our next level, which has been also the theme of this forum. And then these 2 things has to happen in a more sustainable fashion for a societal impact. Now, I know that there is a buzzer going on and there is a need to go fast, so I won't go into more details, but our approach has always been a more holistic way. So we don't look at upskilling our engineers for creating the product for Philips. We are a consumer and a medtech organization, so when we design a product, we keep in mind that who is going to use it. Is there going to be a doctor on the other side? How are they going to use it? I can build any AI in my product. What is the use if the clinicians are not able to use it? What is the use if the paraprofessionals who are supposed to use and nursing staff who are supposed to take care of the better patients, if they are not able to use it? So I think our approach and lens is always towards that. I'll give you one example. We have a technology called collaborative reacts. What it does is, if you are on the other side, right with the patient, and I'm on this side as a skilled physician, we can interact with each other. I can see you what you are doing. You can see what I'm saying. I can virtually guide you how to move around either the patient or the things that whatever you are operating. It is such a powerful, and it creates an enormous impact at a societal level. So I think as an industry, our lens, and for my fellow colleagues as well, they also touched upon the outcome or the measure of scaling. Scale should be an impact on the society. It cannot be an impact on my business or your business or what you are doing or what I am doing. It has to be a larger impact at a societal level, and that's what Philips we practice, and that's why we are more than 130-year-old innovative company, and I think everyone in the room knows Philips and Philips products. So I'll keep it short.
Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. No, I don't think we could have ended on a much better note. I'm thinking as you were talking, maybe, and all the conversations, leveraging technology to scale skills for societal impact.
Exactly.
Right?
And it has to be more sustainable. Otherwise, we do something for 2 years, and it will fall off another 30 years.
For sustainable societal impact,
Exactly.
we will rename the panel. No, I think at the foundation, just to wrap up, we've actually launched an initiative called Jan AI. We're saying what India needs is not more of Gen AI, but Jan AI, where how do you make AI work for the people? right? How can it put 1,000 rupees more in the hands of a farmer? How can it give 4 more customers to a women entrepreneur? How can it help a rural student find better careers, right? So unless and until we harness technology for that sustainable social impact or societal impact, then everything else is only numbers game and just ticks and...
That's the outcome we should always be looking at. Nothing else comes into the play.
Fantastic. On that note, I do wish that there are some innovators in the room who can make 45 minutes look like 30 minutes. Maybe we'll roll out a challenge for that, but I'm afraid that we are at the end of our allotted 30 minutes. We could have gone on for much longer. But needless to say, all of us are available. We will chat up. This is just the beginning of a conversation. I'm sure, Bangalore Skills Summit is just not a summit. It's a conversation platform. We'll come out with more ideas. Thank you so much for all the insightful comments and the wonderful tapestry that we created. And thank you, audience, for a patient listening. And apologies that we were not able to get to the Q&A, but picture abhi baki hai mera dost, as Shah Rukh Khan famously says. We will continue the conversation soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request all of you to kindly stay back. I would request the chairperson of Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, Madam Srimati Shivkantam Kanta Naik. For all the panelists. We straight away move on to the next session. As we are all aware, today is the day of, in fact, the future everybody is talking about, the age of AI. And the next session is about exploring case studies and real-world insights to reveal the 5 essential skills that is required to shaping success in the AI era, and of course helping individuals to stay adaptable, future ready and unstoppable in a world of constant change. We have our influencer ready, so please put your hands together for Mr. Ishan Sharma, the YouTuber, social media influencer and co-founder of Mark It Up. Welcome to you, Sharma ji. How are you? I'm fine, yeah. It's all yours. You want to? Just Scotland.
All right, amazing. What's up, Bangalore? I'm feeling a lack of energy here. I want you all to stand up first of all. It's been a long day. Come on. Come on. Let's do it. All right, I want you all to clap for yourself. Amazing. I think you've clapped for other people enough the whole day. It's time to clap for yourself. You've been sitting here, learning from everyone and becoming better every day. All right, let's sit down and let's talk about the topic today. So, unstoppable things, skills that can make you unstoppable in the age of AI. That's what we're talking about. Now, either I can give you all the data, I can give you all the survey, the research, or everything, the exact skills that you need to become unstoppable in the age of AI, or I can actually tell you my story. How many of you have watched my videos on YouTube? All right, I see some hands. How many of you are engineers or future engineers? All right, I see some people here. Okay, so I'll tell you what happened, right? Exactly 10 years ago is when I was 14. Yes, I'm 24. That's the first question someone asked me when I entered this room. So I was 14, reading the newspaper with my dad, and we were looking at all the headlines. And there we see at the top of Times of India, the headline was, IIT Roorkee student bags 2 crore placement at Uber. My father was reading it, and I was reading it, and then he was looking at the news, he was looking at me, looking at the news, and it was set. That's it. That's what I'm going to do. Data science. It was the hottest skill to learn back in 2014 and even today. And that was it. He was like, I want you to become an engineer, and I want you to learn about data science and go get that 2 crore Uber job. And that began my 4-year journey of preparing for IIT JEE. And I'm sure a lot of you have prepared for it. You know how hard it is, how much time you have to put in, the exams that you have to prepare for, the mock tests that you give. I signed up for multiple coaching classes. I used to play tabla. I used to try a bunch of other things. I had to stop all of that and just focus on one thing, trying to crack all the questions that I might get in my IIT JEE exam. I was in Mumbai when I gave my IIT JEE exam. Went there. I was able to clear JEE mains, but when I got onto JEE Advance is when I just panicked. 4 years of hard work, all amounting to this 3 hours of time in which I had to maximize and pass this test. And if I don't, then the 4 years are gone to waste. It's a very hard position to be in. And so I panicked. I couldn't answer the questions well. I didn't have my strategy properly, and I could not clear JEE Advance. Now, for most movies, this would be the turning point where the actor either, takes the hard decision, becomes better, or takes a decision to, sort of do something tragic with their life. There was one option, obviously. I could take another year, take a drop year, go to Kota, start another preparation for IIT JEE, or I could do something else. And that's what I did. I decided, I remember the date, it was 27th of May, 2019, after I gave my JEE Advanced exam. You just have a feeling after the exam that it did not go well, and I knew it. And I knew that, for better or for worse, I will never go back to this life of trying to solve one paper, and this paper will determine the rest of your life. I decided that this will not be my future. The next day, I started learning coding. I just started learning as many skills as possible. I used to read books, I used to learn coding, I used to just watch as many YouTube videos as possible. Thankfully, I gave another exam called BITSAT, and that's how I ended up in BITS Pilani. Now, obviously, a lot of people have heard of BITS Pilani. It's one of the best private engineering colleges in India. But when I got into BITS, the first day I remember for inductions into societies and the clubs over there, I went into one of the clubs and I was looking at the 4th year students, the cordies, the coordinators. They came in and they were giving a speech about, what can you expect, what will you learn, and I noticed one thing. Now, these were exceptional developers, right? The last 3-4 years they've spent at BITS, they've learned how to code, they've learned engineering, but they were poor at everything else. They just could not talk. They could not communicate. Half of them were stammering. They did not have the confidence to stand up to juniors. And so that night when I came back to my hostel is when I asked myself, the biggest advice that we get is, just follow the seniors. Just make connections with them. See what they're doing, just copy them, and you'll probably end up like them. But I did not want to be that. Somewhere inside of me, I was like, I can be better than this. And so I had to do something different, right? Just following the curriculum, doing what they're telling you to do will not get me where I want to go. What did I do then? I realized that I need to, first of all, fix my communication skills. I need to get better at soft skills. I've always been that typical Sharma ji ka beta who always sits at the, introvert guy who does not talk much, gets good grades. So I decided that I want to do something different. And the first thing that came to my mind was that let's start a podcast. So I realized that there are amazing seniors in my college who are doing exceptional work. There was a senior in 3rd year who went for a 6-month-long internship to Harvard, paid by Harvard for research in AI and ML. There was a 4th year student who had built his YouTube channel on teaching how to code. There was a 4th year student who had gotten funded by Y Combinator and was building their fintech startup. All of this was happening in my campus itself. And I thought, let me interview all of them. Let me ask them their journeys and put it out to people. And that's what I did. Every Sunday, I would go sit in the library, talk to all of these folks, and just start having conversations and put out those conversations on YouTube, on Spotify actually. And then every time there was a mess, a lunch break, I would go up to everyone sitting next to me, having lunch with me, and I would ask them that, hey, do you like to listen podcasts on Spotify? And they would say, what? Isn't Spotify for like songs? You know, back in that time, podcast wasn't like a big thing on Spotify. But then I realized that I need to be on YouTube. That's where everyone else is. So I launched my podcast on YouTube on the 5th of January, 2020. It's been 6 years so far. The channel is now at 2 million subscribers, over 500 million views, and over 1,700 videos. And the goal was always simple, to document my journey, to talk about the skills that can help people my age make a living doing what they love. So it could be anything from software engineering to digital marketing to learning about sales to learning about communication to all of those skills I would document on my channel. I would bring in guests who would be specialists for a particular topic, like how do you start a startup? So I brought in Ashneer Grover, I brought in Sanjeev Bikhchandani, I brought in a couple of these people who would talk about this on my channel and give as much value as possible to people around the country. You know, I discovered that the biggest equalizer in our country, which always focuses on the tag, like do you have the IIT tag, do you have the IIM tag, is YouTube. Because it teaches you things that you never were aware of before. Like I had no idea that I can sit in my room, I can talk about how to code, I can talk about different skills, and companies would want to invite me to come speak at their events and teach other people. Like how is that even possible? And here I am today, at 24 doing all of this. It's pretty crazy. All right, so I would just make videos, right? Pandemic happened, I came back to Mumbai, I started making more videos, documenting my journey, started freelancing. There was a YC-backed company who saw my video and they reached out to me saying that, hey, you're able to create videos on your channel, we want you to create videos on our channel now. So that was my first freelance income, so as to say, in August of 2020. And that was insane. Like I had no idea that someone would pay me 5,000 rupees for making a video and editing it for their channel. That was pretty crazy because, you know, all my life I've been told that the way to succeed is to learn to code, get a software engineering job, and have the free food at Google. That's how you win. At least that's what I was told. But there I was editing videos, I was working with multiple companies, and that is when I had this idea. You know, I had a lot of companies reaching out, wanting to create videos on their channel. So I reached out to my co-founder, to my roommate from college. He was into Instagram marketing. His name is Saransh. He's not available here because he's working in our office here in Bangalore. But I reached out to him and I said that, hey, you know about Instagram, you know about ads, I understand YouTube, I've been doing it for the last 1 year. Let's try to build something together. And there it was. We were just on a G-Meet and we launched a marketing company, bought the domain name marketup.in, and that began a 4-year-long journey to where we have today a 25-people team here in Bangalore with an office, employing hundreds of people so far and helping them do the work that they love. These are not traditionally editors. Like these are engineers who don't like engineering, but just love to edit videos. They love storytelling. They love design. And so we gave them a place for them to make a living with that particular skill. Then came 2022, March. The pandemic was over. My excuse to not attend the lectures was also over. And I had to go back. The college called us back. I was still in 3rd year. And then I went back. And I noticed something. My problems are different from everyone else. Everyone else in my batch was worried about, you know, the next internship. They were worried about how do I solve that paper that is coming up? How do I complete my practical exams? Well, I was thinking about, you know, how do I grow my marketing company? How do I make better videos on YouTube? How can I learn editing? And I just couldn't relate with anyone. I spent 21 days when I came back to college, and I had realized that I need to be in a better environment that suits what I am doing and helps me become a better person. And that was definitely not my college. I went up to the dean, I knocked on her door, went inside, and I said that, you know, I want to set up a studio outside. So we're talking about BITS Goa. I was studying in Goa back then. And I asked, can you allow me to set up a studio outside? And she said, no, you have to be in the campus. You have to abide by the rules. You cannot break them. And so I said that, in that case, I cannot operate in the college, so I will have to drop out. And she could not believe what I was saying. She was like, kya karoge? Like, what else would you do? Like, you have this degree, you're already in 3rd year, you have 1 more year to go. You can just complete and then do whatever you want. Maine bola, no. I need to prioritize my channel and my company. And she couldn't believe it. And that was 27th of March, 2022. My father came from Pune. We packed up all of our bags and we came to Pune. And that's when I decided that I will move to Bangalore, and it has been more than 3 years since then. 1st April, I was in Bangalore, and I called my dad and I said that, I want to shift to Bangalore, and I will be, taking all of my stuff from Pune and coming here in Bangalore and meeting with all the founders, interacting with them, potentially building my company over here. And that night, he came back from work, and he said that, I think the best thing we can do for our family is to be together. So I've also resigned from my job. I'm going to move from Pune to Bangalore with you because we want to be together. And that was insane to hear. Like, who does that? And today, I get to have this life in which I am working in a metro city like Bangalore. I am meeting my parents in the weekends. I have my office here, which is 10 minutes away from my home. And this is the best thing that I was able to achieve. But why am I telling you all this? Because of the skills that I learned throughout the way. Right? Today, I get to do events like these with some of the world's biggest companies like Coca-Cola, like Lenovo, like Intel, like the Dubai government. I get to go to these spaces and meet all these amazing people, take trips to Apple campus in Cupertino in California, meet all the people over there. And it's all possible because of the skills that I learned. But what are these skills? And how can you learn them? Let's talk about that. Shall we do it? All right. Well, the first skill that that you're looking at me for is communication. And this is something which I recently learned. So a couple of years ago, I put up a story on Instagram saying that, hey, I want colleges to invite me to events. I don't want to just talk to the camera and just say that I can create videos and talk. No, that's not really communicating. That's just talking to a camera. I want to talk to people, and I want to go to events and do talks like these. And so as a result of that, I got the chance to go to over 40 to 50 colleges, meet thousands of students, interact with them one-on-one, and actually understand their problems. And notice there are a few things that you can do to get better at communicating. And the best thing you can do is to have clear thinking. The first step, there are no tricks to it, is just understanding what do you want to speak and how can you speak it effectively in the most simple form possible. I'm not using any, crazy words like transformative and innovative or any of those words. I'm just speaking out my story in a way that anyone can understand. That is effective communication. Communication that everyone can understand the minute they hear it. What else? The second skill that I learned throughout this entire journey is sales. And sales is something which I never thought I would be focusing on. I started my marketing company, and we were doing fine for the first 1 year because people and companies would watch my channel, they would reach out to me, and we would get sales like that. But then, after a point, it became kind of weird because we were not getting any more sales. So we thought, let's try to learn about sales and how does it really work. So we learned about cold outreach. How do you reach out to companies? How do you create an ideal customer profile? What type of customers would want to afford our service? What services do we offer? Who do we want to offer it to? So last year, we did a campaign in which I was in San Francisco for 45 days. And we sent out emails to all the AI companies, because AI is the boom, and we wanted to sell to AI companies now. And we did tens and dozens of meetings with all the AI founders over there. And I was able to learn how to effectively sell, how to create a funnel, how to get people in, and how to convert them effectively, and then onboard them on as clients in the company. I think this is the most interesting skill that you can learn, no matter if you are starting a company, if you are at a job, you want to negotiate for a better pay, you want people to be friends with you. That's also all about selling yourself. So this skill of understanding what people want and how can you create an offer that they cannot refuse is super important, and I learned it through my marketing company. Even as a creator, you don't really learn how to sell. You're just making videos. Companies reach out to you and they sponsor you and you get brand deals. But when you start a business and when you learn to sell is when you really understand what people really value. How can you create a proposition that they would like to have and they would want to agree to? So for example, the best thing that we do is that we understand what is your CAC. My first question to all the founders is, what's your customer acquisition cost? And they've been running ads, they've been out-competed by other competitors, so they name a particular CAC. And then I say that, hey, let me help you get this CAC down by 50% by creating organic content on your YouTube channel. And let me help you do that every single month. And you'll start seeing results, and we can measure all of that. That's the language that they understand. Right? You can start selling them that, hey, I will create videos for you, but that doesn't help. Like, what's the end goal? It is for them to have more revenue, for them to have more sales, for them to have lower customer acquisition cost. So I learned how to do that by setting up my marketing company. The third skill that you should absolutely focus on is content creation. How many of you have posted a LinkedIn post in the last 1 week? Anyone? Raise of hands. All right, some of you have done that. Well, I wrote a book on LinkedIn when I was 19, and it was all about how LinkedIn can be leveraged as a student. In the last 4 or 5 years, I've only seen that to be true and true every single day. So I think that the best thing that you can do, it's not even about getting a job. Some of you would already be in a job, you already be working in your career. But creating content on LinkedIn or Twitter, or if you want to do Instagram, then creating those reels can really set you apart from everyone else, because it helps you get one thing that most others will not have and can never have, and that is visibility. Visibility gets you everything that you cannot even imagine. I'll give you an example. So I learned Python. It's a programming language that you can learn to build simple programs and apps. I learned Python and I wanted to revise all the concepts. So I just recorded myself talking about the basics of Python, conditionals, loops, functions, object-oriented programming. So I would just record all of that. And I made a series of YouTube videos in 2020. Those videos have like double-digit views, like 20 views, 25, 65 views, 98 views, barely anything. Right? Most of you would be unmotivated to make more videos, considering now we have creators who do tens of millions of views every video. And I made those videos. And then I got a message from Unacademy saying that, hey, we watched that video of yours in which you were talking about coding with Python. We liked how you were explaining all the concepts. Can you now become a teacher on our platform and teach it to all of our kids? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that 20, 30, 40 views can get me a position to work as a teacher? And then here I was in second year of college, being an educator, teaching Python and coding live to school students for a year-long contract. Just that one video became a contract in which I taught for 350 hours live. Met, talked, solved doubts of all the students. Was I the best Python educator? Not at all. Was I the best developer? Not at all. But I was visible. And visibility can take you to places that you can't even imagine. And this was just a simple example about that. So create content. What all can you talk about? You can talk about your niche. What is it that you are working in, your career? Talk about the latest news that is out there in the market. Talk about your opinions around that. And just create that content and you will automatically find better opportunities. You will have a better circle of people to interact with. And you will occasionally might even find some brand deals on LinkedIn particularly. All right, that was the fourth. What else? There's one skill that I think all of you should understand, and that is prompt engineering. How many of you use ChatGPT today? See, so many people. We have more people raising hands than people who posted on LinkedIn. See, prompt engineering, I recently have been trying out ChatGPT since it was launched, and I realized that prompt engineering is the most important skill that you can learn today. Right? All these telecom companies like Jio just made Google Gemini free for all the Jio subscribers. Airtel made Perplexity Pro free for all the Airtel subscribers. ChatGPT Go is also going to be free. The thing that will separate you from everyone else who's using these tools is the prompts that you write. Because the better the prompt, the better the output. And so the basic rule of thumb that you all can note down right now is RTC ROS. That's it. If you want to write a prompt, if you want to ask AI to do anything from you, especially ChatGPT, the latest one, the GPT-5, the prompt is RTC ROS. What does it mean? The first R is role. So you give ChatGPT a role. I want you to be a travel planner. I want you to be a meal planner. I want you to be a career specialist. I want you to be a skill teacher for any particular skill that you want to learn. Give it a role. Tell it, how do you want it to act? That's the first thing, the role. The second is the context. Now, context is interesting. The second one is actually the task, sorry. The second one is the task. So you tell it, what do you want it to do? What is the exact scope of the work that you want it to do and execute? The third is the context. This is where you give information about yourself. That, hey, I am a product manager at XYZ company, and I am catering to this particular audience. This is what I expect. And so this tells the LLM, what is it that you need to know before you give me the answer? The next step is the reasoning. How do you want it to approach this problem? So you tell it exactly where do you want it to look for answers. Is there a particular study that you want it to focus on? Is there a particular report that you want it to search? Do you want it to only search Reddit or X.com, or you want it to only search news articles? How do you want it to execute on this problem? You give it that answer. The second last is the output. Output is where you tell it, how do you want the output to look like? Is it a PDF? Are you looking for an Excel file? Are you looking for an image? Are you looking for just a simple table format or a bulleted list? Give it that insight right then and there. And the last one is a stopping condition. So let's say I want to get the latest data on jobs in India and where it is going in the future. I wanted to look at the past 2 years of data and give me that answer. So the stopping condition would be to only look for the latest 2 years data. And when it does that, it will stop searching and give you the output. Let's revise. RTC ROS. Role, task, context, reasoning, output, and the stopping condition. There you go. So this is pretty much the only 80-20 that you need to know about prompt engineering. Everything else will work very well for you, right? You can be on any other platform. You can use this particular template and start getting amazing prompts from any of these AI tools. All right. Well, that was the talk. I just shared the best skills that will make you unstoppable. And I hope that this was valuable. Thank you so much. I want you all to be a part of this story that we can click over here. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request you to kindly stay back for a moment. Madam, please come over and give a memento to him. Well, they say in Kannada, ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಪೈರು ಮೊಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲೇ. When you're young, you will know what potential you have. I think your parents realized it. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you must all give a huge round of applause and all the very best. May you make many more faces smile. And the best part is he stuck to time. Well, that's another important thing. Nobody had to prompt him that time is up, but then he stuck to his time, well prepared. So the main thing is probably the preparation going at the back of the mind. Thank you very much. We now move on to a couple of sessions before we head towards the cultural program. Yes, indeed. The panel discussion now on champions of skills. In fact, not the panel, the stories of each individual will come and tell some more stories. So it's already, Mr. Sharma has instilled a great sense of positivity in the minds of all of us, and more positive nature will be injected to all of us by the champions of skill stories of transformation and triumph. And how to careers for empowerment and opportunity is what they are going to share with us. First of all, I would like to call upon Likith Kumar YP, the prototype modeling bronze medal at the World Skills Competition 2022 Special Edition. He has won the bronze medal, but none of you want to clap. What? I'm wrong. Okay. Likith, where are you? Yeah. Over to you, yes. Sir. I would also like to call upon Nandita Saxena, the pottery and confectionery silver medal at World Skills Competition 2022 Special Edition. Welcome to you, Nandita. We also have Stephen Harris Ramdev, graphic design technology medallion of excellence at World Skills Competition 2022. The sound of the clapping seems to be waning. It has to increase. Karthik Gowda, the bronze medal in mechatronics. Stephen Harris has sent in a message that he'll not be able to come, so Karthik Gowda fills in his place. And then Varun Hanumant Gowda, mechatronics, yes. Medallion of Excellence at World Skills 2017, Abu Dhabi. The sound of the clapping should reach Abu Dhabi. Okay. And finally, the moderator, the Shashidhara Hire Matadayan, the skill development specialist and managing director of TechWalk Finesse Consultancy. Well, it will be a difficult session or an interesting session to moderate, I'm sure. And you can see the smile on his face. Over to you, Mr. Shashidhar. Yeah, it's on, sir. It's on.
Good evening, everybody. It has been a wonderful session since morning. And we are celebrating the champions of skills. And just to give you a perspective of what kind of champions they are, all the four have gone through a grueling competition training for more than 2 years. In their own skills, and it was more like a rigorous military training which they went through. And it's not just the training, and the competitions were also very rigorous. The competition started probably with 2 hours project, ended up at World Skills, it was almost like 24 hours. So that was the kind of determination they had to go through this competition and become champions. So let's celebrate with an applause to all the 4 champions. And another thing that I have to tell is, this is all because of the state government skill ecosystem which has produced these kind of champions. So again, another round of applause for the